Harlequin Audio is proud to bring you Status Update by Annabeth Albert, performed by Sean Crisden. Chapter 1. Noah knew the dog was trouble as soon as he and Ulysses entered the campground's off-leash dog area. The little guy, some sort of Chihuahua/mini pin mix in a yellow and green checked coat, stood in the center of the scrubby grass, barking his fool head off. The only human in the dog area sat at the picnic table on the far side, completely absorbed in his shiny phone, oblivious to his dog strutting around like all 8 pounds of him would be enough to keep potential threats out. Ulysses gave Noah a look, like, "You really expect me to ignore that?" Noah tightened his hold on the tennis ball chucker. Ulysses never did well competing with smaller dogs for his toys. He unclipped Ulysses with a stern look. "Be good." Still yapping, the little dog rushed over to inspect his new enemy. Predictably, Ulysses wandered away to do his business. He was too old for these sorts of games. Noah gave a half-hearted wave in the direction of the owner, but the guy didn't look up from his phone. The young guy was a typical hipster tourist, thick tortoise-framed glasses, artfully messed-up dark hair with a thick purple streak falling over his forehead. Slim build, but his wide shoulders stretched his too-thin jacket, making the shiny fabric ripple with his motions. He wasn't any more prepared for November in Utah than his designer dog. Still, he was a cute guy, if one was the type to notice things like that, which Noah was not. Noah looked away, studying the sheer cliffs that surrounded the Capitol Reef National Park. Didn't matter how much time he spent in southern Utah, he never got tired of the view. Phone guy was missing the light, shifting into one of those perfect late fall sunsets that made the early dusk worth the loss of daylight. Pink streaks mingled with gray sky to cast a rosy glow over the scrubby grass and low fence of the dog area. Roar! Ulysses flopped at Noah's feet, a deep, beseeching whine rattling out of his barrel chest. He was 80 pounds of unhappy. He'd waited patiently all afternoon while Noah worked, and now he was missing out on his ball time, thanks to the teacup gatekeeper. "Okay, but play nice." Noah threw the ball hard with the chucker toy, going for enough distance to outstrip the tiny dog's ability to keep up with Ulysses. Not surprisingly, the little guy was tenacious, cutting off Ulysses' path to the ball. Ulysses gave a warning woof, and Noah broke into a run, heading after the dogs. "Down," he called out. Ulysses wouldn't attack the smaller dog, but he wasn't above a major tantrum. And despite the smaller dog acting as instigator, people would see the huge black dog and toss out the aggressor label. Noah preferred to exercise him late in the day. Ulysses simply didn't enjoy playing with other dogs, and Noah wasn't one to force his dog into uncomfortable situations. The little dog stood over the ball, yapping up a storm while Ulysses barked and growled, ignoring Noah's command to sit. Finally, the owner hefted himself off the picnic bench. "Pixel, baby, what are you doing?" the owner called, in a melodic voice that didn't inspire Noah's confidence in the man's ability to control his dog. "Did the big doggy scare you?" "Ha, typical," Noah snorted. "Can you grab the ball?" He didn't trust those little dog breeds, too quick to snap. He'd nearly been bitten trying to retrieve a ball more than once. "Oh, sure." The guy reached under Pixel, typical cutesy name for an annoying dog, and delicately plucked the ball free, but instead of handing it to Noah, he gave it a toss, sending both dogs running. Oh, great. Noah let out a slow breath, little puffs of vapor in the crisp evening air that did nothing to diffuse his tension. "It'll be okay." The way too handsy guy patted the sleeve of Noah's parka. "They just need to work it out. Pixel loves to play." Noah took a step to the side. Who did that? Touched complete strangers? But the guy kept up his friendly grin, not unlike his dog, who kept gamely chasing Ulysses. Ulysses won the race to the ball this time and hightailed it back to Noah. Not releasing his prize, he whined softly. "Hey, boy, you got a toy?" The guy knelt to dog level and extended a hand, but instead of sniffing, Ulysses shook his head. "Sorry, he's not much on new people." "Neither am I." Noah's voice sounded rough to his own ears, too many days with only Ulysses to talk to. "It's okay." The guy straightened, then extended a hand to Noah. "I'm Adrian Gottlieb. You been at Capitol Reef long?" "Couple of weeks." He returned Adrian's handshake, hating it when a little buzz shot up his arm. Unlike his own gloved hand, Adrian's hand was bare, a hint of a tattoo playing peekaboo with his cuff, his grip strong and firm. And Noah had absolutely no business noticing anything more than the guy's relentless friendliness. Adrian smiled expectantly as he released Noah's hand. "Oh, I'm Noah, and that's Ulysses," he added, because dog people always wanted to know all about the dog. No doubt the guy was bursting to tell Pixel's life story. "Adrian!" A heavily accented voice called from the gate. A beefy guy, close to Noah's age, leaned on the fence, bald head gleaming in the setting sun. "I'm lonely. When are you coming back?" "Coming," Adrian shouted, then gave Noah a shrug with a "what can you do" expression on his face. He grabbed Pixel and jogged across the field. Noah nodded like he knew anything about handling demanding friends. Adrian greeted the mammoth dude with a quick peck. Okay then, not a friend. He should have guessed, but he was a bit slow about relationship stuff. The country was changing, even way out here, but no one would dare try even that much PDA in his tiny West Texas college town. His stomach gave a weird flip. Not quite discomfort, but something else he refused to name. Time to return his attention to Ulysses. He hurled the tennis ball as hard as he could. An hour later, Noah was trying to squeeze in a bit more work before dinner when he heard shouting outside his RV. He looked out the window above his sink but didn't see anyone. There was, however, an RV where yesterday there had been only silence and rocky terrain. The camper was one of those RV USA rental things that screamed, "I'm being very poorly driven by a green tourist with no clue about campground etiquette." Dozens of empty spots at the Sunny Ridge RV park this time of year, but of course the universe saw fit to toss Noah yet another distraction. He had to get this chapter finished tonight, including the footnotes. December 22nd was less than 2 weeks away, and he was still compiling research. The tenure committee would not be amused if he missed his book deadline and had nothing to show for his sabbatical. He tried putting on his headphones, but he could still hear the distant echo of angry voices. He recognized Adrian's boyfriend's heavy New Jersey accent, though, and the argument was coming from the RV right next to his. Hell, should he go for the park manager? Noah really didn't want to get in the middle of a domestic dispute, but he also needed to work. He took off the headphones, pushing the useless things aside. He couldn't make out actual words, but the fight seemed to be escalating with a lot more cursing. The boyfriend seemed to be doing most of the yelling. Hell, if things got physical, Noah would have no choice but to go get the manager. Adrian was a little taller and wider than Noah, but he was no match for his hulk of boyfriend. Noah put on his shoes. His lower back tightened, a deep cramp hitting him. He hated arguments. Hated even overhearing them. God, he hoped there wasn't alcohol involved. That could get things ugly in a hurry. "Get out!" The nasal voice of the boyfriend was unmistakable this time. "Hey!" Adrian's indignant yell echoed through Noah's RV. Noah rushed to the window again. Adrian was standing in front of the door to his rental RV, boyfriend lurking in the doorway. "Never figured you for such a pussy," the guy growled. "And take your stupid dog." He all but tossed a wriggling Pixel at Adrian. "Do you have to be such an asshole?" Adrian called as the door slammed in his face. Seconds later, the sound of a revving engine cut through the evening. Oh, fuck. Noah swung open his door as the boyfriend backed out of the space. "What the hell are you doing?" Adrian yelled. Pixel tucked under one arm, he raced after the RV, but it was too late. The boyfriend was ignoring all the 5 miles per hour signs and booking it out of the RV park, tires spitting up gravel. The smell of diesel heavy in the chilly evening air. Ow! Adrian made a pained sound as he hobbled back toward his now empty RV spot. Are you hurt? Rage gathered in Noah's insides as he rushed to Adrian, extending an arm to help him hobble to the site's picnic table. No, just stupid rocks making it hard to walk. Adrian looked down, and Noah saw his bare feet. His feet were long and narrow, and rapidly turning pale in the cold. You better come inside, Noah said before he could rethink the offer. I'll go get the manager for you. No worries, I'm sure Trent will be back soon. Adrian's small smile didn't reach his eyes. He probably needs to drive around a few minutes, let off some steam. Don't get the manager. I don't want us kicked out. Getting kicked out was probably already in the works if old Billy had gotten a look at Trent's driving, but Noah merely nodded. Let the man have a little pride. Can I bring you a jacket and some socks while you wait? I'm good. Expression tight, Adrian made a shooing motion in the direction of Noah's RV. He tucked his feet under him and let the dog burrow into his fleece sweatshirt. He pulled his phone out of his pocket. Effectively dismissed, Noah hesitated on the steps of his RV, hating to leave Adrian outside alone. You bastard, Adrian said into his phone. Letting me go to voicemail? Where the hell are you? You've got all my stuff. My wallet's in there. If you're going to abandon me, at least let me get my crap, you asswipe. Okay. On second thought, maybe letting Adrian cool down for a few minutes was the right idea. Well, crap. Adrian disconnected the call and glanced up at Noah's closed RV door. He heard Noah murmuring something to his dog. He was a nice guy, far too nice to have to deal with someone's BS ruining his evening. But then again, he himself was too nice a guy for this BS. The crisp bite of the early evening air stung his cheeks before nipping into his bones, underscoring just how trapped he was. He checked his phone. Less than 30% power. No phone charger. No wallet. No backpack with his laptop. No freaking shoes. Pixel shivered under his sweatshirt. The day had hovered around 60 degrees, but the night had a definite chill to it, and the dry wind was picking up. And nothing for you either, I know. He stroked Pixel's quivering back. We'll get your toys and bed back, I promise. His hand tightened on the small dog, Adrian's insides clenching along with his fist. How had he misjudged Trent so completely? A month ago, the idea of driving across the country had seemed like such a good way for them to finally get to know each other in person. But the man had done nothing but complain for the past 4 days, ever since he got off the plane in L.A. But still, Adrian would never have pegged him for a guy who'd abandon him in the middle of Utah. He straightened his shoulders, pressing his back into the edge of the wooden picnic table. Trent had to be coming back. Adrian dialed his number again, but it went straight to voicemail. He left another angry, "Call me this minute" message, then thumbed through his messages. 9 zillion work emails, all reminding him of the mess waiting for him after his vacation. Nothing from Trent, not that he was expecting him to text an apology. Some vacation, huh, baby? He said to Pixel. Next time, you and me are going to an island. Just us. A deep chuckle cut into Adrian's monologue. That would certainly be warmer. Great, now you look even more pathetic. Noah stepped down from his RV holding a blanket, an expectant look on his face. I'm sure Trent's already on his way back. Adrian tried to sound way more confident than he felt. Damn it, he was not the kind of guy who got into these situations. Well, okay, clearly he was, but he didn't have to like looking helpless in front of Mr. Outdoors. Noah looked totally ready for the climate in a parka and hiking boots and a pair of those camping pants with all the pockets. His closely cropped beard and plaid shirt only added to his very well-kept mountain man air, and he didn't seem any too thrilled to be rescuing him. A frown creased his face as he tossed the blanket. I brought you a blanket. I'm going to go hunt down Billy. It's already dark. You can't sit there all night." Noah leaned down to give Ulysses a pat. The dog kept tugging on his leash, no doubt eager to play with Pixel, who was wriggling to get down. Adrian was in no such hurry to go search out the elderly campground manager. He'd met Billy when they'd checked in, and the man had pulled a 2 tequila no chaser sour face when he'd realized Adrian and Trent were a couple. No doubt the man would be only too happy to be rid of them. "I should wait here. I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. All my stuff's in the RV. He's got to come back." Noah gave him a skeptical look and gestured at Adrian's phone. "I'd be canceling my credit cards." "I trust Trent," Adrian lied. He didn't need to air all his misgivings to this guy. "Suit yourself. I'll be back." With that, Noah strode away. Adrian snuggled into the blanket, creating a little nest for Pixel and covering up his frozen feet. He rubbed them, trying to get a little circulation back. His brain felt equally frozen, clogged with too many conflicting thoughts and feelings. Instead of using the time to cancel his cards or to call his family, Adrian got involved in a work discussion over email. Talking about misbehaving octagons and things failing to render was so much better than thinking about what an epic mistake he'd made with Trent. Beep, beep. The battery warning signal sounded. Crap-tastic. He'd forgotten how fast his battery drained out here. Looking up, he saw Noah headed back to the site, dark hair ruffled by the cool breeze. He was probably 8 or 10 years older than his own 25. But he was a good-looking man. Not hot as much as classically handsome, the sort of long, regal nose and deep-set eyes and a narrow face that gave him an almost aristocratic air, despite the beard and rugged clothing. And he was almost certainly straight, and Adrian had only been broken up with Trent for a whole half hour, so he had no business cataloging Noah's appeal. Ulysses pulled at the leash, looking far more eager to see Adrian than his owner. And that wasn't saying much, seeing as how the dog was rather standoffish. Curious, but not playful. "Billy's gone for the evening. I was going to have him take you into Green River, but he's already there. Business has been so slow, he left a note on the door of the house. Said he'd check in new arrivals in the morning. Too darn trusting, that man." Noah looked right at Adrian as he said that last bit. Okay, message received. Did everyone have to have an opinion about Adrian's taste in men? "He can just leave like that?" Adrian asked. "There's a whole 6 vehicles here. It's winter. Most of the RV places nearby are closed for the season. This isn't exactly a high-class joint." Noah gestured. The campground was on the outskirts of the national park, more amenable to long-term campers like Noah, but close enough to attract the park tourists like Adrian, too. The other RVs were clustered closer to old Billy's cabin, in the neatly numbered spaces surrounding the covered picnic area and horseshoe pits. From here, all he could make out was the distant interior lights on the rig closest to Billy's cabin. Adrian and Noah were down past the off-leash dog area, on a dead-end gravel drive. No seasonal decor down here. Adrian figured that Billy had stuck him and Trent out in a distant space to avoid gay cooties. He didn't know what Noah's deal was, but he struck Adrian as the sort of guy who would request the farthest, most remote space. Noah scanned Adrian up and down, a condescending little smirk like he assumed Adrian was afraid of roughing it and wouldn't know how to appreciate a place like this. And yeah, that had been one of Adrian's arguments with Trent. Trent liked the swankier RV parks with indoor pools and weight rooms, while all Adrian had really cared about was the little dog-friendly icon on his trip guide app. He wasn't some pampered princess, no matter what Noah assumed. "You have someone you can call?" Noah asked. His voice was smooth and cultured, like an NPR announcer, no hint of a Western drawl. Despite the outdoorsy exterior, he wasn't from around these parts. "Not exactly," Adrian laughed, because really, what else could he do? "My family's in Denver, but it's complicated." Besides being 8 hours away, he did not want to deal with confessing the whole Trent tale quite yet. Noah studied him for a long moment, brows creasing in an expression that said he understood complicated. I get that, but you can't stay outside tonight. The temperature will keep dropping. Noah held open the door of his RV. For better or worse, I think you're stuck with me and Ulysses for the night. He said the last bit all resigned and not as if he was doing him a favor. More like Adrian's frozen carcass would be a nuisance he'd rather not have to clean up. Something about that worse gave Adrian pause. Noah had a confident air, the sort of guy comfortable with the outdoors who probably knew a whole bunch of ways to harm someone that had nothing to do with brute strength. It finally struck Adrian how darn helpless Trent had left him. His chest hitched and his throat tightened. Stranded. He left me. Now he was completely at Noah's mercy, and defenseless was not the sort of guy Adrian was. In fact, that had been most of the problem with Trent. Adrian wasn't the sort to shut up and take orders nicely. Adrian stood, wrapping the blanket tightly around him and Pixel, but didn't rush to follow Noah. This felt big, somehow. Bigger than admitting Trent wasn't about to reappear. Warm light spilled out from Noah's RV along with a spicy, meaty scent. Well, come on, Noah motioned impatiently. Pixel made a snuffling sound in Adrian's arms. Poor baby was going to freeze out here long before Adrian admitted he was well and truly fucked. He was out of options. No choice but to accept Noah's reluctant hospitality. Chapter 2. I didn't mean to impose. Adrian channeled his mother's manners as he followed Noah and his dog into the RV. He wasn't sure what else to say. Sorry I'm such a loser, came to mind, as did, please don't turn out to be a serial killer. Not that Noah exactly had the crazy hermit vibe. His beard and short hair were too much groomed to pull off the whole Unabomber look, but he did seem to have the recluse thing down pat. I should probably put a note over at my space so Trent can find me when he comes back. Do you have some paper I could borrow? Adrian's words came out much too fast, a product of his overactive imagination latching onto the serial killer thing. However, it was true that he and Pixel were pretty much at the mercy of the man and his giant beast of a dog. Like Pixel, the dog appeared to be some unholy mix of breeds. Adrian detected some black lab along with some shepherd. But where Pixel resembled the smallest varieties of his breeds, Ulysses had maxed out the large and shaggy gene pool. I have a bit. Noah raised one eyebrow as he pointed at the dining nook and small L-shaped kitchenette area. Both were covered in neat stacks of papers and post-it notes. Additional stacks took up the couch opposite the entryway. Noah plucked a sheet off a stack, scanned it, then handed it to Adrian along with a black pen. Here, you can write on the back of this. Thanks. Adrian scribbled a quick message on the sheet. You a writer? God, no. Noah gave a bitter-sounding laugh. Archaeologist. If I were more of a writer, I wouldn't be stuck spending my holiday trying to finish this book. Archaeology? Like buried treasure? Or more like dinosaurs? Indiana Jones or that dinosaur show on PBS are my only options? A smile teased at Noah's lips. His lips were slender but wide, and when he smiled, it gave his whole face an unexpected devilish glint. No, I'm the boring kind of archaeology professor. No big bones, no treasure. I'm actually a geoarchaeologist. I specialize in the study of how early civilizations interacted with their physical environment and how that physical environment influenced the artifacts we find. Professor. That made total sense. Noah's intriguing combination of refinement and outdoorsman slid into new focus. The man was no Harrison Ford, but Adrian would bet he made his fair share of undergraduates swoon. Noah got more animated as he talked, muscles seeming to relax a bit. Tension unspooled inside of Adrian, too, his internal sensors coming off red alert. Noah wasn't an antisocial loner. He was simply one of those guys who didn't really come alive until you got him talking about work. Adrian could sympathize. Being able to only talk about work was exactly how he'd landed in this mess. It had been only too easy to get wrapped up in his space villager work until one day he'd looked up from his monitor and realized it had been 2 years since he'd had more than 24 hours away from the job, and months since he'd socialized with anyone not connected to work. And then along came Trent, and Adrian's overworked brain and underutilized heart shorted out, failing to see the warning signs. Adrian ducked out of the RV and put the note on the marker for his space. When he returned, Noah was clearing off the couch and dining table, collecting stacks of papers. His RV was bigger than the one Adrian had rented with Trent. It had been the smallest the rental place had, one of the ones with the bed over the truck cab and a small eating area and bathroom in the back. Adrian had gone with higher gas mileage and easy to park over comfort, something else Trent had bitched about. No doubt he'd been more approving of Noah's bus-like RV with its flat face and side bump-outs that created more width for the kitchen and dining areas. An open door beyond the tiny kitchen led to a bedroom, complete with neatly made bed, while the front of the RV was almost like a living room with the driver's and passenger's chairs flipped around to face the long, narrow sofa. A flat-screen TV was mounted near the kitchen cabinets, completing the almost homey feel of the place. "This is pretty swank," Adrian said as he set Pixel down. Ulysses studied him cautiously, slinking off to the bedroom and flopping in the doorway, undoubtedly to keep an eye on the intruder. "You camp a lot?" "Sort of." Noah gave him another of his half-smiles. "This is actually my primary residence. I'm out in the field most summers and on breaks, and I did enough tent camping in graduate school to make me decide to get this over an apartment. There's a nice RV park close to campus, and I ride my bike everywhere I need to go in town." "Where do you teach?" Noah looked away as he sorted papers on the counter. "Landview Christian College. It's in Northwest Texas." "I've heard of it," Adrian said carefully. He sat gingerly on the couch. Great. Totally his luck to get trapped with a right-winger. Noah was probably no more accepting than old Billy, only better at hiding his disdain for Adrian and his deviant lifestyle. He'd heard of Landview in an HRC piece on the least accepting colleges in America, and their president had been a vocal endorser of the hate-filled family values candidate in the last presidential primary. "Oh, wait, you need dry socks." Noah sounded a bit too hearty as he ducked into the bedroom. His voice didn't have the typical Texas twang, instead tinged with something softer, a little more southern and cultured. He handed Adrian a cushy pair of hiking socks. Simply pulling them on felt so good on his chilled feet. Noah must be one of those guys too nice to let Adrian freeze even as he condemned him. Adrian had a few of those in his extended family, but it had been a while since he'd had to walk this particular tightrope of social interaction. "You want stew?" Noah finished clearing papers and opened a slow cooker on the counter. "Yes, please." Adrian jumped at the distraction. Food was a nice, safe conversation topic. "Oh wait, does it have flour in it?" Noah gave him a hard look. Okay, not such a safe topic after all. "You on some sort of diet?" "No, celiac. I can't have gluten." God, could he be any more of a pain? If it wasn't for horrific cramping he got when he screwed up and ate wheat, he'd happily shut up about his stupid restrictions. Noah fished a seasoning packet out of the trash under the sink. "You're in luck. This batch doesn't, and be glad you caught me on a cooking day." "Cooking day?" "Cook once, reheat thrice." Noah's little smile was back. Adrian liked the man so much when he smiled. The little flashes of a sense of humor made Adrian feel less like the biggest burden on the planet. "With me, it's more like takeout day and leftover day. Rinse and repeat. The folks at the Co-Opportunity Deli counter know me by sight." "Where's home for you?" "Santa Monica, right outside of L.A." Pixel made an unhappy whimper from his spot in front of Adrian. Adrian lifted him to his lap, but he was still shivering all over. "Is he always so cold?" Noah hovered over the couch. "Or do you think he's sick?" "He's always cold. He's got a whole collection of sweaters, and I got him a special cat bed, one with a hood. He loves being cozy." Adrian drifted off as he realized he sounded like one of those dog people. Noah bustled off, stopping at a cabinet by the bedroom door. He returned with a faded red towel. "You're sitting on what serves as a dog bed around here, but maybe you could wrap him in this." "Thanks." Adrian's eyes felt suspiciously itchy. He busied himself wrapping Pixel. Noah was being way nicer than he had to be. Maybe it was a good Samaritan sort of thing, but it had been a day, and even this amount of compassion made him feel all floppy inside. He dug out his phone because that always made him feel more centered, but a blank screen greeted him, and he remembered the battery situation. "Hey, do you happen to have a spare Apple charger?" he asked, holding up his phone. Noah looked up from stirring the stew. "For your phone? I'm afraid not. I'm an Android guy. I've got plenty of mini USB chargers, though." "That's not going to work with my iPhone." Adrian rubbed his head. Now he was even more isolated and trapped. "Hell, now I won't know if Trent tries to call." Noah snorted, as if he doubted that possibility was an issue. "He could, and I'll have a pile of email to sort through once I finally get power. But not your problem. Sorry to be such a pain." "What do you do? Are you still in school?" Noah took 2 bowls down from an overhead cabinet. Adrian almost groaned. Of course, Noah saw him as young and helpless, because only college kids got themselves into pickles like this. And yeah, Noah was older, but he wasn't that much older. "I'm a video game designer, and I'm 25. Yeah, there was totally a defensive tone to his voice, but Adrian couldn't help it. "Which game?" Surprisingly, Noah perked up, shoulders lifting and eyes brightening, like he had when he'd talked about his own work. He set the bowls on the dining table and then motioned for Adrian to join him. "Space Villager. It's not out yet, but it's a big crowd-funded game." "I've heard of it." Noah's smile reached his eyes, making their hazel depths dance with little gold flecks. "Donated, actually." "Really?" Adrian couldn't hide his disbelief. Noah so did not seem like the gamer type. "Well, usually I'm more of an Ultima man, but I have this thing for crowdfunding." Noah's neck turned a little pink. "Last year I supported a gravity light and about 10 different board games, and other stuff, and Space Villager." "Yeah? Which colony did you purchase?" And just like that, dinner conversation got far easier. They chatted about the game, and Adrian filled Noah in on where they were in the release schedule. Noah was ridiculously easy to talk to. A good listener with lots of great questions. As long as Adrian kept the whole right-winger who probably hates me thing out of his head, this wasn't going to be a terrible night. Noah tossed and turned in his bed, making Ulysses groan. Ulysses was already in a bad mood because Noah had made up the couch for Adrian and Pixel. Ulysses still wasn't sure what to make of the usurpers, but giving up his bed had made the old dog even more cranky. He'd taken forever to settle and had finally decided that across Noah's feet was the only acceptable location for his considerable bulk. Noah wasn't used to sharing his bed, wasn't used to sharing his space, wasn't used to a stranger using his sheets, burrowed under his spare comforter, close enough that Noah could hear his soft snores. What would it be like to have another person next to him? Would it be as irritating as wrestling with a dog for space? Or would it be like the winter nights when he was grateful for a little extra warmth? Of course, another human next to him would be all sorts of more complicated than a canine. And that thought had him tossing off the covers, limbs feverishly hot. It would be so much easier if Adrian were some slacker college student. Then Noah could place him firmly in the thou shalt not even think of it category as his own students and head off these errant thoughts. But no, Adrian was a man. Despite his current predicament, Adrian had proven himself to be a highly functional adult. He was a lead developer on a game Noah was dearly anticipating, and they'd stayed up chatting about the game for several hours. Part of why Noah had secluded himself out here for the duration of his book writing was because a powerful Wi-Fi connection was his kryptonite. It was far too easy to lose hours to games and surfing. He'd cured himself of the World of Warcraft addiction he'd had in grad school, but Space Villager threatened to be every bit as addictive. Listening to Adrian talk about the game was all kinds of torture. Not only did Noah wish he could play it now, but also Adrian turned all adorably focused when he talked about Space Villager. Adrian had the best kind of voice, animated and enthusiastic with a natural melodic tone. Noah spent plenty of time around stuffy guys with dry, monotone voices, men who droned on and held zero temptation. But that wasn't the case with Adrian. Watching him talk was almost as intoxicating as listening to him. His pale blue eyes got wide behind his frames, and his big hands waved about, showing little flashes of that wrist tattoo. Noah wanted to know what else made Adrian's eyes go wide, and where else he had ink, and nothing. In the morning, Adrian would have to figure out a new plan, because there was no way he could stay here. It was just too darn risky to keep a guy like him around. Naturally, the morning conspired against him. Noah awoke to a hard, driving rain and a big temperature drop. Rain seldom lasted very long out here, but it did lessen his ability to send Adrian on his way. Adrian was still lying on the sofa bed when Noah got up with Ulysses, but Pixel did a happy dance when he saw them. "Better let me take the dog out for you," Noah said, as Adrian stirred under the comforter. "You won't last a minute out there with no shoes." "Thanks." Adrian sat up and the covers pooled around his waist. Lord save me. Sometime in the night, Adrian had removed his shirt. In addition to the tattoo on his right forearm, some sort of pixelated action hero with a rainbow cape, a massive scene of battling spaceships, each emblazoned with the Space Villager logo, stretched from the top of each bicep, under his collarbones, and skating across his pecs. Fancy Latin script of some sort of motto danced right above his nipples. "You must really love your job," he said, the words escaping before he could recall them. "I do. Robert may have had the prior game developing experience and the venture capital connections, but I've been with the team since the earliest concept drawings." Adrian had terrible bedhead, which only added more appeal to his impish grin. A grin which said he knew Noah had been checking out his ink much, much too intently. "Better get the dogs out." Noah slipped on his parka, pulling the hood tight. He dug out Ulysses' spare leash. It was way too much lead for such a small dog, but it would do. He let the dogs pull him out of the RV, resisting the temptation to get another look at Adrian's torso. Did you see his pierced nipple? His subconscious was relentless, and shame swamped him as he led the dogs away from the RV. He had no business ogling anyone, definitely not a guy, and specifically not Adrian, who was young and vulnerable and lived in a world where he could tattoo his sexuality on his arm. Noah lived on a different planet entirely. Trying to juggle both dogs with zero caffeine in his bloodstream only worsened his mood. The rain slapped against his face, and he didn't bother taking them to the dog run, just ran them down the gravel drive. Or, more accurately, attempted to run. Ulysses wouldn't stop sniffing Pixel, and Pixel wouldn't stop trying to get Ulysses to play. "Just pee, darn it." Finally, the dogs cooperated, but he ended up carrying a shivering Pixel back to the RV. "Here, better wrap him up," he said as he entered the RV, but Adrian didn't look up. He sat on the couch, head in his hands. He didn't move as Pixel tried to nuzzle in under the covers. "What's wrong?" Noah had the strangest urge to rub Adrian's neck. That wasn't happening, so he busied his hands with starting the kettle for tea. Everything was better with a strong cup of tea. "He's not coming back, is he?" Adrian scrubbed at his hair, making it even more of a mess. Oh, hell. How to tread delicately. Noah thought back to how his sister had reacted after breaking up with that car salesman who was terrible for her. At least Adrian wasn't in tears. "I don't think so," he said finally. "God, I am so well and truly fucked." Adrian flopped back onto the sofa bed. "Seriously, I'm the stupidest judge of character ever." Seriously, an appendectomy might be preferable to this conversation. There was a reason he kept his distance from his undergraduates and their volatile emotions. He was quite possibly the world's worst comforter. "Were you together a long time?" Noah asked, getting 2 mugs from the dish drainer. "Depends on how you look at things." Oh, hell, they were in for a long story. Noah smiled tightly and made a little go-ahead gesture before surveying the cupboard for something Adrian might be able to eat. We met online about 5 months ago, but this trip was our first in-person meeting. We left LA 2 days ago. We're going to spend Thanksgiving with my family. So, less than a week or almost 6 months, depending on how you count. Adrian laughed, a bit too self-consciously. Noah wasn't sure what he could say to put him at ease. So, you don't really know this guy? You definitely need to cancel your credit cards. Okay, that definitely didn't qualify as comfort. But, like always, Noah's mind was too focused on the practical. I know, Adrian moaned. Can't even do that because my phone's dead. You can use mine. Noah slipped his own off the charger. His psyche hummed at being useful for something. Then we can search out Billy. Maybe Trent's been in contact with him. Adrian didn't accept the phone Noah held out. Or maybe you want to call your family first? Noah tried again. Please, let me help you. When Adrian still didn't grab the phone, Noah set it next to him. He poured Adrian a mug of tea. How about you start with some tea? Help me out here. You look like you need a hug, and I am the least equipped person on earth to give you that. Yeah, Adrian accepted the tea. Milk? Noah offered the quart he kept in the fridge. No thanks. Adrian made a face, then stood up, jeans riding low on his hips. I'm sorry, you're being nice and I'm being a total whiny brat. Let me drink this, then I'll figure out how to get out of your hair. He was silent for several moments while he drank his tea, but his mind was obviously still spinning, judging by the furtive glances he kept giving Noah. I've had this crazy idea, Adrian said at last. Noah had his own crazy ideas, none of which were ever getting voiced. Lord help him if their ideas overlapped. He should go cower under his blankets. That might save him. What if you took me to Denver? He should have listened to that impulse and burrowed his head under a pillow, because he sure as hell didn't know what to say now. Chapter 3. Adrian tried to read Noah's reaction, but his impassive face gave nothing away, leaving him to rattle on. At some point in the past 12 hours, he'd decided that Noah was hardly the bigot he'd feared at first. And given his options, trying to buy a ride from Noah didn't seem like a terrible idea. I could pay you. I mean, I know I don't have any cash now, but I make good money at Space Villager. You can look me up. I'm in a number of the online code review websites where we talk about debugging problems. Hi, look at me. I'm so important. I'm on Twitch and YouTube. Could he sound any more ridiculous? His offer of cash was based on the assumption that Trent hadn't already cleaned out his accounts, but he kept his mouth shut about that. He didn't want to assume the worst about Trent. Maybe he had a terrible temper, but Adrian didn't like to think he'd picked a criminal for a maybe sort of boyfriend. Heck, even thinking of Trent as an opportunistic Space Villager groupie was better. Oh, good idea. Hey, I could even get you beta access to Module Racer and Pod Command. Yup, dork factor maximized. And maybe he hadn't quite learned his lesson with Trent, but there was something really gratifying about a guy who got his game and who could talk hours about the intricacies. Heck, he'd give Noah access simply for last night's hospitality. But if it sweetened the deal... Something flashed in Noah's eyes and his mouth quirked, but he still shook his head. That's tempting, and I'm not unsympathetic to your situation, but I'm under a deadline here. I get it. Adrian shoved aside the disappointment that bubbled up in his throat and stung his sinuses. He wasn't Noah's problem. You've done a lot for me already, and I appreciate it. I'll figure something out. After putting on his t-shirt and fleece sweatshirt, he picked up Noah's phone. Time to face the music, or at least part of it. Noah was right about needing to address the credit and bank card issue. And admittedly, dealing with practicalities was easier than calling his family. He still wasn't ready for that. He used the browser on Noah's phone to find the number for his bank and got started on the lengthy process of getting stuff canceled. While he dealt with being on hold, Noah puttered around the tiny kitchen, getting out a frying pan and digging some eggs and bacon out of his small fridge. There was something sweetly domestic about watching him work, and Adrian's chest did a weird flip. Even Noah's tea-drinking habit was quaint and homey, and Adrian didn't miss his usual coffee. This was what he was supposed to have had with Trent: quiet mornings with breakfast and gorgeous views. Instead, he was sitting here feeling more stressed than he'd ever been in his life, as he recited his personal information 5 times to cancel all his cards, effectively cutting him off from his life even more. As Adrian disconnected from the last bank company, Noah put 2 plates of food onto the dining table. "I don't have bread you can eat, but I figured eggs and bacon were pretty safe." Oh, man. The warmth in Adrian's chest spread up his neck and down low into his gut. Trent had never attempted to accommodate his dietary needs in the meals they'd shared, and here Noah had done it without prompting. "Thanks." He slid in opposite Noah. "And I opened up a can of tuna for Pixel. Ulysses' food is way too big for the little guy to chop." Noah motioned to the tile area in front of the door where both dogs were happily eating. Adrian bit down hard on his lip, trying to stop the rising tide of emotions. Noah had bothered to care for Adrian's dog. The sweetness was killing him. "Are you missing your family's holiday to work on your book?" he asked. "Are you single?" That was what he really wanted to ask. A nice guy like Noah had no business spending the holiday alone. Noah made the same sort of face he'd made when Adrian said his family stuff was complicated. "My mom and sister both live in North Carolina. They understand about the deadline." The way Noah didn't meet Adrian's gaze and instead pushed his eggs around his plate said there was far more to the story. But Adrian didn't push. After all, he wasn't exactly eager to talk about his own family situation. Noah ate with the same quiet efficiency he did everything else, and he finished first. "I guess I'd better search out Billy now," Adrian said reluctantly after he scooped up the last bite of his eggs. Noah's phone sat mocking him on the table, but he wasn't ready to call his mother yet. He'd really rather cling to the tiny hope that Trent had been in contact with the manager. "You can't go out in just socks." Noah gestured at Adrian's feet. "It's way too cold and muddy today, but I had an idea." "Oh? Please say it involves me hanging out here longer." "What size shoe are you? Your feet look slightly smaller than mine." "Hey, I resent that implication." Adrian bit back the quick retort. "I wear an 11. "Good. I have a spare pair of hiking boots. These are 12s, but I can give you an extra pair of socks. Now, just to find the darn things." Noah put the plates in the sink, then went to the cabinets over the couch area. "I think I shoved them in here." Adrian had a hard time picturing the uber-organized Noah haphazardly putting things away. Sure enough, the cupboards were neater than most of Adrian's coworkers' desks, little baskets to hold things and neat stacks of books and papers. Noah started unloading the nearest cabinet, putting books on the couch so he could get to the items in the back of the cupboard. "Oh my gosh!" Adrian wasn't trying to be nosy, he really wasn't, but he spotted a set of familiar books, one of his all-time favorite sci-fi series. His very favorite, very gay, very hot and steamy sci-fi books. He picked up the well-worn top copy. His own copies were on his e-reader, but no less beloved. "Are you gay?" The question was out before he could rein in his tongue, his brain reeling with pleasure at finding a fellow fan and at this potential new revelation about Noah. Noah made a strangled sound and dropped the boots he was holding. Help. Noah hadn't been thinking as he unloaded the cupboard, hadn't thought about his stash of fiction books. A noise escaped his throat, an outraged squeak that most certainly did not come from him. "Are you gay?" Ever since he was 15, he'd worked deliberately to make sure he never faced that question. He wasn't good at lying, and he knew better than to go constructing houses out of cards. The threat of a swift breeze had hung over him for so long, he didn't know how to operate without the chilling fear of discovery, however remote. He didn't allow himself many indulgences, But here, in his space, where no one ever visited, where he got to shut the door on all those pressures, he'd let himself get a little sloppy. And now he was stuck. Lie. How hard can it be to say no? He grabbed the books and tossed them back in the cupboard, like that would solve anything. Oh, Adrian made a little noise, and Noah made the mistake of looking at his face. His eyes were bluer than before, soft, with the sort of compassion that made his stomach ache. Pixel echoed Adrian's noise. Oh, great, now the animals were in on his humiliation, too. I forgot about your school. You're not out, are you? I don't think that's any of your business. Damn, his voice wobbled. I'm sorry. Don't be. Hell, Noah wasn't a man given to extravagant cursing, but this was a total mess. The last thing he needed was Adrian's pity. There's the boots. I'll get you another pair of socks. Breathing hard, he ducked into the bedroom. His pulse pounded in his ears, the roar of an excavator tearing up his carefully segmented life. He grabbed the socks from the dresser built into the side of the bed, then turned to find Adrian right there, behind him. Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Adrian touched his arm, patting him like he was some spooked dog. For Pete's sake, can't I get a little privacy here? Noah recoiled from the touch, stepping back against the bed. His home didn't usually feel claustrophobic, but right then, every square inch seemed to be closing in, pressing up against his raw and vulnerable skin. I'll go now. Adrian took the socks from Noah, then went to the couch where he made quick work of the socks and boots. That's probably best. Noah didn't recognize his own voice, didn't recognize this fear clattering through his veins. Thanks for everything, really. You didn't have to help me last night, and I'm sorry I intruded on your space. Adrian grabbed Pixel, tucking him under his arm, and then he was gone, Noah's door swinging softly shut behind. The frigid air snuck in, smacking Noah in the face, and tasting an awful lot like regret. Rocky dirt crunched under Adrian's borrowed boots as he walked toward Billy's cabin. The dirt in this part of Utah was a dark, dusky red that clung to the boots' bulky treads. In the distance, the Capitol Reef rock formations hulked impressively against the horizon. When he was a kid, his dad had dragged him and his sisters to this region for camping trips, and Adrian had liked pretending he'd landed on an alien landscape, bounding across big rocks and shooting scrubby bushes with imaginary laser beams. Now, though, he felt more like a stranded space captain. No ship, no currency, and no more friendly locals. His wits seemed to be in short supply, and his trusty companion was currently shivering under his sweatshirt. Some holiday. By the time he reached Billy's cabin, the cold air had turned his cheeks and hands pink, and the chill wound its way around his spine, an increasing reminder of what an idiot he'd been to trust Trent. The open sign was up on the door. Billy's place was a faux log cabin meets faux adobe atrocity of 1950s architecture. The front of the cabin served as an office and tiny, cluttered general store. Billy himself was as outdated as his aspirin and mouthwash packets, with his grizzled head and torn blue down vest over a faded plaid shirt. The elderly man gave Adrian an assessing stare through rheumy eyes. No dogs in here. It's posted. He pointed to a sign on the wall. Adrian backed up to the battered doorframe. Sorry, I don't have a leash. That's not exactly my problem now, is it? Billy said around a toothpick in his mouth. Ran your card first thing this morning, soon as I heard about your man friend lighting off. Should have canceled the cards last night. Adrian suppressed his groan. You haven't heard anything from Trent or anything about him? I look like your personal secretary, boy. You're letting all the cold air in, and as of right now, you're not a paying customer. I'm sorry to impose, but I'm kind of stranded. I ain't running a mission here. Reckon you can make a collect call, though. Go on now. He came out from behind the dusty glass counter and pointed to a payphone on the exterior of the building. Shut the door behind you. Oh, hell. He shouldn't be surprised by old Billy's reaction, but still, living in L.A. and growing up in Denver, he hadn't experienced a lot of anti-gay sentiment. Theoretically, it was possible that Billy was simply anti-stranded tourist. Not likely. Adrian dropped down to sit on the porch steps in front of the phone. He cuddled Pixel close. He was totally out of options now. He tried to pretend he was back in high school theater, rehearsing lines for a ridiculous skit. "Hey, Mom, guess where I am?" And it would have to be his mom. He didn't have the phone numbers memorized for any of the rest of his Denver family, let alone any of his old high school friends. He closed his eyes, letting his head thump back against the building. Jingle, jingle. His eyes shot open at the sound of a now familiar dog collar. Ulysses was charging up the lane, dragging Noah behind him. It wasn't quite the cavalry, but Adrian couldn't help the surge of hope that made him sit up straighter. Noah came to a stop right in front of him. "Ulysses wouldn't let me get back to work." "Yeah? Bad dog." Adrian grinned at the overgrown mammoth of a rescue dog and scratched his head. Ulysses' ears were halfway between pointy and floppy and gave him a perpetual look of doggy unhappiness. "And," Noah took a deep inhale, "I felt bad about earlier. I was harsh." "You were kind, and I intruded. I'm sorry." Adrian wasn't the type of guy to unintentionally out someone. But then he also wasn't the kind of guy to end up abandoned with only the clothes on his back. The past 24 hours had revealed all kinds of uncomfortable truths about himself. "I take it Billy wasn't much help?" "He pointed me to the phone." Adrian gestured to the wall behind him. "Ah, so you called your family?" "I'm getting there." Adrian tried to sound nonchalant and not like a guy who was totally screwed. "I wasn't really thinking earlier. Is it the gay thing? Your family isn't welcoming?" Noah seemed to be choosing his words carefully as he sat down next to Adrian. The gay thing was a crocodile-infested lagoon looming large between them, like a video game level with no clear path to safety on the other side. But navigating that terrain was somehow preferable to reaching for the phone. "No, they're cool with me being gay. It's more—" He trailed off. The whole story stuck somewhere around his breastbone. "Yeah?" Noah looked expectantly at him. His hooded eyes were hazel shot through green, like a calm pond on a quiet fall day. He had a way of looking at Adrian, with his chin resting on his hand, like he'd sit there focused on him as long as Adrian wanted to talk. Like Adrian could say anything, and he wouldn't judge. Suddenly, the need to tell someone pushed the words out of the bottleneck of doubts in Adrian's chest. "It's like this. Both of my parents are lawyers. My older sister's an accountant. Middle sister just finished law school and joined my mom's firm. And I'm a video game designer." "And you should be really proud of the work you do. Space Villager is already very popular." Adrian's toes curled inside the two big boots. Few people gave him such easy praise. "You're kind. And you're also Space Villager's target audience. But to my family, I'm the odd one, the kid with the strange food allergies who insisted on art classes and spent hours and hours alone in his room on programming projects. The guy who chose UCLA to pursue gaming as a career instead of going to either of my parents' alma maters. I'll always be one step away from a screw-up." "And ending up in this campground alone would be a screw-up?" Noah's tone held so much understanding that Adrian's eyes smarted. "It's not your fault. Your boyfriend's the one who messed up." "Yeah, they won't see it that way." "They'd just leave you here?" "Oh, no." Adrian had to smile at how outraged Noah sounded on his behalf. "But see, I've got Pixel here. It's not as easy as just wiring me a bus ticket. One of them is going to have to drive out here and get me. And then I'm the guy who can't even choose a boyfriend right, the guy who can't leave his dog in a kennel. As soon as I call, I'm the guy who fucked up his sister's wedding week, the guy who proved every one of their fears about me to be spectacularly right." "Your sister's getting married? On Thanksgiving?" "The wedding's Saturday. It's also both her and her fiancé's birthday." Adrian took a deep breath. Might as well spill all of it. "It would be all romantic except she's marrying my ex-boyfriend and having his baby." "Your ex?" Noah blinked. My high school boyfriend. We did the whole long distance through college, but eventually broke up. My sister consoled him in law school, and now I'm going to be an uncle."
"Congrats," Noah said dryly.
"That's why I was bringing Trent home. Not because I thought he was some great love of my life or something, but because I needed a date. I love Emily like crazy, but I can't show up alone, not to this. I'm supposed to be all happy for them, but
it's complicated." Noah gave him an encouraging smile.
"Yeah, and now not only am I showing up without a date, I'm going to screw up everyone's plans by requiring rescue. I'll be the flaming pile of shit that lands on their weekend."
"So that's why you haven't called," Noah summed up.
"I'm going to, don't worry. I'm not planning anything stupid like hitchhiking. I have to be there. And this isn't your problem. I'm being chicken and trying to delay the inevitable."
Noah stroked his beard, eyes distant. They sat in companionable silence for several long moments. Being near Noah was almost like having an extra coat, a layer of protection against the frozen tundra of his life right now. "I'll do it," Noah said, breaking the quiet.
"What?"
"I'll give you a ride to Denver. You don't have to make that call quite yet." Chapter 4. Noah's pulse galloped along at a Pony Express clip. He shouldn't have been surprised by Adrian's shocked expression. He was pretty surprised himself. He had simply planned to see how Adrian was getting on. It wasn't Adrian's fault that Noah kept whole parts of himself off limits, even from his own investigation. And sending Adrian to see old Billy had been a little like throwing him to the wolves. Noah had been coming here long enough to not expect much from the man.
"Why?"
Adrian raised his eyebrows far enough to make his glasses slide down his nose. Good question. Noah had to take a few breaths. Other people often got impatient with his need to think before he answered questions, but Adrian's expression never wavered. It was part of what Noah liked about talking with him the night before. Adrian gave him the space to reflect and didn't make him feel all awkward about it. "I have a sister," he said finally. It was far more complicated than that, really, but it was easier to focus on the familial similarities than on the strange protectiveness he felt toward Adrian.
"Yeah?"
Adrian prompted. "Older sisters have a way of keeping us on the rails, don't they?" he said. Adrian's tone when he spoke about his family, his sisters in particular, had resonated with him, made his ears ring with a nostalgic tune he hadn't heard in ages.
"Word."
Adrian bumped fists with him.
"And I have 2. You only have the one?"
"Yeah, Ruth. And I—" It was hard to put into words what Ruth meant to him. "I was there when she got married 12 years ago, and I was there when she had my nephew. But lately, I haven't been there."
"Oh?"
Adrian's tone invited further sharing, but Noah simply shrugged. The reasons behind his absence were intensely complicated, and he didn't have the vocabulary to explain how hard it had become to be the bachelor uncle at family events. Knowing he was always going to be the bachelor uncle, the awkward one, unsure how to deal with kids, the guy with no one to go home with afterward, no one to sneak away with for a quiet word. He had never done well with crowds, and the larger Ruth's extended family got, the more difficult it was for him to go home.
"It's probably not the same thing, but I've kept my distance since Emily started seeing Darren a few years ago. I was already the odd guy out in my family, the weird kid with the dark hair and tats and piercings who kept asking for computer hardware for presents."
Adrian's tone was a bit wistful. "They do make good presents." Noah jumped at the chance to focus on Adrian's life instead of his own situation.
"Agreed."
Adrian bumped fists with him again.
"But anyway, I used to escape to Darren's house whenever I was home, even after we stopped seeing each other. But then he decided to go be some big IP lawyer and went to law school with Emily, and now—"
"It's just weird?"
"So weird."
Adrian laughed, and the deep timbre knocked something loose inside Noah's chest, and he found himself joining in, his laugh a strained, rusty thing compared to Adrian's freewheeling chuckle.
"You'd really take me to Denver?"
Adrian sounded afraid to hope.
"Tyranny of big sisters unite?"
"Sure." Noah kept his voice light. He didn't want to sort through the tangled mess of reasons he had for agreeing to this. And it's not that big of a deal. If we leave soon and drive straight through, we should be there shortly after dinner time. I'll drop you off, get as far back as I can. Stop and sleep, then I should manage almost a full workday tomorrow.
Your deadline, you sure you can afford to lose a day?
No. It'll work out, but we should head out soon. Adrian leaped up, then held out a hand to help Noah. Adrian's constant stream of casual touches made the skin on the back of Noah's neck itch. Even the brief clasp of their hands made his traitorous body take far more notice than it should.
I'll help you get everything ready to go.
It doesn't take too much to get on the road. Noah followed him down the path to the RV. The dirt path was drying out, but enough mud remained for the dogs to squish in. He added paw cleaning to his to-do list.
Still, I'll do whatever you need.
Adrian all but danced down the path back to the RV. Boy, you really are relieved not to have to make that call. Noah wasn't quite sure what to make of this bouncy, happy Adrian.
You have no idea.
Adrian wriggled almost as much as his dog. The wind whipped through Adrian's hair, the air a good 20 degrees cooler than yesterday. Noah tugged his coat closer. He'd been distracted by Adrian's presence and hadn't done his usual morning ritual of checking the weather. We should stop in Green River, get a sweater thing for Pixel before he shivers out of his skin, and a phone charger for you.
Charger would be nice, and Pixel could definitely use a sweater, but I feel like I owe you so much already. You will let me send you funds for gas and the stuff you buy, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to hold you to that beta access for the game you offered, too. He held open the RV door for Adrian. Noah was doing fine for money. Landview wasn't exactly a high cost of living city, and living out of the RV, even with payments on it, allowed him a bit more cushion than most junior professors. But he could tell by the set of Adrian's square-shaped jaw that repayment was important to him. Noah had getting road-ready down to a quick series of steps, and he was pleased with how easily Adrian got with the program. They secured everything in the cabinets, disconnected the hookups, retracted the bump-outs, and turned around the driver's and passenger's seats. Other than his research papers and books, which had a tendency to spread out, Noah tried to keep things neat enough so he could leave somewhere easily. Adrian converted the sofa bed back into a couch, and Ulysses promptly hopped up, having picked up on the road trip vibe. His bulk took up the better part of the couch, and his tongue lolled out as his tail thumped a happy rhythm. In the early days, Noah had experimented with crating him while on the road, but they'd quickly come to an understanding that this was how Ulysses preferred to ride, and Noah valued his eardrums too much to disagree. For his part, Pixel seemed content to settle into Adrian's lap and his towel blanket.
You know, I can do some of the driving, Adrian said as he buckled up. Let you sit in the back and work on your research.
Noah got the motorhome in gear and checked his backup camera before slowly backing out of the space. Have you ever driven something this big?
Size is not an issue with me,
Adrian said quite cheekily. He gave Noah a wolfish smile as they left the campground.
And yes, I drove most of the way in the RV with Trent, and I've driven my dad's pickup with a camper trailer.
This is a Class A motorhome. It handles quite differently than the Class C's or a trailer. Noah knew he sounded like a curmudgeon, but he'd taken a course in driving through his RV dealer. It was the prudent thing to do when driving something the size of a bus. And for all he liked Adrian's cocky attitude, he wasn't sure about letting Mr. Confident take him for a test drive.
I'm sure I could figure it out. I like driving. A lot.
Adrian winked. Noah had no idea what to make of the unsettled feeling in his insides. He focused on the twisty road that led back to the rural highway. It didn't help. The feeling remained. You really want to help? He asked.
Of course.
Then none of that.
None of what? Driving?
Adrian's bafflement was about as trustworthy as a three-way stop with a blind left turn. His voice was teasing, the verbal equivalent of another wink. You know what I mean.
Talking?
You can talk.
Then what?
Oh, Adrian was having far too much fun with this. His tone was light and nothing like the heavy weight bearing down on Noah. Flirting, okay? No flirting. There, he'd said it. We both know you wouldn't have tried innuendo before you discovered my literary inclinations. Your literary inclinations? That might be the cutest thing I've ever heard. Noah made a warning noise, not unlike Ulysses when other dogs get too close. Okay, I get it. I'll tone it down. But I have to tell you, you caught me on a horrifically bad day yesterday. My default mode with everyone is rather friendly. I guess I don't understand extroverts. Noah had never once had innuendo accidentally slip into ordinary conversation. Actually, I'm not. I really like being alone and working on my code. I don't like being bothered with trivial interruptions. Me either. He turned onto the rural highway that led to Green River, rocky landscape on either side of them, few cars on the road. The wind was really kicking up, the scrubby grass and trees blowing. When I'm with people, I do like kicking back and having a good time, but I'm usually happy to be alone again after they leave. I need recovery time. That's how I feel after class. Noah loved his job, but being on for a long lecture class could be exhausting, to say nothing of faculty functions. I'm not always fit for human company after a long day of development meetings, Adrian said. Pixel's collar jingled as he resettled in Adrian's lap. I think that's why I'm so good at long-distance relationships. You've had a lot? Depends on your definition of a lot. Would that fall under things I'm not allowed to talk about? No, I'm curious, Noah admitted. Plus, he really liked the sound of Adrian's voice. He liked how Adrian filled the quiet of the highway and the RV, but it wasn't an annoying stream of chatter. Well, I am the king of long distance. Every major relationship I've had has had a big long-distance stretch. First, Juan Mendoza from computer camp in 10th grade. We were email and chat friends for a full year before I met Darren. And Darren and I were at the same school, but I graduated first and left for UCLA. We did long distance for 3 years. What happened? Oh, the usual. The relationship was on life support for a good year, then eventually fizzled itself out. We were kids. Adrian still seemed like a kid compared to Noah, but Adrian nodded sagely like he had all the wisdom in the world. Your parents didn't mind the high school boyfriends? Oh, crap. Noah was supposed to be listening, not wandering into minefields. Still, he simply couldn't imagine a universe with a boyfriend in 10th grade, or even college. And zero censoring? That wasn't the world he lived in. Nah, my parents had far more pressing shit to object to. My hair, my clothes, my lack of interest in suitable careers or acceptable socializing, the tattoo I got before I was strictly legal. Sounds like you were a handful. Yeah, and I only got worse in college. Adrian's grin was a wide, proud thing. More tats, more crazy hair, and after Darren came Kenji, who left for the Peace Corps a few months after we started dating. After he broke up with me to date a relief worker, there was no one for a long time until Trent. As best Noah could figure, Adrian had been a virtual UN of dating. The level of freedom he enjoyed was staggering, awe-inspiring, really, in a volcano on the verge of erupting sort of way. I'm not envious. I'm not. You seem to like having boyfriends. He couldn't keep the observation to himself or temper the tendril of wistfulness climbing up his chest, around his throat, wrapping around his words. Not surprisingly, Adrian gave him a strange look. As opposed to random hookups, you mean? Because I can't say I exactly enjoy distance. After Trent, I'm so done with long-distance anything. Good, Noah said, and meant it. He did. He tamped down whatever petulant part of him felt the need to object. He was not auditioning for the role of Adrian's next boyfriend. This earned another long look from Adrian, this time over the rim of his glasses. Noah gripped the steering wheel tighter. Ahead of them, an ancient pickup had 2 dogs riding loose in the bed, which only made Noah's fists clench that much harder. Anyways, yes, I prefer boyfriends to hookups. Who wouldn't? Who indeed? Noah stared at the rear end of the slow-moving truck in front of them, his gaze not venturing farther than its dusty taillights. I mean, hookups are great, but it's not what I really want, you know? Yeah. No. Actually, Noah had no clue. But luckily for him, Adrian, I'm really an introvert, seemed eager to indulge Noah's weird curiosity. Don't get me wrong, I love sex, but sometimes what you really want is someone to text during Walking Dead and say, "Did that just happen?" Or someone who asks about how your day went and actually cares about the answer. Yes. Noah breathed the word without thinking. His shoulders shrugged with the force of his exhale. Yes, yes, yes. He had long ago figured out how to sublimate inconvenient sexual urges. A long bike ride and a little indulgence in the shower typically took care of that. He liked to tell himself it was hard to miss what he'd never had. But companionship? That urge was more insidious, stalking him at vulnerable moments. He might have no idea what the appeal was to a hookup, but someone to care about. Woof! Ulysses barked at a passing car. A dog. I have a dog for that. And if he felt sadness pushing down on his shoulders, making him slump in the driver's seat, he had no one to blame but himself. There was so much naked longing in Noah's voice that Adrian's heart clanked against his ribs. Have you ever had one? He asked. One what? Noah's eyes were locked on the old truck in front of them. Adrian couldn't tell whether Noah was deliberately playing dumb. His expression was starker than the miles of empty land surrounding them. A relationship. They were back to dangling over the crocodile pit of conversational topics Noah likely couldn't handle, but Adrian felt the need to push a bit. He wasn't sure why Noah fascinated him so much, but talking with him gave Adrian a high usually inspired by solving a tricky design problem or defeating a video game level. And no, he wasn't going to stop flirting. Whatever strange attraction he felt was undoubtedly one-sided, but he still wasn't going to deny himself the pleasure of prodding Noah. And he wanted to believe Noah felt something for him beyond pity. Even just friendship would be nice. And friends could ask friends about their romantic past, right? No ulterior motive required. Waiting for Noah to answer, he fiddled with the heater controls. His window was like a sheet of ice. The temperature outside must be plummeting. Pixel basked in the surge of heat from the vent, stretching his back and legs. I was engaged back in college, Noah said, voice almost too low to catch over the heater fan. What happened? Noah didn't say anything, just kept his eyes on the road. They were approaching Green River now, and traffic was picking up a bit. He was quiet for so long that Adrian almost gave up and reached for the stereo, but he reined in his fingers. He was starting to learn Noah. Noah needed a lot of conversational space. But Adrian liked how Noah thought before he spoke, very measured and deliberate, like each word was important. It's kind of silly, Noah said at last, same too quiet voice. Adrian turned the heater down. Try me. Noah didn't say anything, but he bit his lip hard. He had nice lips, very pale but surprisingly wide for his narrow face. Adrian couldn't help wondering if they would change color after kissing. Not that there was going to be any kissing. Tell you what, your little weather station in Space Villager is kind of pathetic, really. Let me upgrade you to a science outpost, at least. Adrian kept his voice casual, slightly disinterested even. He knew what level of backer Noah was from their conversation last night, and he also knew what might tempt the taciturn man into dishing. In exchange for me telling you my sad little story? Adrian grinned, triumph making him bounce in his seat. He had played this right. Noah did want to tell. He just needed a little push. If he truly wanted to drop the matter, he would have seized on the conversation changer. Yep, and I've seen the mock-ups of the interior of the science station. The detail on the lab stations and experiments is amazing. I want the LE version. The one with the steampunk vibe with all the copper equipment. You drive a hard bargain. Now, fess up. It's not really that exciting. Her name was Sarah. We were in the same Christian student organization. We were mainly friends, I guess, but everyone seemed to expect. Noah sighed, eyes looking distant and weary. Hey, I get it. I'm the guy who kept going with his high school boyfriend, in large part because our families were so close. I liked escaping to his house when I was home, and my mom absolutely adored him, even more so when he went pre-law. Felt like the one thing I could do that made her happy.
Yes. Noah said the word like a curse.
So what happened to make you change your mind?
This is the stupid part, Noah said slowly. And before you say anything, I don't mean stupid like cheating, nothing like that.
Of course not.
One only had to look at how Noah pampered his dog or talked about his job to see how he was deep and true. One day, I was at a volunteer campus cleanup with a bunch of guys I knew, and they all started ribbing me about the wedding night and how I must be counting down the days.
And you weren't?
Adrian took a guess. Not even a little. Noah shook his head slightly. He sounded so sad Adrian couldn't help patting his leg. He'd like to give younger Noah a hug, sit him in front of dozens of "It Gets Better" ads. Eyes distant, Noah continued, each of his words heavier than the previous. I realized in that moment that I wasn't being fair to Sarah. I wasn't looking forward to this huge life event she was eagerly anticipating. I was dreading it, more and more each day.
So you called it off?
Noah hadn't removed Adrian's hand, so he stroked the rough canvas of Noah's pants, felt the tension in the lean thigh under the cloth. I broke her heart.
You did the right thing, Adrian said with conviction.
14 years later, I can finally agree with you. She's married now to a great guy, has a couple of kids. It worked out okay for her.
And for you? How did it work out for you?
Here's the store. Noah flicked the RV's blinker. His face was stonier than the rocky outcroppings dotting the landscape. No amount of space villager bling Adrian could offer would sway that expression. Heck, Adrian would be lucky if Noah didn't simply leave his ass in Green River. He had a feeling that Noah wasn't getting him a charger only to be nice. He probably wanted Adrian to check his phone messages to ensure that he actually needed the ride to Denver. For the first time, Adrian almost hoped he had 0 messages. He'd unearthed some powerful emotions in the quieter man, and he suspected he'd only heard the first layer of a longer, more complex tale. Chapter 5. We need to move fast. It looks like a cold front is moving in. What do you think we should do with the dogs? I'm thinking I'll lock Ulysses in the bedroom. That way they can't get into trouble together. Words tumbled out of Noah's mouth like chunks of shale sliding down a cliff face. He never rambled like this. He wasn't a nervous talker, but something about Adrian turned everything he knew about himself on edge, rearranged his truths.
Sure. You okay?
No. Resurrecting his memories about Sarah and that awful, hopeless period in his life had been a mistake. He still wasn't sure why he'd answered Adrian, other than that Adrian's kind eyes and non-judgmental tone made him want to talk. And that was such an anomaly, he had no idea what to do with these strange urges. I'm fine. Noah finished shutting an unhappy Ulysses in the bedroom and headed for the door. We can't take long, though. I'm not happy with that sky. Green River was a little dot on the map, a collection of large truck stops and small-town stores. Noah had pulled into the largest truck stop because there was ample parking for his RV in the huge lot, and a surprisingly robust pet aisle in the store. After quickly locating the electronics display, Adrian selected the cheapest replacement charger, then they made their way to the pet section. Picking something to keep Pixel warm took a bit longer. Noah grabbed a bag of small dog chow while Adrian perused the dog jackets. This brand okay? He asked Adrian, holding up the bag.
That's so sweet of you.
Adrian smiled like Noah had offered up flowers or something equally sappy. We can't have him living on tuna. Noah's neck heated. Adrian's hand lingered on a red dog coat, then moved to a cheap knit thing with an awful orange and green argyle pattern. Noah reached around Adrian and dropped the red one in the cart. His arm brushed Adrian's back, and he was intensely aware of how close they stood, how warm Adrian was, how he smelled like the outdoors with an undertone of something fruity, how Adrian didn't step away from the contact, but instead bumped back against Noah's touch.
You're too nice, he said.
The red is more practical.
Noah insisted. He was not sweet or nice or any of the other adjectives Adrian wanted to assign him.
And it's festive, Adrian grinned.
He'll look like a little elf. I love it. And Noah loved making Adrian smile like that far more than he should. He walked quickly to the checkout. They joined the line behind a harried family buying energy drinks and 7 kinds of popcorn. Adrian kept glancing at the case with the iced coffee drinks.
Which one do you want?
Noah asked.
Nothing, Adrian said, looking away. I don't need one.
This one?
Noah grabbed a vanilla one.
It's a long drive. Get yourself a coffee. I don't mind.
Okay,
Adrian said reluctantly. He exchanged the vanilla one for a mocha flavor, their fingers brushing. Why, oh why, did Adrian's touch have to affect him like this? Each little incidental contact felt like the scrape of a shovel against an artifact, the thrill of discovery racing through his veins. Noah looked away, gaze landing on a display of chips. He grabbed the closest bag without really registering the flavor.
Get whatever you want,
he said, voice far gruffer than he'd intended.
Yes, sir, Adrian laughed. You're far too good to me, you know.
Finally, it was their turn to pay. The cashier had more rings in her nose than in her ears, and that was saying something.
Nice hair,
she said to Adrian, fingering her own blue locks.
Thanks, Adrian said. I like your gauges.
Noah guessed that meant the odd open circles in the girl's earlobes.
You guys are so cute,
the cashier said with a knowing smile as she took Noah's debit card.
How long have you guys been together?
Noah choked, air supply cut off by the rising panic in his insides. He coughed, trying to get a breath. Adrian slapped him on the back before turning to the cashier.
We're just friends.
The cashier laughed and made a dismissive gesture with her black-tipped fingers. The pause before friends had doomed them, and Noah couldn't blame Adrian for struggling to find a word. How exactly did you classify the guy you met yesterday, but liked well enough to take an 8-hour drive with?
Whatever, still adorbs. Now that the court made it legal, my friends are getting married next month.
She said the last bit in a tone designed to inspire confidences. But Noah had shared quite enough for one day. As soon as she handed him the receipt, he grabbed their bags and strode back to the RV, not looking to see if Adrian was following.
Hey!
Adrian caught up to him at the door.
Look, I'll check my messages. Maybe it'll turn out I don't need the ride after all.
Noah's pulse was racing too fast to reply. Adrian opened the charger's package, attached his phone, and plugged into the RV's port, while Noah released poor Ulysses from prison and gave him a quick trot to the edge of the parking lot and back. Noah wasn't sure what the heck he hoped for. Wouldn't it be a relief if Trent turned up or some other solution took Adrian away? No. A weird sensation of loss flooded Noah. He busied himself with putting away the snacks, trying not to watch as Adrian played with Pixel.
See? Look what the nice man got you. Puppy chow and a pretty new coat, Adrian cooed.
Damn, he was too cute. No, not cute. Noah shook his head, trying to chase the tender, warm feeling away.
It's not catching, you know,
Adrian said, his voice back to usual.
The cashier only made that assumption because of me, not you. Your literary inclinations are safe.
Oh, God, that so wasn't helping. The cashier's reaction had not been because of how Adrian looked. That much Noah knew for certain. Her assumption had everything to do with them, how they were around each other, how he was around Adrian. His attraction for Adrian felt like a forehead tattoo, broadcasting his treacherous heart to anyone with half a brain.
I'm not worried about catching anything,
he said truthfully. One couldn't catch what one already had. Adrian made a snorting noise and picked up his phone on the charger.
Heck, no voicemail messages. I'm sorry, do you want me to call my mom? I can. There's a covered area by that coffee place right over there.
He pointed across the parking lot to a pink coffee house with a steel awning over some picnic tables.
I could probably wait there.
You are not waiting outside. It's got to be down to 30 now.
True.
Adrian studied him, eyebrows raised and mouth quirked expectantly. probably waiting for Noah to get himself together and stop freaking out over every little thing. "I said I'd take you to Denver. I meant it." Noah tried hard to get his voice back to normal, to quell the sense of panic that had chased him ever since he'd brushed against Adrian in the store. The silly clerk wasn't the problem. The real issue was how Adrian made him feel and think. It was the tiny part of him that wouldn't have minded if the girl had been right, like a shard of pottery left over from some earlier, more idealistic era, completely divorced from the reality of Noah's present. Adrian made a terrible co-pilot. He hated being this helpless, completely dependent on Noah's goodwill to get him to Denver. He'd feel better if Noah would let him drive, but that apparently wasn't happening. And neither was conversation. They got onto I-70, Noah's face looking like he was heading east to battle, like the signs counting down to Grand Junction were mile markers of enduring Adrian's loathsome presence. Okay, maybe that last bit wasn't fair, but Noah hadn't said anything since pulling out of Green River, and Adrian was going a bit nuts. At first, the novelty of having his phone back had been nice, but work emails got old really quickly. Wasn't like he was available to solve any of the code fires people were complaining about, and this late on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, few other people were around to give a damn either. Next week, they'd start counting down to the next PAX conference and deciding on what they wanted to showcase. But this week was all about taking some downtime before the madness started back up again. He couldn't stand the quiet any longer and reached for the stereo. "Mind if I turn on the radio?" he asked. "Sure. It's set to my iPod right now, though. Let me disconnect and you can do a seek for something you like." Noah reached for the wires connecting his music player to the stereo. No, Adrian stopped him. "I want to see what you listen to. In fact, let me guess." "You think I'm that predictable?" "No, not at all." Adrian grinned. Noah might not realize it, but they were sliding back into flirty territory. "Like, I'm betting you listen to classical music, but not while you're driving." "Not while working either, actually." Noah sounded smug. It was cute. "I like quiet while working. White noise to drown out conversations outside my office is better than music." "I listen to techno and game soundtracks while I work for similar reasons. I can't stand stuff with lyrics while I work." "Definitely no techno on there." Noah was getting into the game, and a smile cracked his somber face. His eyes had a perpetual seriousness to them, an effect intensified by his regal nose and narrow features. But a smile completely transformed him, made him seem years younger and miles less stuffy. "No country either, I'm betting. Or rather, hoping." "No," Noah mock shuddered. "No country." "Let's see what you've got. If it's too hideous, I'll just have to hitch." Noah flipped on the stereo, and the strains of Faithfully filled the cab. "Ooh, classic rock. We're going to get along just fine." He leaned back in his seat, dislodging Pixel, who'd been dozing with a full belly of the new chow. Pixel scrambled over the console and flopped down on the carpet in front of the couch, looking wistfully at the napping Ulysses. "I don't think he wants to play, boy," Adrian said, not unlike his owner. "It's more that he doesn't know how. I got him when he wandered onto a dig site when I was in graduate school. He grew up around humans and barely met other dogs until he was grown, and I ended up in Landview. He tolerates dog barks only as a means of getting ball time." "A real one-man dog, huh?" Adrian waited until Noah nodded before adding, "And ball-obsessed. I can sympathize." Noah made a choking noise, something he seemed to do whenever Adrian slid in a little tame innuendo. So much better than silence. The music switched to a ballad he'd heard hundreds of times. "This is an awesome retro playlist," Adrian said, foot-tapping out the refrain. "It reminds me of road trips with my dad. He always had on Billy Joel and Fleetwood Mac." "Great. Thanks for making me feel ancient, and old enough to be your dad." Adrian waited until Noah glanced over to give him a very thorough once-over. "Nope, not ancient, and I'm definitely not thinking of my dad now." "Behave." Noah's face flushed a deep, gratifying shade of pink. "I thought we said no." "Hey, you're the one who went fishing for ego-stroking, not me." "I did not. I don't want..." Stroking. Noah sounded prim as Adrian's Aunt Tilda. Lord, he locked all his fun up so tight. Oh, trust me, lots of you need stroking. No flirting. Noah made a show of returning his attention to the crawling traffic in front of them. Even with holiday traffic, Adrian hadn't expected the roads to be this bad. He bet there was an accident up ahead somewhere. Fine, but I've never met someone more in need of a little play. Noah made another outraged hobbit noise. Adorkable. Adrian truly, absolutely was done with relationships. Especially long-distance relationships. And he'd never even touched a closeted guy, let alone one who'd locked his sexuality in a deep freeze labeled literary inclinations and do not touch. But teasing was easy, and there was something absolutely addictive about riling up Noah. Careful now, you'll end up with a hopeless crush, or on the side of the road looking for a dog-friendly, non-serial killer trucker to give you a lift. Is that a flurry? Noah asked. Adrian studied the chilly, rocky terrain on either side of the highway. The air did seem strangely misty. Maybe. Better start praying it's not snow. Noah's voice was terse, but Adrian laughed as he flipped on the radio. The weather report predicted huge early snow for Cheyenne and the rest of the northern cities, but sounded like it would skip them. However, he'd grown up in Colorado and knew exactly what the ominous gray-blue clouds held. No amount of prayers would keep the coming snow at bay. He flipped the radio back off. This is a huge, heavy beast, though. Won't we be fine in snow? Hardly, Noah sighed. We're not driving on snow tires, and if they call for chains, we're out of luck. I've tried before, and this is not a good vehicle for heavy snow. It turns into a slippery missile. Damn, okay. I'll start sending go-away snow thoughts. You do the praying thing a lot? He asked, one eye on the already increasing flurries. You mean am I religious? Noah asked. I went to private Christian schools all the way through my doctorate, and now I teach at one. That doesn't tell me anything about you. I want to know what you believe, not what's on your resume. Curriculum vitae. Noah's tone was all professorial as he clarified. And as for your question, it's complicated. Traffic had slowed to a crawl. Still no sign of an accident, but that was the only logical conclusion given the glacial pace. We've got nothing but time, Adrian said, motioning at the cars in front of them. I've spent a lot of time wrestling with exactly what I believe, Noah said, his tone reluctant. I grew up in a very conservative household, and for years I simply believed what my folks believed. But the last few years, my beliefs have evolved. God and my faith are fundamental to me, but I haven't been able to find a spiritual home at any of the Landview churches. He said the last bit like it was a big confession. I take it your work isn't crazy about that? We're supposed to have an active and ongoing relationship with our faith, but so far no one's said much to me about not having a church. And I'm still a believer, it's just more personal these days. How about you? Is your family religious? Well, first off, my folks are divorced. My dad's Jewish, and my mom's a lapsed Catholic, so I get both Hanukkah and the occasional trek to midnight mass at Christmas. But me personally? He shrugged, seatbelt pulling against his shoulder. I'm a pretty open-minded guy, but I'm more into science. You can be into both, Noah said mildly, and Adrian remembered Noah's profession. You're a fascinating bundle of contradictions, Professor... Oh, wait, I don't even know your last name. Walters, and I'm not that big of a mystery. Oh, yeah? Adrian was about to unleash more probing questions when the sky opened up, sending thick white flakes raining down on the road. Sorry, we better check the weather again. Noah turned back to the radio, catching a local Grand Junction station. It's a veritable blizzard on the way, folks, the announcer's voice crackled. If you've got holiday travel plans, you may need to change them. We're looking at up to 3 feet by midnight and more coming overnight. This may break a 30-year-old Thanksgiving snow record for Colorado. Oh, heck. Adrian let his head thump back against the seat. I'm going to need you to search on one of our phones for campgrounds close to the next few exits. Right off the interstate would be ideal."
"Wait, what? We're just giving up?"
Adrian looked at the powder starting to stick to the cars in front of him. "We need to start making alternative plans. The bad traffic isn't the only issue. The roads are quickly getting unmanageable."
"I haven't done it in a long time, but I grew up driving in snow. You just go slow."
Wobble, wobble. It wasn't a full-out skid, but the rear of the vehicle gave a definite wiggle, and Noah dropped his speed to arthritic turtle. "I'm sorry, Adrian. I know how much you wanted to be home tonight. We can keep checking on the roads and go as soon as it's safe, but we need somewhere to hole up. And if we think ahead right now, we can avoid being trapped when the interstate becomes a big parking lot in an hour or so." Grandmother Gottlieb served her turkey promptly at noon. If this blizzard was as big as the folks on the radio were predicting, the chances of him getting a slice of her cherry rhubarb pie were dropping by the moment. His mother would serve her turkey at 5:30, and woe to the guy who missed both family dinners. As if on cue, his phone made cuckoo clock noises, startling both dogs and the white-knuckled Noah. "What the devil is that?" Noah demanded.
"My mother. I better answer." "Mom?"
he said into the phone.
"Adrian, tell me you aren't trapped behind this storm." "I'm not behind this storm," he said carefully, watching the fat white flakes pile up on one another. "Adrian, are you on I-70?
"We're just past Grand Junction. Traffic's barely moving."
"That's because there's a huge accident ahead of you. It's on the news and there's talk of shutting down the interstate completely if this snows as bad as predicted."
Adrian groaned.
"Honey, this is why I wanted you to fly. You'd be here already. You could be helping. Pixel and I hate flying, and road trips are fun." "Well, now you have to make alternative plans. You do have a plan, right?"
God, his mother would love Noah, all plans and contingencies and looking ahead.
"I know you. You're probably planning to keep going until the highway patrol says to stop. But Adrian, a bit of forethought wouldn't hurt."
She rattled on, warming up to her main point of attack.
"I knew driving in November was too risky. I would have happily paid for your ticket. And boarding for your dog."
"I can get my own tickets, Mom," Adrian sighed. Why did everyone insist on acting like he was some slacker on the verge of homelessness? Sure, the first year or two out of school had been lean, but since the game got funded, he was making more than enough.
"All right."
His mother didn't sound convinced.
"I'm just worried about you, honey. Of course I want you here, but promise me you're not going to take stupid risks."
"I'm not going to take stupid risks. I think we're going to find a campground at the next exit."
"Oh, good. That boyfriend of yours must be able to talk some sense in you."
"Yeah, about that."
"Uh-huh. Can I talk to him? I should thank him for taking such good care of you."
With that, Adrian's stomach landed somewhere around his so-not-a-boyfriend's feet. Chapter 6. This would be the perfect moment to tell his mother that Trent wasn't coming, and even if the man next to him would make a far more suitable date, that wasn't happening either. But all Adrian could manage was a non-committal noise.
He's driving right now, and the roads are pretty bad." "Which is why you need off them. Darling, I can't wait to meet your man. The whole family is so excited that you're bringing someone. Darren and Emily are so happy you could make the wedding. And I know Darren is eager to meet this new man of yours. He only wants the best for you."
His mother's attempts to smooth things over only made them 1,000 times worse. Yeah, he and Darren were still friends, but he didn't need the constant reminders that things could be tense. It was like his mom wanted to announce the exit to Awkward Town miles in advance instead of letting Adrian navigate for once. Nor did he need his mother acting like he'd achieved some sort of huge life milestone simply by getting a boyfriend. But he didn't say any of that, only said the usual, "I love you," as he ended the conversation. When he looked up from his call, Noah had turned on the blinker. "There's a sign for a campground off this exit. Can you look it up on the phone?" His voice was tense, and his lips were set in a thin, firm line. Man, he really was nervous about the snow. Adrian's shoulders sank down under the steady press of guilt. He shouldn't have dragged Noah into this mess. He reached over and patted Noah's thigh. "We're going to be just fine." The RV wobbled again, hugging the shoulder hard to avoid a skid. "Crap, okay, you're right. We really should find this place," Adrian conceded. "I've never seen snow come down this fast before." "You haven't driven in it much?" "I went to college and graduate school in the South, and now, living in North Texas, it's not often an issue, but I'm fine." The shake to Noah's voice belied his words. Adrian found the campground information. As he read off the directions, carefully navigating, he gave a few snow driving tips to Noah. He took directions surprisingly well. Adrian liked that in a man, but he was too busy worrying about the weather to really enjoy that discovery. They pulled into the tiny U-shaped campground, stopping by the mobile home with a flickering office sign in the window. Noah braved the snow to get them checked in, then drove them to their assigned space. The snow made it hard to see the space dividers, and the picnic area was nothing more than a mound of white. Noah went out a second time to mess with the hookups, leaving Adrian to set things up inside. While he waited, Adrian let himself have the dangerous fantasy that Noah was the nice man his mother wanted for him. In his fantasy, Noah would come tramping back to the RV, then Adrian would borrow his still-warm coat to take the dogs out. Then he'd warm them both up by pressing his cold lips to Noah's. "It's like walking through fallen cotton out there," Noah returned, shaking the snow off on the tiny entryway. "It's freezing out, too. We're going to have to be careful tonight to watch the pipes and the generator, make sure nothing freezes." "I got some frozen pipes right here." Adrian snorted at his own joke, which woke Pixel up. He nudged Adrian's hand. "Can I borrow your coat? I'll take the dogs out while you get warmed up." Oh well, he couldn't have all of his fantasy, but he could still treat Noah special. "Sure, I'll put the water on for tea so it's ready when you get back, and grab towels for the dogs." Adrian's chest squeezed. This was the sort of couple he'd always wanted to be, an effortless team. However, it sucked that Noah didn't seem sure what team he played for, or if he even played at all. No hopeless crushes, remember? An hour later, after playing in the snow with the dogs and having tea and leftover stew with Noah, Adrian pushed himself up from the booth. "If we're stuck here, you need to get some work done. I'm going to make myself scarce and stream a video on my phone if I can." "I doubt there's Wi-Fi, and cell phone coverage is going to be crappy out here in this weather. You want to watch a movie on the TV in the bedroom while I work out here? I own some DVDs, and I bet we have similar tastes." "Yeah? You own gladiator porn, too?" Adrian joked, just to watch Noah turn pink. "Sci-fi. I meant sci-fi. Mainstream sci-fi." Noah's words were an adorable rapid-fire jumble before he took a breath. "I don't own any salacious titles." "I do love your vocabulary." Adrian slapped him on his shoulder on his way to the bedroom. "Translation, you mean you stream your porn or it's on your e-reader. It's okay, I get it. I'm cheap too." Noah cast a guilty glance at his laptop. Oh yeah, Adrian wouldn't mind an hour alone with Noah's search history. Noah dug a battered leather wallet of CDs and DVDs from a bin, helpfully labeled Media and Misc Electronics. "Here you go. The DVD player's already hooked up. Don't..." Noah trailed off, his tongue coming out to lick at his lips. "I mean, watch your movie, but don't..." His hands moved restlessly. Adrian took pity on him. "Don't go exploring your stuff. I get it. You do know I've got some restraint, right?" Noah gave him a skeptical look. His posture, always impeccable, was extra formal now, shoulders stiff and spine straight enough to audition as a radio tower. "I do." "Look at me, not jumping you. Get to work. I'll make you a snack and some more tea in a while." "You will?" Noah sounded more stunned than he had at the gladiator porn suggestion. "Yep, someone has to take care of you, Professor." "Thanks." A strange light flickered in Noah's eyes. Longing? Discomfort? Whatever it was, it passed before he turned to walk back to the dining area, shutting the door softly behind him. Adrian raised Noah's window shades so he could watch the snowfall while he watched the movie. But, true to his promise, he didn't go snooping in Noah's stuff. The room was teeny tiny, double bed in the center with cabinets behind it and on the walls. The TV was mounted to one of the long, narrow cherrywood cabinets facing the bed. The bed was made, complete with hotel-quality pleats for the pillows and corners. Guilt at invading Noah's space tickled his spine as he settled against the pillows, rumbling the bedspread despite his best efforts. Yeah, that was him, the annoying disruptor of Noah's perfectly ordered world. The wind outside howled, whipping the sides of the motorhome. Outside his little dining window, snow was coming down in huge, pillowy sheets. Another whistle, this one closer, diverted Noah's attention. Adrian was in his kitchen, grabbing the kettle right as it whistled and pouring it over a fresh tea bag in Noah's favorite mug. "You've worked 3 hours with no breaks." Adrian slid Noah the cup. "Yeah," Noah said. The tea was nice and strong, exactly how he liked it. He'd sensed Adrian puttering in the kitchen, but he'd been deep enough into his work that it hadn't distracted him. That, and Adrian was good about not making a pest of himself, not bothering him with endless questions about where he kept things or trying to make small talk while he worked in the kitchen. "Ready for some food? You had cheese and meat and bread, so I made you a grilled sandwich and used your lettuce to make some wraps for me." "Thanks." Moving some papers out of the way, Noah gratefully accepted the plate. Instead of sitting across from him, Adrian stepped behind him and peered over his shoulder. "Trust me, it's very boring," Noah laughed. "The audience is other geoarchaeologists interested in Paleo-Indian cultures and how terrain shaped their evolution." "You should hear the conversations we get into for Space Villager. We're all about how terrain influences culture. Trust me, we don't want to get it wrong. We give a rocky planet too many characteristics of a water-rich one, someone will complain." "That someone would probably be me. One of your early promo videos didn't have dirt blowing accurately, given the rest of the landscape." "Holy crap! That email was you?" Robert, the founder, sent that to everyone in graphics with a big "try harder" in all caps. We're aiming for the sort of realism that's never been done before. We live for emails like yours. You say we can't replicate sand buildup? We say, watch us. Adrian was all fired up now, and he punctuated his words with his hands landing on Noah's shoulders. "What are you—" "Oh man, I would kill to have my laptop with me. I want to show you what we've been working on planetside for the last few weeks. It's a mining colony." "Yeah?" Adrian started to fill him in on his project, but still hadn't moved his hands. Or rather, he was moving his hands, but not away. Instead, he was rubbing and squeezing Noah's shoulders, big thumbs digging into his tired muscles. The more Adrian talked, the more his hands danced over his back, until Noah could no longer register anything other than Adrian's pleasant tone. Every single brain cell was zeroed in on Adrian's hands and what they were doing to his overheating muscles. If there was any doubt remaining about Noah's orientation, his instantaneous response to Adrian's touch would have erased all suspicion and replaced it with the irrefutable proof of his aching erection. When Adrian paused for longer than a breath, Noah realized he was supposed to say something. All he could do was swallow hard. "So, does that sound plausible?" Adrian didn't sound one bit put out at having to repeat the question. Cocky bastard. "What are you doing?" Noah didn't bother with faking a response to Adrian's question. "This?" Adrian rubbed harder, palms working over the ache in Noah's shoulder blades. "It's called a massage." "I know what it's called. Why are you doing it?" "Because you need it. You have possibly the worst ergonomics I've ever seen here, all scrunched into this tiny booth and bent over your little laptop." "Do you work all day at a computer?" Noah shook loose of Adrian's touch so he could actually form a thought. "You probably log more computer hours than me. This much writing is actually a bit of an anomaly for me." "Ah, you're more of a fieldwork kind of guy, eh, Indy?" "Well, that and teaching, and these ergonomics have served me just fine for 5 years now." "I wish I could show you my setup. I've got triple monitors and a sit-stand desk. After watching my dad have some bad repetitive stress injuries, I'm a huge ergonomics fan." And this evangelical belief in ergonomics gives you the right to hand out massages to near strangers?
Friends. Adrian sounded wounded. Friends. And family. I give shoulder rubs to my mom and sisters all the time. You know, if you weren't on red alert for flirtation all the time, you might enjoy life more.
Not all the time. Only with you, Noah muttered.
Oh, in that case I'm flattered. Should I continue?
His fingers hovered over Noah's shoulders. Adrian?
Yeah?
Come eat.
Noah tried to sound extra firm and not like he wouldn't mind several hours with Adrian's magical hands all over him.
Tell me more about the different planets planned for the game, Noah ordered as Adrian slid in across from him. They talked about the game long after their plates were empty.
I better let you get back to work, Adrian said finally, clearing their plates. I should probably bundle up and take the dogs out anyway.
Noah looked out the window at the mounds of white snow gleaming under the campground's streetlights. More flakes rained down in a steady stream from the inky night sky. It looks almost too pretty to ruin with footprints, Noah said.
What?
Adrian joined him at the window, much too close as usual.
That's perfect snowman snow right there. If it wasn't a borrowed coat and gloves, I'd totally be running out there flinging myself around making snow angels and seeing if I could get your crazy dog to chase snowballs. Heck, screw your gloves. They'll dry. I'm totally trying that last idea.
Noah couldn't help grinning at his enthusiasm. Anyone else would have let disappointment over the delay bring down the whole evening, but not Adrian. Go for it. The coat can dry next to the heater vent if you feel compelled to roll around like Ulysses. Want hot chocolate when you get back? I've got some packets up in the cupboard.
I'd love some. Snow isn't complete without some hot chocolate.
Adrian smiled broadly, revealing twin dimples.
Hey, you think I could shower when I get back?
Sure, I can probably find some sweats that might fit you.
Visions of Adrian's bare chest danced in his head, turning his skin molten chocolate hot.
And a t-shirt,
he added a bit too sharply.
Adrian laughed as if he knew exactly how flustered his bare torso made Noah. While Adrian took the dogs out, Noah made 2 mugs of hot chocolate, then found his loosest sweats and a thermal shirt. Even after a decade of biking, he was lean, and all the biking in the world wouldn't give him Adrian's thick muscles. Adrian's chest had the sort of definition that only came with some serious gym time. Noah tried to push all thoughts of Adrian and his chest from his brain while he powered through his next chapter. He definitely was not acutely aware of Adrian's return, of the little sounds of pleasure he made as he sipped his hot chocolate. And he wasn't aware of Adrian naked in his shower or of the scent of his shampoo heavy in the air. No, not aware at all. Eventually, though, his work sucked him back in. And he made it through the chapter and the footnotes. His dissertation advisor had called him obsessive about his documentation. It was true. He did like things precise and well documented, which was why the final stages of this project were taking so long. Being a perfectionist isn't so terrible, right, boy? He said to the sleeping Ulysses on the couch.
Nope,
said Adrian from the doorway to the bedroom. Noah whirled around, face flaming.
But, Professor Perfectionist, it's late, and if you're taking work advice from a dog, you probably need a break.
Maybe, Noah conceded.
I just discovered that you own one of my favorite cult classic movies of all time.
Yeah? Which one? Noah hit save on his work and closed the laptop.
Last Starfighter. I thought I was the only one to own that DVD.
Really? Noah followed him back to the bedroom. I figured you'd hate all the crappy 80s graphics.
Oh no, the shitty graphics are all part of the charm. See, modern stuff I want to dissect the special effects to see what they're doing and why. Last Starfighter is pure so bad it's good fun.
He sprawled on Noah's bed, then patted the space next to him. Oh dear. Noah had not thought this through. Adrian had been in his bed for hours. Would his sheets smell different? Would his covers still be warm when he left for his own bed? No way was Noah going to be able to sleep tonight.
You can't exactly watch from over there.
Adrian fluffed Noah's pillows. Why hadn't he suggested they watch the movie in the living area? Suggesting it now would sound paranoid, right? He gingerly sat on the corner of the bed. Pixel and Ulysses bounded past him, jockeying for position in the middle of the bed. "Better drop the virginal pretty princess routine or you'll end up on the floor." Noah made great gasping sounds that he hoped passed as laughter, albeit of the frantic variety. Somehow Adrian took this as an invitation to drag him forcibly back on the bed. They ended up in a heap of men and dogs, Pixel dancing on his chest and Ulysses licking his ear. Noah's laughs switched to the genuine variety. "Hey, Noah?" "Yeah?" He tried to talk around the various tails whacking in his face. "You're not really a virgin, are you?" "How is that relevant?" He sat up, gently pushing the dogs off him. "Oh my God." Adrian stared at him like he'd sprouted a second head. "You are." "Can we watch the movie? I don't feel the need to assuage your curiosity at the moment." "What would it take?" Adrian leaned forward, face right up in Noah's. God, he was more relentless than Ulysses when he got a hold of an idea. "Clarify," Noah said carefully. "For you to talk about this, what would it take? Or, wait, did you think I meant what would it take for you to lose it?" "Yes." "No." Noah's blood ran colder than the blizzard outside at the same time his face flushed lava stream hot. He was a mess. Adrian slowly raised a hand. "I volunteer as tribute." Chapter 7. Noah balked. Complete tongue flapping out, eyebrows waggling, hands shaking, near panic attack recoil. And he knew panic attacks. "My experience is not a joke." He managed to get the words out, managed to sound affronted instead of freaked out. Or tempted. And that would be the worst, if Adrian knew how very, very tempted he was, when it was obvious Adrian's enthusiasm was nothing more than a ploy to get him to talk. "Sorry." Adrian looked suitably contrite. "I shouldn't tease you. Not that I wasn't a little bit serious. I mean, I was expecting to get massively laid this trip, and that so didn't happen. So, if I can help you out..." "You and Trent didn't have relations?" "Man, we've got to work on your sex vocabulary. No, as it turns out, arguing is not an aphrodisiac for me." "I can imagine." "Can you? Because that's the 10 million villager credit question here." Adrian's voice was light, but it wasn't unkind. "Why is this so fascinating to you?" "Hot guy of literary inclinations who may or may not have experience in relations." Adrian made a sweeping gesture with his hand. "Heck yes, I'm fascinated. You, my friend, are one intriguing puzzle." "You really think I'm hot?" Oh, curse his stupid tongue. "You own a mirror, right?" Adrian smiled slowly. "Or do you need me to catalog your smoky eyes and your hot beard and your tasty..." "Never mind." His skin felt dry and flaky, as if he'd stayed out for hours in Grand Wash Canyon in the middle of July, as though he might be headed for a perma-red face. The few times Noah really considered his appearance, all he saw was too much hair everywhere but on his head, where a receding hairline had shown up in the last year or so. He kept his hair long and fluffy enough to disguise it. He had too wide lips and a too narrow face, and eyes that never seemed quite awake or happy enough. He had no idea what part of his appearance constituted hot. He traced the jacquard pattern of his comforter with a finger, avoiding Adrian's eyes. "I guess I don't see how a guy as attractive as you could possibly remain a virgin so long. I mean, I get that your ex-fiancée was super religious and wanted to wait." I was the one who wanted to wait." It was a silly thing, but even after all these years he felt he owed Sarah some modicum of truth, the truth he'd never been able to articulate back then. She thought I was sweet and old-fashioned, but it wouldn't have taken a lot to convince her to spoil the honeymoon. He could still remember her kisses, her roving hands on him, the questions in her eyes whenever he stopped her attentions. And the guilt. Oh, Lord, the guilt over the fact that her touch and her lips did nothing for him. The feeling washed over him again, the sick dread of not getting aroused over stuff his friends talked about in hushed whispers. Why? I'm not trying to be judgmental here, just curious. Why not take her up on it? A rage swept through him, a swift current through the skinny little slot canyon of his self-control. Adrian's just curious made his hands grab fistfuls of the comforter. Why do you think, Adrian? Noah's voice was louder than he'd ever heard himself, and both dogs fled the bed. Because maybe I was gay and had no real interest in sex with her? Oh. Adrian's voice was all soft and surprised. I didn't know if you could actually say the words. What? That I'm gay? Has that been the point of all your probing questions? Some sort of exercise to get me to confirm I'm gay? I was pretty sure the books would have clinched it for you, but I'm happy to have provided hours of amusement. Easy. Adrian patted his arm, stroking like Noah was an angry pony. Noah felt like one, too. He never argued like this. He'd promised himself long ago that he would never turn into a loud, ugly man like his father. Instead, Noah made a point of leaving conflicts before they got heated. He fled uncomfortable emotions. For Pete's sake, he'd broken up with his fiancée in a delicately worded letter. But something about Adrian blew past his every defense, made him want to engage. In fact, he wanted Adrian riled up too. None of this calm down nonsense. It's all a game to you, isn't it? The pathetic 35-year-old closeted virgin in a sad little life. Something you can laugh about later when you tell your friends about getting stranded. Adrian laughed at that, a harsh, bitter sound that echoed the slashing winds outside. I am so not telling my friends about getting stranded. You're not the pathetic one. You've taken some sort of noble vow of chastity or whatever. Me? I can't seem to get a boyfriend who wants to be in the same state as me. And trust me, I'm not telling my coworkers that the guy I met in our forums abandoned me. You met Trent in the Space Villager forums? Yeah, he was a big fan of our videos. He's a programmer too, and he was always leaving compliments on my code review videos. You know, the things we toss up on Twitch or YouTube talking about problems with game development. And he was one of the people who sent us gifts. One of? Multiple people send the programmers gifts? Noah couldn't keep the skepticism from his voice. Not just the programmers, the customer support people, Robert, our founder, the guys in marketing and promotion, the whole team gets an endless stream of free food and little toys. You have no idea how rabid the Space Villager fans are. Adrian sounded more than a little proud of that. We're already the most popular space MMORPG game with the biggest fan base, and we don't go live for another year. And Trent was one of those rabid fans? I mean, I gave money to the crowdfunding drive, and I've visited the site a couple of times, but I've never been tempted to send a bagel or a bobblehead. Trent sent me a Nerf gun to torment my team with. I thought it was cute. Anyways, we always thank our backers and supporters on air in the videos, but I mangled his name. He messaged me, and one thing led to another. And next thing, you were driving across country together? Noah wasn't a total idiot. He could fill in the another thing blank with plenty of hot chat sex, and his starving imagination didn't need the specifics. Next thing, I'm stranded with only the clothes on my back and this hot professor guy. Adrian smiled slyly at him. But anyway, the whole virgin thing? Not nearly as humiliating as my week, let me tell you. You want to be the one who's going to have to request a new company laptop? Point taken, and it's not some noble oath. Noah settled back against the pillows, fighting urge gone, and in its place a strange calm, a sense that it was time to finally say certain truths aloud. It's not? Adrian took his cue and leaned back on the pillows, rolling on his side so he could see Noah's face. And no, that wasn't disconcerting in the slightest, being put under observation like an interesting snail. Well, maybe it started out that way. I knew I was gay in high school, but my faith told me it was a sin. I went to a conservative college, in part because I didn't trust myself at a more liberal school. I thought maybe I could ignore that part of me. Then my friendship with Sarah seemed like fate, like I could marry her and everything would be okay. But it wasn't, Adrian guessed, blue eyes sympathetic. In the window behind him, snow continued to drift down in lazy sheets, creating the sense of the two of them alone on a snowbound planet, one where Noah could share things he ordinarily locked away. It wasn't that I didn't love her. Noah tried to find words to describe the mess his emotions had been back then. I did. You loved her too much to hurt her. Adrian was too darn perceptive. Exactly. Noah sighed. I broke her heart, and I went off to graduate school convinced that as long as I never acted on the gayness, I was doing the world a favor. That's so sad, Adrian said. To cut yourself off like that. Well, I thought it was what I deserved after treating Sarah so badly. But gradually, he trailed off, not sure he could say this next part. Something changed? Adrian leaned forward, and it wasn't his eagerness that made Noah want to continue as much as the promise in his eyes that he wasn't judging him. I got Ulysses, and he was kind of therapeutic for me. I started hating myself a little less. Oh man, I get that. A few months of taking care of Pixel, and I didn't feel so much like the perpetual screw-up my family thought I was. Unconditional love will do that for you. Noah's chest did a weird fluttery thing, and he had to wave his hand to lessen the sensation. Yeah, well, other things weren't going so well. I was in my final year of the doctoral program, and I had all these official functions to go to, and every place I interviewed with did group interviews and formal receptions, and I don't do well with crowds. I think I got that you're not exactly a people person from the first, Adrian teased. He rubbed Noah's thigh again. There's nothing wrong with that. There is when you want a tenure-track job. It got so bad that I was having panic attacks before flying out to interviews, he admitted. Hey, don't feel bad. I have panic attacks over flying even when it's a vacation. I have to either drink or pinch some of my mom's Xanax to make it through. An invisible knot released in Noah's back. Adrian would get this. I didn't have a mom with a pharmacy in her purse, but I went to student health to see if I could get something, and they made me see a psychologist first. That's smart. Adrian patted Noah's leg. Nothing wrong with getting some help, unless, of course, the doctor made you feel worse. No, nothing like that. But the doctor said she could tell that I was burdened by something, and of course I wouldn't tell her what. It might have helped, Adrian said gently. It might have, but I couldn't say the words aloud, but I think she might have guessed. Oh, the shame he'd felt back then, feeling like he might be on the verge of being found out. She gave me this book to read, all about self-love, and it was full of New Age stuff. Hey, I was raised on all that New Age psychobabble. Adrian's tone was all defensive. My mom reads self-help books for relaxation. Well, she would probably love this title, but it made me realize that I couldn't spend the rest of my life loathing myself. Damn right. The purple lock of Adrian's hair jumped with the force of his words. And I started trying to accept my gayness. I still wasn't anywhere close to coming out, but I discovered gay novels around that time, and I worked on trying to reconcile my sexuality with my faith. And you weren't tempted to experiment? Adrian asked. I had panic attacks at going to sedate academic receptions. No way was I going to a crowded gay bar, and casual sex isn't attractive to me. But relationship sex is? Or are you not into sex at all? Because that's cool too. I've got 2 asexual friends. Not everything needs a label, Noah said. I find the idea of a relationship attractive, yes, and I'm not opposed to sex or immune to desire, but to me, it's something sacred, reserved for a union of meaning, not some urge to be worked out on Friday night. Good to know. Adrian smiled encouragingly at him, and Noah's stomach flip-flopped. This conversation was happening on so many levels, Noah simply couldn't keep up. But I've always been able to compartmentalize that part of my life. He knew he was turning red again. Anyway, I was slowly getting more okay with who and what I was, and then he drifted and had to look away from Adrian's questioning gaze. And then? Adrian's hand was gentle on Noah's chin, turning his face back toward him. And then I got the job at Landview, and I had to sign a morality clause in the contract. They kicked 2 students off the basketball team the year prior for having premarital sex. Coming out was completely and totally off the table, and I was relieved. Yes. Noah felt the word all the way to his feet, every muscle releasing with the realization Adrian got Noah on a plane that no one else had ever. Yes, I was relieved. I wouldn't have to deal with the messy reality of how coming out would destroy my family. I wouldn't have to figure how precisely to navigate gay culture when I was opposed to casual sex. I figured it was a sign from God that this is how I'm supposed to live my life, aware of and accepting who I am, but not seeking more. That's quite possibly the saddest thing I've ever heard. Adrian's voice had a quiver in it that went straight to all the raw parts of Noah's soul. So you just resigned yourself to a life alone? You didn't think about job hunting elsewhere? Do you know how few tenure-track archaeology positions there are each year? No, this is just my life now, and I'm okay with that. Maybe if he said it enough times, he'd believe it, too. No, you're not. Adrian shook his head. People aren't meant to be alone, Noah. It hurts my heart to think of you choosing to be celibate simply to keep a job, and because you're afraid. And I know coming out's scary, but trust me, it's not an option for me. Noah cut short Adrian's pep talk. It doesn't really matter if I would have eventually gotten up the courage to do it. Last year, 2 tenure-track jobs opened, in the whole country. I'm here working on my book because this is my sabbatical semester. Assuming I make my book deadline, I'll have the final tenure review in the spring, and then I'll be tenured. That's enough for me. The ability to work on my research is huge. But research won't keep you warm at night. And I know that because I'm working 80-hour weeks on this game. I take Pixel with me to the office because otherwise I'd never see him. But I'm honest enough to admit, I'm lonely as heck. Look where that got you, Noah said, and Adrian's face crumpled, all that earnest light fading from his eyes. Adrian looked away, studying the print of the Utah desert on the wall. Even his hands had gone slack from their usual perpetual motion. Wait, I didn't mean... It's okay, I get it. How about we start that movie now? Adrian's voice was flat, none of the eager inflection Noah had come to enjoy. Adrian had a way of making even small talk seem exhilarating, but his tone now was positively funereal. Noah nodded, but his movements felt wooden, hampered by this deep sense of loss. More than the moment, more than the quiet intimacy of the conversation, more than Adrian's trust, even. He'd lost something in the past few seconds, something he didn't even have a name for, but he instinctively wanted it back. Adrian tried to shift his legs, but couldn't do it without waking Noah. Noah had fallen asleep during the first 30 minutes of the movie, because, of course he did. All those hours of work and the emotionally taxing talk, and he'd apparently run out of gas somewhere around when Alex Rogan got beamed up by the aliens, leaving Adrian to wrestle with his thoughts. He knew Noah didn't think so, but they were actually very similar. They'd both sacrificed a lot for their professional lives, and they were both lonely. Only difference was that Adrian had the balls to admit his unhappiness and the guts to try to change the status quo. And yeah, Trent had been a terrible mistake, but at least he'd been out there, taking risks. Noah had wrapped up his youth, said goodbye to his 20s, and crested the hill of his 30s, all while keeping the best parts of himself locked up tight. The worst thing was that Noah could make someone a wonderful partner, not just a boyfriend or a date, but a partner. Noah was deep and loyal, like some slow-moving turtle that mated for life. Sure, it would take him a long time to get to happily ever after, but man, the journey would be worth it. And maybe he wasn't a wild monkey sex kind of guy, wouldn't ever be, but what would it be like to be with someone who genuinely believed in making love as a spiritual union? And, okay, thinking about sex while Noah was slumped against him was probably not the best idea. But Adrian hadn't exactly been teasing when he'd volunteered to rid Noah of his virginity. It shouldn't be such a massive turn-on either, the idea of being someone's first. The idea of being the one to show Noah the banquet of sensual delights after a lifetime of fasting. Noah shifted against him, tossing one arm across Adrian's torso. Adrian took a risk and wrapped an arm around Noah, letting him move around until he was nice and cozy, legs tangled with Adrian's, head on Adrian's shoulder. The dogs had returned to the foot of the bed, and Adrian lowered the volume on the movie until the world shrank to only him holding Noah, snow still falling outside the camper. This was what was missing from his life. No hopeless crushes, remember? But was it really hopeless? He sifted his fingers through Noah's silky hair. There was so much longing in Noah's words and actions. There was a certain desperation in the way he cuddled Adrian, even in his sleep, and it made Adrian's ribs draw tight around his heart.
Dre, you still here?
Noah nuzzled against Adrian's neck. Adrian liked the sleepy nickname almost as much as he liked the feel of Noah's beard on his neck. Yeah, buddy, I'm still here. Movie's just about done. You go ahead and sleep. Stay like this forever. I don't mind.
Oh no, I missed it,
Noah mumbled.
I sleep?
Yeah, you slept. I think you're still asleep right now. Go on now, close your eyes. And then he did the only thing that seemed sensible at that moment. He dropped a kiss on the top of Noah's head. But instead of sending Noah back to dreamland, his muscles went rigid, and he seemed to realize where he was. Their eyes met. Noah's wide, startled eyes made Adrian swallow hard. He knew all his fears, every ounce of the tenderness he felt, were on display in his own eyes. He couldn't seem to help it. Noah made him care in a way no one else ever had. Maybe it was that Noah needed him that much. Noah deserved a life full of sweet moments, sweet memories. Although his muscles were tense enough to bounce quarters off of, Noah hadn't rolled away. He kept holding Adrian's gaze. Are we cuddling? His eyes seemed to ask. Yup, Adrian sent the message back. We are, and you were enjoying it. A lot. We shouldn't be doing this. Noah's eyes flashed a warning and his arm fell away from Adrian's chest, but otherwise he didn't move or make a sound. I want you. Adrian sent another I message, this one closer to an I caress. He let Noah feel his want, let him see the desire that had built up over the past hour, over the past 2 days, really. Miraculously, Noah didn't flinch away. Slowly, so slowly, so as to not break the moment, Adrian stroked Noah's jaw. His face was mere inches above Noah's now. I'm going to kiss you, he told Noah with his eyes, and with his caressing fingers, and with the firmness of his arm around Noah. Still no flinching. It was possible that Noah was still half asleep. Equally possible that he couldn't read Adrian's intent. But the better bet was that he wanted this too. Wanted Adrian every bit as much as Adrian wanted him. Bending his head, Adrian ghosted his lips across Noah's. And waited. Chapter 8. Noah had been kissed before. He'd kissed Sarah enough to steam up the windows of his focus, enough to make him wonder why his body wasn't responding, enough to make her pant against his neck, her hands seeking more than he was capable of giving. He'd kissed sloppy and he'd kissed sweet, and he'd never, ever known anything like Adrian's little whisper of a kiss. Adrian's lips hovered above his, warm breath tickling Noah's beard. It wasn't even a kiss as much an invitation. Noah's brain was foggy with sleep, his limbs warm and heavy from being wrapped around Adrian. Wrapped around Adrian? Oh, crap. He came more awake, more aware of the predicament he was in. Adrian's arm was around him, holding him close, and at some point he'd tossed a leg over Adrian. He should feel mortified. He'd essentially used Adrian as nothing more than a big body pillow. But he wasn't mortified. He felt right. Everything about this moment seemed perfect. Predestined, almost. And Noah was nothing if not a sucker for destiny. He'd sold himself on God's will with college. with Sarah, with Ulysses, with Landview. And now fate had thrown Adrian right in his path. And what was he supposed to do if not accept the invitation? He parted his lips, tongue sweeping along Adrian's bottom lip in a move he remembered Sarah doing dozens of times. Adrian made a low, feral noise. That was new. As was the way Adrian devoured him. Adrian's lips crashed down on him, erasing every single thing Noah thought he knew about kissing in less than 5 seconds. Adrian's lips were a firm, commanding presence against his own. Adrian kissed like he was in charge, like he expected to be the one in charge. And something inside Noah opened up and said yes. Yes, in a way he'd never been able to before. Yes, with 1,000 small exhales. Yes, with his lips parting, welcoming Adrian's tongue, welcoming Adrian taking over his mouth, taking over his person. Letting Adrian take charge was possibly the most terrifying and wonderful thing he had ever done. Each moment brought with it new rewards, the rasp of Adrian's stubble against his cheek, the way Adrian's lips were soft yet demanding, the way Adrian's hand tightened against his back. Adrian rolled, pressing Noah into the mattress. Oh, yes, everything about Adrian was hard and masculine and made Noah's senses sing. Emotion bubbled up in his chest and his eyes felt tight and hot. This was what he'd missed out on. He'd always had a vague notion that kissing a man might be a little different, a little more pleasurable, but he'd told himself it would be a difference of degrees and that he wasn't really skipping out on much. Maybe he simply wasn't a person with a high sex drive. Pleasant was about as much as he could hope for, regardless of gender. Ha! 5 minutes of kissing blew past all those assumptions. It was like going from playing an old Atari game to the all-encompassing realism of a game like Space Villager. A moan vibrated between them, and it took Noah a second to realize that it came from him. Adrian broke away, breathing hard as he looked down at Noah with soft, glassy eyes. You want more, or should that be good night? What? I'm supposed to choose? No. Adrian was in charge. Adrian needed to keep going on whatever path they'd been on a second ago. Choice was bad. Choice meant coming out of this awesome fog and having to think. That was a good night kiss? It could be. Adrian's tone was non-committal, but his body was still hard and tense against Noah's. But it has to be up to you. Why? Noah rolled away. The moment was racing away, leaving behind a lot of questions and uncertainty. Why? Adrian touched his shoulder, rubbing softly. Because I kind of jumped you there, and as much as I'd love to keep going, I need to make sure you're on board with that. Why kiss me at all? Noah sat up, shrugging off Adrian's touch. Because you were sleepy and sexy and smelled incredibly good and you looked like you wanted to be kissed, and this part isn't really that well done of me, but I just really wanted to be your first gay kiss. Like a bonus score in a game? A bitter taste filled Noah's mouth. No, like a memory. I wanted to be the memory of your first kiss, and I wanted to make it incredible for you, and never mind. I didn't mean to push you further than you wanted to go, and that's why I stopped. I'd love to make some more memories with you, but I don't want to be the sort you regret. Regret was already swamping Noah because now he had to spend the rest of his life knowing that kissing was not overrated, and that it could be a transcendental event. He wasn't sure his body could handle any more memories with Adrian. I think we should probably say goodnight, Noah said stiffly. Okay. Adrian stood, leaning over him and brushing his lips with another little whisper kiss, this one sad and wistful. Thank you. He whistled for Pixel, then strolled out to the living area, leaving Noah to contemplate exactly what Adrian was thankful for. Thankful for turning my life upside down? Thankful for stealing a kiss and my sanity? Or thankful because the kiss had been that awe-inspiring for him, too? That last one was less of a possibility. Adrian had probably kissed dozens of guys, and for all Noah knew, all gay kissing felt so good and magical. Pushing unanswerable questions from his brain, he tried to focus on sleep. It wouldn't come. His bed felt too big, too cold, too drafty. Outside, the wind howled, a low, lonely sound as the snow built up in drifts. He got up, checked the pipes, checked the hookups, got back in bed, still wide awake. His body felt imprinted with the memory of what it had been like to sleep in Adrian's arms, and no matter which way he tossed or turned, he couldn't get back to that peaceful place. Adrian couldn't sleep. The kiss kept running through his head, and if he were anywhere other than Noah's sofa, he would jerk off to try to relieve this awful tension spiraling through him. But masturbating on Noah's furniture seemed kind of disrespectful. He could go to the bathroom, but that tiny space was much too close to where Noah slept. He flipped over the 100th time, trying to find a way towards sleep. But he kept remembering the little sounds Noah had made, how he'd tasted like chocolate and sleep and hungry man, and how he'd all but melted in his arms. Adrian had kissed plenty of guys, but no one had ever given himself over to him like that, and the power had been incredible. Everything about it had been magical. He could have kept kissing Noah for hours. And he hadn't stopped because he needed to get off or anything like that. Sure, he'd been hard and more turned on than in his entire life, but kissing Noah was its own sort of pleasure, and orgasm hadn't felt like the destination. No, he'd stopped because he wanted to be more than the guy who overwhelmed Noah. He'd wanted to be the guy Noah chose. 80 pounds of dog landed on his chest, squishing him into the side of the couch. "Dog, what are you doing?" As an answer, Ulysses sprawled out even more, giving Adrian a whole 6 inches of space. "Off! Off!" Adrian tried to banish the dog to the floor, but then Pixel decided to get in on the action and perched on his shoulder to bark. "Both of you, knock it off!" "What's going on?" Noah came down the hallway, pausing in the kitchenette. "Sorry for waking you. Your dog seems to think he's part trash compactor and squashing me is his new occupation." "Wasn't asleep, and that's where he usually sleeps. Sorry." "It's okay." God, this conversation was so stilted. Adrian almost expected it to come with bullet points. Outside, the wind whined, a chill whipping through the camper. Noah rubbed his arms. "You cold?" he asked softly. "What? No, I've got a pile of dogs." Suddenly, it hit him what Noah might be asking. "Yes, I'm freezing. It's way too cold out here, and I appreciate your hospitality, but this blanket's kind of thin." He was laying it on extra thick, but he wasn't sure exactly how much help Noah needed here. And it was chilly, the camper's heater nowhere sufficient enough to cope with the burden of the storm. "You want—" Noah stopped, breathing hard. He chewed on his lip. Adrian waited. He needed Noah to do the asking. Adrian wasn't going to sweet-talk him into something Noah would hate him for in the morning. "You want to let Ulysses have his bed back? You could bring your blanket in." It was dark, so Adrian couldn't tell what color Noah's face was, but he had a feeling it was flaming. "Yeah, I could." He sat up, wrapping the blanket around his bare shoulders. Truth was, he wasn't that cold. He always ran toward hot when sleeping. That was why he never wore a shirt to bed. And he was still sweltering from that earlier kiss. Apparently giving up on finding words, Noah made a little follow-me gesture and headed for the bedroom. Adrian didn't need to be asked twice. He bounded after him, more eager than either of the dogs to get whatever treat Noah had in mind. The air in the hallway was chillier than he'd expected, stinging his bare feet and making his nipples pebble up. He wasn't play-acting when he yelped from the cold and dove under Noah's covers. "Come on, warm me up." Noah stood by the side of his bed, looking down at Adrian, not sure what happened now. Adrian had left his blanket in a heap on the floor when he crawled under Noah's covers. Noah picked it up and carefully spread it on top of the comforter. He shivered again, and it wasn't entirely from the frosty air. What happened now? He hadn't had a plan when he invited Adrian back here. All he knew was that he was cold and sleepless and restless and needing something he was pretty sure only Adrian could provide. "It's okay," Adrian patted the side of the bed. "We don't have to do anything you don't want. We can just cuddle a little and go to sleep." Noah lay down next to him, not touching or even looking at him. "I'm not sure I know how to cuddle," he admitted quietly. "You were doing a fabulous job when you were asleep earlier." Adrian tugged him up against his side, his chest a warm wall behind him, his hands encouraging him to relax against him by stroking his sides and stomach. Adrian shifted his arm so he was cradled against his shoulder and dropped a kiss next to his ear. "Just like this," Adrian whispered. "Wouldn't it be nice to sleep like this?" "Yes." When he was a little kid, Noah had liked to stack all the blankets and his sleeping bag on top of him, trying to keep bad dreams at bay in a drafty old farmhouse. He'd liked falling asleep with the heavy weight on him. Even now, he loved his big, heavy down comforter. But blankets had nothing on Adrian, couldn't make him feel nearly as safe as Adrian surrounding him. "You don't need, more?" Noah could feel Adrian's erection pressing against his backside, but Adrian's breathing was even and smooth, and the way Adrian nuzzled his head wasn't exactly insistent. "More? This is everything." Adrian's voice was heavy with sleep. He tossed a leg over Noah's hip, effectively pinning him in place. "How about we worry about more in the morning? I just want to hold you right now. That okay?" That was more than okay. "Perfect," he mumbled, and let sleep claim him at last. Noah woke up, sprawled on Adrian's chest, snow-dappled sunlight pouring into the room. "How is it still snowing?" he asked, not lifting his head. Adrian's warm skin under his cheek, hearing Adrian's heartbeat under his ear, feeling Adrian's arms around him. It all felt too good. "I don't know, and I'm sure I'll complain later, but this right here is pretty nice. Happy Thanksgiving." Adrian kissed the top of his head. "I can't believe I didn't wake up in the night," Noah mused. He was used to waking up in the early dawn hours, letting Ulysses out, trying in vain to get back to sleep, giving up and puttering around the house. "You were out. I took the dogs out a while ago and you didn't even stir. I couldn't resist getting back in bed and cuddling you some more." Noah had never thought of himself as someone who needed or even wanted cuddling. But snuggling with Adrian was rapidly changing his mind. He could get addicted to this. "Danger! Danger, Will Robinson!" He tried to roll away, but Adrian pinned him to the bed in a smooth move. "I'm not done yet. Pretty sure my feet are still frozen from your dog taking his sweet time." He ran a not-so-cold bare foot up Adrian's leg, tugging his flannel pajama pants up his calf. His breath smelled minty, and Noah was suddenly acutely aware that this was his first time waking up with another person, and all sorts of awkward questions about his personal hygiene flooded his brain. As if sensing the direction of his thoughts, Adrian kissed his cheek. "Stop overthinking. Did you sleep good last night?" "Yeah." "Are you enjoying this right now?" "Yes." He turned his head so Adrian could nuzzle his neck. "Then that's all that matters. Tell your brain to take a little break. You'll get back to it later." Adrian rocked against him, waking up more than his brain. Adrian was hard against his hip, and his teasing seemed more purposeful than last night's sleepy cuddles. Noah couldn't keep his sigh of pleasure in. "You want that more now?" Adrian licked the tendons of Noah's neck. Why did Adrian seem so darn intent on making him articulate his wants? All this stuff was so much easier when Adrian led and he tripped along after. Noah made a vague noise as a response. "Nope, not good enough." Adrian nipped at his beard. "No regrets, right? I need you to not leave me in a snowbank later. You can send your brain back offline in a second, but Just tell me what you're comfortable with right now. This good? He rubbed up against Noah's side. Noah had read enough explicit stories that he had a feeling what Adrian was aiming for. Yeah. Somehow it was easier to say what he didn't want. Not everything, but this is acceptable. Acceptable, huh? How about we work on turning that into stupendous, incredible, mind-blowing? Adrian's lips came over his before Noah could work up a reply. Any worries Noah had over morning breath and inexperience and regrets and boundaries and the massive tangle of doubts in his brain all ran away in the face of Adrian's enthusiasm. Yes, that was it. Adrian kissed like he did a lot of other stuff, with boundless, joyous enthusiasm. Adrian rocked against him, a more deliberate motion in time with the thrust of his tongue in Noah's mouth. Noah's hands clutched at Adrian's shoulders. He needed something to ground him against all the feelings ricocheting around his insides. His own erection pressed into the softness of Adrian's stomach, and he experimented with rolling his hips. Yeah, like that. Adrian shifted, and then, sweet Lord, his erection rubbed against Noah's, a thick, insistent pressure. And it didn't matter that there were layers of fabric in between them. Electricity sparked up and down his spine with each gentle rock from Adrian, each answering movement from his hips. So good. Adrian sucked on Noah's earlobe before tugging at the hem of Noah's long-sleeved t-shirt. Noah stiffened as their naked stomachs met for the first time. Okay. Adrian rucked the shirt up to Noah's armpits. Mm-hmm. Noah pulled the offending shirt off before it strangled him. Damn, you are so sexy. I love how fuzzy you are. Adrian ran his hands all over Noah's chest and stomach. Leaning forward, he grazed Noah's chest with his much smoother one, wiggling a little. Am I your loofah now? Noah had to laugh. Oh man, me, in a shower way bigger than that fish tank you've got in the bathroom? Yes, you can rub all over me. Adrian kissed him again, a half-laughing, playful meeting of lips that went straight to Noah's heart. You want to be on top? Rub on me? Oh, God, more with the questions. Adrian? Yeah? Stop asking me things, please. Remember that whole brain on hiatus thing? Yeah? Adrian smiled slowly, one hand tangling in Noah's hair, holding him steady for a blistering assault on every crevice of his mouth. Yes, this was exactly what Noah wanted. No thinking, no questions, just the hard, heavy press of Adrian's body and the absolute mastery of his mouth. Noah moaned, and it seemed like that was the right thing to do because Adrian sped up his motions and got a hand on his hip, pulling him even closer until Noah got the message and wrapped his leg around Adrian. Yeah, just like that, sweetheart. Adrian's voice was lower now, rougher. Close. The word came out like a prayer, an acknowledgement of the heady miracle of being so close to another person, sharing something that heretofore had been reserved for furtive middle-of-the-night wrestlings and guilty showers. Rich morning light streamed over their bodies as they heaved and strained, and all Noah could do was moan. Me too. Need skin. Adrian broke away for an agonizing second to tug both of their pajama pants down. Noah could sense a question in Adrian's eyes. This okay? But Noah appreciated his decisive movements far more than his consideration. Adrian settled back on top of him, nothing between them but skin. Noah didn't have much time to register that he was naked with another person for the first time, because the first silky drag of Adrian's erection against his own had him right back on that precipice. He made a desperate, keening sound. It's okay. I've got you. Adrian kissed his neck. Another thrust, and Noah was coming. The sensation of bare skin and hot man was all too much for him, and it felt like his soul was emptying out, discarding worthless assumptions, releasing years of holding back. It all came out in a skull-pounding rush. Adrian moaned, and Noah came back to his dizzy self in time to see Adrian sit back on his heels, getting a hand between them. He dragged his dick against the damp hair on Noah's stomach, coating it with Noah's cum before he too shot thick white jets across Noah's chest. His face was gorgeous as he came, a mixture of tension and ecstasy, deep groans of satisfaction rumbling out of his thrown-back head. Holy cow! Adrian collapsed next to Noah. Tell me that was better than acceptable. Slightly. Noah was surprised to discover he still had the power of speech. I might be inclined to give it a satisfactory. We're going to work on your stingy use of adjectives. Adrian bussed a quick kiss across Noah's lips. But first, let's get this round cleaned up. This round? Noah's head swam with possibilities. His chest pounded as if he'd just biked every hill on campus. He couldn't grasp what they'd done, let alone the idea of repeating it. I'll grab a towel, and one of us should probably check the traffic report. Adrian all but whistled as he walked naked down the hall. Huh. Apparently, while Noah's life had just detonated, everything was business as usual for Adrian. Chapter 9. Well, crap. Stomach dropping, Adrian surveyed the white landscape from the door of the motorhome. The unplowed road had probably a good 2 feet of snow on it, and from what he could see, the main road leading into the RV campground wasn't any better. I'm not sure if we even need a traffic report. We seem to be trapped. I wonder if they're not plowing because it's Thanksgiving? Still damp from a quick shower, Noah came up behind him. Unfortunately, Adrian was too pissed at Mother Nature to fully appreciate how lickable a fresh and clean Noah was. You think that would give them more reason? Adrian knew he sounded pouty, and he was sure his foot stamping only increased the effect, but he couldn't stop the bitter disappointment curdling in his gut. No pie, no relatives, no forgiveness for arriving sans luggage and sans boyfriend. Nope, just another Adrian screw-up. The way the roads looked, he'd be lucky to still make Saturday's wedding. More bad news. Noah held up his smartphone. Weather says this break of sunshine is only temporary. Another wave of the storm is coming. It's one of those weird polar vortex things, and it's not likely to warm up enough to melt last night's round before the next hits. And road crews are focusing on I-70. These outer roads are less likely to get done today. Shit. Adrian sank down on the couch. I'm sorry, maybe we should have kept on the highway. Noah chewed the side of his mouth. A night on the side of the interstate might have been better than getting trapped here. It's not your fault. Adrian forced himself to say the words. It would have been dangerous to keep going. I'm the one who should be apologizing. You were expecting a couple of hours detour from your schedule, not days of disruption. I'm not sorry, Noah said softly. Heat spread through Adrian's limbs as his brain played a highlight reel of last night and this morning. Screw the weather. He wouldn't trade that memory either. And he was relieved Noah wasn't having second thoughts. He'd escaped the bed in a hurry, afraid to see regret in Noah's eyes. Noah had told him to stop asking permission, but Adrian still worried that he'd overpowered the guy, pushed him too far, too fast. Me either. He reached for Noah's wrist, pulled him down to the couch. Noah was a bit stiff, but Adrian wrapped his arms around him. If it turns out we're stuck, we'll just make the best of things. Noah turned an interesting shade of purple and gave a little cough. Here came the regrets. I'm not sure it would be prudent to get carried away. My work. He was stumbling around a point that required a lot of mental gymnastics to translate. You're saying we shouldn't spend all day in bed because you really need to make progress on your book? Adrian tightened his hold on Noah. He couldn't fault Noah's work ethic, but first he'd sneak a little extra cuddling to the man who desperately seemed to need it. Something like that. Even the tips of Noah's ears were red. But you're not regretting what we did? Noah shook his head and relaxed into Adrian's grip a bit. Noah? Yes. I'm not a total horn dog, or incapable of keeping myself busy. You've got a classic sci-fi collection to die for. I've got a phone with 100 apps, and I have patience.
Patience?
How many chapters do you want to get done today?
Noah thought for a moment. 2 would be nice.
You get through 2, and I'll dream up a suitable reward for you. Noah made that choked noise that Adrian was beginning to associate with Noah trying to talk about sex.
I don't need anything dreamed up. A repeat would be more than reward.
Translation, you feel good about what we did, but you don't feel comfortable going much further?
Yes.
Noah studied the seam of his hiking sock. Totally fine. Adrian kissed his cheek. And I'll have you know, there's lots of variations on front. I can still blow your mind later.
Of that I have no doubt.
Noah shifted around a bit, not pulling loose, similar to how Pixel needed to turn around 10 times before settling down.
Adrian?
Yeah?
Are you always so affectionate?
Adrian wasn't sure exactly what the correct answer was. Did he love cuddling his boyfriends? Yes. Possibly because he'd spent so much time apart from them, he was always very touchy-feely in person. Was Noah a boyfriend? Not hardly. Did Noah inspire a weird urge to pet and cuddle him? Most definitely. But what did Noah want to hear? That he was special, or that this was simply how Adrian was? Both were true, but Adrian wanted the answer most likely to make Noah relax. Does it bother you? He hedged.
No, it's more, I've never really been a hugger. My family's not very outwardly demonstrative, and my work life doesn't really inspire a lot of touching either. So this is new, but I kind of like it.
He gave Adrian a shy smile that turned his insides into a gooey mess like Aunt Teresa's cranberry sauce. Oh, good idea. What were you planning for Thanksgiving dinner?
Planning is overstating it a bit, but I got a small turkey breast for the crock pot.
You do love that thing, don't you? Adrian teased. Do you have a recipe? I'm not quite the master of cook-ahead like you, but if you have a basic recipe, I can make us a little Thanksgiving while you work.
You'll make me dinner?
No, I'll make us a holiday. We might be trapped here, but there's no reason we can't have a good day. Noah had never had such a productive holiday. Once, a few years back, the department had tried to give him a work-study assignment. 3 days of trying to share his office with someone supposedly there to help him had sent Noah running to his department chair, begging to have the assistant go assist someone else. But something was different about sharing workspace with Adrian. First, he didn't have to give Adrian directions. Adrian was his own boss, something that had been clear from the start. He might be without a way home, but he wasn't short on confidence or direction. Adrian loved taking charge, but he wasn't annoying about it. He simply went about making Noah's life easier. And Noah let him. A plate of eggs and the last of the bacon magically appeared. The dogs went out and in and out again, and Noah didn't do so much as towel off their paws or find the leashes. Another grilled sandwich appeared around lunchtime, when Adrian was in conversation on his phone in low, hushed tones while searching through Noah's limited pantry.
Need help finding something?
Noah asked, after swallowing a mouthful of sandwich. Oh, look, a fresh mug of tea had been supplied as well. Go back to work. My friend Annie is giving me cooking advice.
I can help.
Back to work. Reward, remember? I really want to reward you, and I'm having fun here with the dinner surprises. Surprises? Plural? Ordinarily, Noah detested surprises. Unplanned things were only interesting in a scientific sense, and even then they tended to wreck his carefully crafted research and were to be avoided. Part of why he cooked was self-defense. Restaurants were distracting, noisy things that seldom lived up to expectations. His crock-pot offered comfortingly familiar meals with few surprises. Adrian handed Noah his headphones. He lingered a minute to rub Noah's neck. There had been a number of impromptu shoulder massages today, too. The little touches were as soothing to Noah's soul as the food and pet help. He felt wrapped in a cozy blanket of domesticity, like a vacation from the stark reality of his actual life. Enjoy it while it lasts. A few hours later, Noah's trailer was filled with homey scents he associated closely with holidays at Ruth's house: cinnamon and roasting meat and buttery bread. It was strangely comforting, and he worked through Adrian's puttering, sinking more into the lovely cocoon of good feelings. Unlike holidays with his own family, there was no lingering ambivalence, no sense of being alone in the midst of happy people. All he had to do was be himself, and Adrian took care of the rest. Gratitude filled his chest, loosened his joints, and made his words flow easier. "What's the current chapter count?" Adrian stood next to him. At some point, he'd knotted a towel around his waist for an apron, and his face was flushed from being over the stove. Noah checked his computer screen. "Is it really after 6? And somehow I've banged out 2.5 chapters. "Yes!" Adrian sounded even more pleased than Noah. "That's awesome news. That means you can enjoy your dinner now, right?" "Yes, and maybe after we could watch a movie." He'd gotten far enough today he could take a break, and selfishly he really wanted to see what it would be like to watch a movie awake with Adrian. Would Adrian cuddle him the whole time? A hungry, needy part of him really hoped so. Careful, don't encourage cravings you won't be able to satisfy tomorrow. "That sounds totally perfect. Right after we eat, though, you should take a walk in the moonlight with me. The snow is so pretty, and the dogs are hilarious in it. Now, I want to show you your dinner surprise." "My dinner surprise?" "Don't freak out, okay? I'm sure this violates like 10 rules of yours, but I promise to clean everything up." He pulled Noah toward the bedroom. "In here." Noah's pulse picked up. Were they going to do something before eating? Adrian opened the door and revealed a little bit of magic. "Since you were working at the dining table, I made us a Thanksgiving picnic in here." He'd spread an old sheet over the bed and had arranged 2 plates, silverware, and a variety of interesting-looking dishes on the bed. Soft music came from Adrian's phone propped up on the shelf. He'd apparently discovered the dimmer switch for the bedroom lights, bathing everything in a soft glow. "This is amazing." Noah couldn't resist the urge to touch Adrian any longer. He gave him a hug. A bit rusty and awkward, but Adrian beamed like he'd offered up a rare artifact. "I'm so glad you like it. I hope everything tastes okay. You mainly had canned goods, so I had to improvise, but look at this." He held up the 1-loaf pan Noah owned. It smelled like pumpkin and cinnamon. "You didn't have a pie plate, so it's a weird shape, but you had canned pumpkin and some pancake mix. It's not exactly pie, but close enough." "But you can't eat regular pancake mix, right?" "Yeah, but you can." Adrian's eyes were as wide as the generous bounty spread out on the bed. "You made a pie just for me?" Noah's throat felt thick. "Don't go getting too worked up until you taste it." Adrian carefully climbed on the bed and motioned for Noah to join him. Noah sat down, heart quivering with new, strange emotions. He felt as fragile as his mother's cut-glass dishes. As they ate, they talked about holiday traditions. "What was your best Thanksgiving?" Adrian asked. "This one." The words were right there, but Noah forced them back. "My dad was an electrical worker. One year there was a huge power outage on Thanksgiving. He got called out, and we went ahead to my grandparents without him. That was a good year." "You don't like your dad?" Adrian asked. "And no judgment, man. My parents are divorced. It's been 2 Thanksgivings in one day for as long as I can remember. My grandmother's harp and fight way worse than my folks, and the handoffs were often super chilly." "My folks never got divorced. It was against their beliefs." Noah sighed. "Instead, my dad picked fights with my mother constantly, and when she wouldn't take the bait, he'd pick on whatever other relatives happened to be convenient. He wasn't a very nice man." That was an understatement, but Noah felt like he'd already revealed too much. Adrian's eyes were soft and sympathetic, as if he knew all the parts Noah was leaving out, like how often he was the recipient of those tirades. "My dad wasn't that bad when he was with us kids, but when he tries and fails to be civil with my mom and her family, it's the worst. That's part of why I'm not looking forward to the wedding. Too much family politics. Is your family dynamic better now that your dad is passed?" "Yes. He died 8 years ago. I was in graduate school. Last conversation we ever had was him lecturing me over ending my engagement and harping on my needing to find a new girl. But in answer to your question, yes, the dynamics are better. But it's weird because we all got so used to dealing with him that living without him has its own issues. Yeah, it's weird how we get used to living with dysfunction. Yes. Noah nodded. That was it exactly. It wasn't until he was an adult and living on his own that he realized how dysfunctional his parents' marriage had been. Actually, now that I think about it, one of my favorite Thanksgivings was in high school, Adrian mused, picking at the last of his turkey. My mom unexpectedly decided to go away with her boyfriend at the time, and my dad's mother had just had hip replacement surgery, so my sisters took over. We had an entire meal devoted to pie. Emily made me a gluten-free apple pie that I feasted on for days. That year was the best, but so weird to not have the usual push-pull of the two families. 2 weirdly, unexpectedly good holidays? Noah raised his water glass. Absolutely. Adrian clinked glasses with him. Their gazes collided, something powerful linking them. And it wasn't the promise of the sex they'd undoubtedly, please, have later, or the satisfaction of good food and better conversation. Friendship. It had been so long, Noah had almost forgotten what that deep connection with another person felt like. It feels like a big bed full of food and laughter. Noah tried to dismiss such fanciful thoughts, but the warm, languid sensation lingered through the rest of dinner and got stronger during their walk in the snow, especially after Adrian lobbed a few snowballs his direction. And when Noah pointed out the full moon and Adrian grinned wide as if Noah had personally hung it, the fuzzy, happy feeling reached new heights when Adrian snuggled up to him for the movie. Didn't even make a move for sex. Simply grabbed Noah and hauled him against his side. I belong here. It was a stupid, foolish thought, but he'd never felt so much happiness. His ribs ached with the effort of holding the feelings in. It wouldn't last. It couldn't last. But for that moment, it was, as Adrian said, everything. Everything he couldn't have, wouldn't have, shouldn't have. But for a few perfect hours, he could pretend. Chapter 10. After the movie, there was a sweet anticipation to getting ready for bed. Noah helped take the dogs out for their before-bed romp with the barest of patience. He brushed his teeth with purpose. While he stood at the sink in the hallway, Adrian came up behind him. So it's freezing in the living area, totally frigid, and your dog has stolen my bed again? Darn. Noah faked chagrin but couldn't contain his smile. I guess you'll have to bunk with me. Good. Adrian wrapped his arms around him. I was hoping you'd say that because I'm dying to give you your reward. My reward, huh? All of a sudden I'm feeling very thankful. It was the sort of corny silliness Noah never engaged in, yet Adrian kept bringing it out in him. 'Tis a day for gratitude, and I intend to make you very, very grateful. Is that so? Noah let Adrian tug him to the bedroom. They undressed each other in quiet agreement. The low lights were still on in the bedroom, and Noah took a moment to marvel at Adrian's smooth gold skin. He traced the outline of one spaceship tattoo with his finger. Adrian's chest was almost hairless, but he had a nice trail of hair from his belly button to places south. Noah smoothed the finger across that fuzzy strip as well, each piece of Adrian a new revelation. Adrian caught him in a long, slow kiss, hands dancing around the waist of Noah's pants. He gave Noah plenty of time to object without actually asking the question aloud. If he was smart, Noah would have plenty of objections, but the truth was, he was going to have a lifetime to regret whatever happened with Adrian, and only this one chance to create a memory worth all those recriminations. The tiny earthquake reverberating through his life revealed itself in the tremor in his hand as he pushed down Adrian's sweats. Adrian's erection sprang free. Noah hadn't gotten a very good look at it earlier, so he took a nice peek now. Adrian's penis was a dark, dusky rose with a plum-colored head. It jutted out from a groomed nest of hair, as exuberant as the rest of Adrian.
Noah's mouth did the most curious thing. It watered. He'd read a few fiction scenes with oral sex over the years, and the idea of using his mouth on someone never particularly turned him on. But one look at Adrian's penis and Noah got the attraction. Saliva gathered in his mouth, and his nose practically itched, yearning to know what Adrian smelled like there. His strange new desires were pushed from his head as Adrian stripped him of his pants and tumbled him backward on the bed. "I could kiss you all night." Adrian peered down at him, a tender expression on his face. He'd lost his glasses at some point in the undressing, and he looked softer, more vulnerable without them. The blend of approachability and total control made Noah's erection throb. He could trust Adrian. He did trust Adrian. It was safe and okay to let go with him. He had been trapped in a stiff three-piece suit of a life, and Adrian was gradually freeing him, one button, one kiss at a time. They traded kisses like bites of food, sharing nourishment, a deeper communion than simply lips meeting. Noah's limbs were heavy, and his brain slowed so much he wondered if he could actually fall asleep like this, being kissed into a coma. He laughed at the thought, which made Adrian laugh too, and then Adrian was on top of him, and sleep didn't seem like such a near possibility. "Can I show you something? I think you'll like it." "Anything." Noah exhaled around the word. "Good answer." Adrian moved so that they were still kissing, but he had a hand between them. On Noah. He had a hand on Noah's erection. A firm, faintly calloused grip that was nothing like his own perfunctory grasp. Noah moaned, back arching without his permission, hips seeking. "You are so hot and sweet," Adrian whispered against his lips. "Like that, do you? How about this?" His hold retreated, and his erection slapped damply against Noah's, but then Adrian's hand was back, holding both of them, and... Oh, God. "Nice, huh?" Adrian kissed his neck. "Or would you say satisfactory?" "Very. I want to come when you do." Adrian's words were a wicked command that went right to Noah's soul. "I want to kiss you until neither of us can wait a second longer, and then I want you to come all over my cock." Noah grunted his agreement with the plan. Adrian spit on his palm, which should have been crude but only served to ratchet Noah's desire even higher. He wanted every rude, crude thing Adrian could dream up. He snaked his arms around Adrian's shoulders, holding on as everything threatened to shatter apart. "Shh, not yet," Adrian commanded, strokes slowing. "Have you ever done this before? Edge close and then back off?" Noah shook his head. What was the point in drawing out his self-indulgence? But this, he was in favor of anything that made this time with Adrian last. "Just wait. The longer we can last, the more you'll see stars when you come." "I already see stars," Noah said shakily. "Good." Adrian kissed him again, and the world shrank to the sliver of space between their bodies, and his sole purpose in life became eradicating that space. He pushed up into Adrian's kiss, chased the thrust of his hips, and pulled at his shoulders. "Can't breathe," Adrian coughed, then grabbed Noah's hand with his free hand, put it on his chest. "Here, touch me." Noah started by tracing the colorful tats again, following the swoop and fall of the clouds and planets at the same time his body followed Adrian's rhythm, speeding up and slowing down. Noah dipped lower, stroking Adrian's nipples, being especially cautious with the one with the nipple ring. "Yeah, that." Adrian's head fell back, tendons of his neck straining. "More. You won't hurt me." Emboldened, Noah rolled the nubs between his fingers. Air hissed out from between Adrian's teeth. "Oh, yeah, you're getting me there. Damn." Noah experimented, discovering that tugs made Adrian groan, flicks made him pant, but rubbing made Adrian chase a firmer touch by arching his chest. He gave a gentle twist to the piercing. "Oh, holy fuck." Adrian rutted against Noah, sliding faster into his fist. Noah had done that.
He'd made Adrian flush with passion, made him shout, made him use Noah. God. More. This time the cry was his own. He wanted this. Wanted Adrian to take everything he wanted from him, everything he needed. Noah wanted to give it all. Getting close. Adrian's mouth slammed over his own. Now? He strained, every cell aching with the need to release. Hold on. Adrian's eyes were closed, his face a contorted mask of agony. Noah could watch him for hours. He had never had much use for porn, but this? He'd hand over his savings account to watch Adrian's face when he stopped holding back. His face when the passion finally broke. Now, they both gasped at the same moment, orgasms finally winning. Wave after wave of sensation swamped him until Adrian's beautiful face became a blur. It took Noah several minutes to realize that his vision was cloudy because of tears. No, not tears, some other sort of moisture. It had been a singular orgasm, but he wasn't someone moved to tears by biology. Except maybe he was. Adrian was kissing his cheeks, murmuring nonsense words in his ears. I know, sweetheart, me too, me too. Adrian rolled away, and Noah knew a moment of panic. Don't go. Just grabbing a towel, I'm not going anywhere. In that moment, Noah wished with all his heart that was true. Adrian awoke to a loud rumbling sound that shook the RV and made the dogs whine. What, Dre? Noah stretched and rubbed his eyes. Adrian loved how Noah woke up slow from sleep, staying cuddly for long moments before the all-business Noah reappeared. Adrian was only Dre in the heights of passion or in the depths of sleep, and he kind of liked Noah having a private name for him. Don't get used to it. The rumbling sound got louder, and Adrian stumbled out of bed to go investigate. He looked out the window of the living area. Hey, come see, it's a snowplow! He called excitedly before it hit him what this meant. This was likely his last day with Noah, his last few hours even. Go away and come back another day. His childish self wanted to go burrow under the covers, drag Noah with him, but Noah already had his phone out and was clicking around. Looks like more snow is coming later tonight, but if we go soon, we should make Denver before the worst of it hits. Roads still aren't great, but we should manage. More snow tonight? You should overnight in Denver so you don't get stuck in a major storm on your way back. Yes, please, and ask me to stay with you. I can give you the name of the RV park where Trent and I were going to stay. Maybe. Noah tapped his fingers against his mouth. We should probably pack up, take advantage of this window. Okay. Adrian's back tightened up as if he hadn't slept a wink. Maybe was his least favorite word in the universe. Why couldn't Noah agree to stay an extra night in Denver? He didn't seem necessarily eager, but he also wasn't dragging his feet. Already he had water for tea on and was tidying up the living area. I'll take care of the dogs, Adrian said, and reached for his borrowed boots, because really, what choice did he have? His family was counting on him. Noah didn't seem inclined to keep him, and the weather was pushing things to their natural conclusion. A few hours later, Adrian's mood had yet to improve. Each mile they traveled seemed to push them further apart, removing the easy camaraderie they had shared until they were reduced to listening to Noah's playlist and talking about benign things like the dogs. Speaking of, we should probably stop at the next rest stop, let the dogs take a quick break, Adrian said. Okay. Noah sounded nervous. What's wrong? Traffic was slow but moving, and Adrian couldn't see any immediate danger other than an ominously gray sky. I saw a few flurries, but... Noah took some deep breaths, and Adrian tried to give him the space he seemed to need to get big ideas out. Would you like to drive after our break? You most likely know the roads around Denver better than me. Yeah. Adrian smiled slowly. Noah letting him drive was a huge thing. Made him think about what else Noah might let him drive if Adrian only had the patience. And the time. We're still about 2 hours out from my mom's place, but I'd be happy to drive. As they pulled into the rest area, Adrian noticed the lines around Noah's mouth and eyes. Tell you what, I'll take the dogs. You can work on your research or maybe just lie down a bit. You saying I need a nap? Noah parked the RV in one of the extra-long truck spaces at the rest stop. The place was hopping, full of holiday traffic and truckers trying to push through the break in the bad weather. I'm saying you deserve a nap. Adrian brushed a quick kiss over Noah's cheek. You deserve a lot too, Noah said softly. He had a way of saying volumes in only a few words. Something tugged hard inside Adrian's chest, a deep pull he felt all the way to his toes. Stay here with this man. Of course, he couldn't. Dogs were waiting, and the weather wouldn't hold up much longer. As he walked the dogs over to the pet area, he noticed another RV, one of the RV America rentals like he and Trent had driven. Then he noticed a familiar man dozing in the driver's seat, bald head lolling forward. Hey! Adrian strode right over, knocked on the driver's side glass. What are you doing? The look on Trent's face was straight out of a horror movie, complete with high-pitched scream. You better not be thinking about leaving, you prick! Adrian pounded harder, and the dogs got in on the act, barking loudly. Trent lowered the window, but only part way. Adrian, baby, I found you! The booming greeting was at odds with the tightness around Trent's mouth. You've found me? Adrian dug out his phone, held it up. You consider trying to call me? Text? Make sure I wasn't fucking frozen in Utah? You abandoned me, and now you can't even get out of the car to talk to me like a man? You've got that thing with you. Where'd you find such an ugly stray? Trent made a vague gesture in the direction of Ulysses, who was eyeing Trent with definite doggy derision. Can't you lose it somewhere? Come on, baby, you know you can't keep it. I'm not the one who leaves things in strange places in the middle of winter. Don't you have any fucking soul? Baby, of course I do. I went back to the campground. His eyes slid to the side. But you were already gone. I figured I'd continue on to your parents. Apologize in person. Another eye slide. His voice was extra nasal today, a defensiveness to his tone that made Adrian's ears wince with each syllable. Yeah, and how was I supposed to get there? Flap my arms and fly? You have all my shit. You have my fucking wallet. I'm lucky I got a ride and I'm not a popsicle right now. Trent blanched at this. I do? He opened the door, got out, giving a wide berth to Adrian and the dogs. Baby, believe me, I never meant to leave you in such a predicament. Why don't you get in the RV? Let me apologize. Properly. Trent's voice dropped. A low tone Adrian had found hella sexy in chat once upon a time. And the dogs? Adrian couldn't believe Trent's audacity. Not only was he a terrible liar, but he didn't have the first clue about what sort of apology would actually work with him. You are going to take care of them, right? Trent shrugged. Just keep them away from me. What do I care? Let me make this up to you. I'm not sure you can. Look, you still need a ride, yes? And a date for the wedding? 2 days ago, he would have swallowed his pride and said yes. 2 days ago, what he cared about most was not disappointing his family when what he should have been worried about was disappointing himself. I deserve better than a crappy apology and a shifty not-really boyfriend. No, he said firmly. I don't need you. Just let me get my stuff. He headed to the RV's side door. What? You're going to hitchhike back home? Tail between your legs? Trent snorted and blocked his path. I knew you were just a pansy ass, but you can't forget of an honest mistake. No, I can't, because I thought we were friends at the least, and friends don't leave friends in the desert, at night, in winter, to freeze. Fine. Trent shrugged, a menacing grin on his face. You don't need me. You don't need your stuff. Ulysses chose that moment to lunge forward, barking, dragging Pixel and Adrian toward Trent. Hey, call off your dog! Trent's voice went higher, and he held up his hands. Ulysses! Noah's firm command sounded as he rounded the RV. He came to a stop next to Adrian. His voice was gruffer than Adrian had ever heard it, and Adrian bet this was how he terrified his students. There a problem here? No. Adrian didn't step back, keeping himself and the dogs up in Trent's personal space until Trent stepped back from the door. I'm just grabbing a few things that belong to me. I'll hold the dogs. Noah took the leashes. You sure you don't want to call the police? Report anything stolen?
Hey, no need for that. Trent's voice was too jovial. He's getting his crap back, then he's all yours, cowboy. Good luck with that.
Adrian grabbed his duffel, his electronics bag, and Pixel's stuff in record time, emerging to see Trent and Noah in a stare-off. You got everything? Noah's voice didn't betray any emotion.
You sure about this?
Trent didn't give Adrian a chance to answer before continuing.
I care about you, baby. I don't want you stranded here or going all alone to that wedding.
Adrian paused a moment, waiting for Noah to say he wasn't stranded. But Noah's mouth was a hard, thin line, and he didn't meet Adrian's eyes. Crap. Was he going to be stranded again? It didn't matter. Adrian straightened his shoulders. I'm sure. Let's go. Noah sounded angry, and Adrian wasn't sure who with. Noah led the dogs away at a rapid clip. Juggling all his stuff, Adrian followed, not sparing a parting glance for Trent. Wait up! He caught up with Noah at Noah's RV.
Look, you don't have to take me.
I don't? Noah's forehead crinkled. I thought you just turned down your only other option.
No, I don't want you feeling obligated. I'm not that far from home now. I'll call my mom, confess everything.
Maybe. Noah opened the door to the motorhome, stepped up. Maybe I want to be obligated.
You're not mad at me?
Adrian followed him in. He dumped his stuff on the couch before helping to towel off the dog's feet. Mad? Noah shook his head. Why would you think that? I'm proud of you. You stood up to that big bully. I was worried.
Yeah?
Adrian prompted. I was worried there might be a problem. I hate public arguments.
I'm sorry.
Adrian remembered what Noah had said about his family. And Noah took a deep breath. I might have been worried you were about to take his apology. He did offer you everything you wanted.
No, he didn't,
Adrian said quietly, stepping toward Noah. He backed Noah against the door.
Not hardly.
What about the wedding?
What about it?
Adrian's face was millimeters from Noah's.
I was being a big baby. It's better to go alone than to put up with Trent another moment.
What if you don't have to go alone? Noah's voice shook.
You know someone with a shirt and tie who wouldn't mind my company for a few extra hours?
I might. Noah's smile was crooked. I know someone who's probably about to be stranded in Denver with bad weather anyway, and who doesn't find your company all that hideous.
Not that hideous, huh? But you hate crowds and formal things, right?
I think I can cope, Noah said, each word cautious as if he were stepping on rocks to cross a river.
We could leave whenever you needed.
Adrian threw him a rope.
I won't leave you alone with my family either, but I would love you to come.
This way you don't have to tell them the truth. I can be Trent.
No, you can't.
Adrian kissed him hard and fast.
If you're coming with me, I'm going to tell them the truth tonight. You deserve to meet them as Noah.
He finished lamely, unable to say what he really wanted. My boyfriend. I want that to be the real part. If Noah could be brave and face his fear of parties for him, Adrian could man up and tell his family who Noah really was. But you can't tell them everything, okay? Don't mention where exactly I teach.
You don't have to meet them as with me if you don't want. I know dating is something new for you. You can simply be my new friend if you want.
I'm coming with you, Noah said, voice more sure now. I know this is just temporary, but right now, in Denver, I want to be with you. Adrian kissed him, for real, mouth claiming, heart expanding under the pressure of myriad new emotions. He'd do everything in his power to make sure Noah didn't regret this. He wanted to be with Noah too, wanted more than this temporary moment of togetherness. Chapter 11. Are you sure about this? Adrian's brother-in-law eyed Noah's RV as though it were one of his court cases, waiting to implode with evidence of wrongdoing. You can always crash with us tonight. It'd be a tight squeeze, but we'd be happy to have you. Adrian's older sister had a 4,000-square-foot home in Cherry Hills Village. The only squeezing that would happen would be Evan trying to suppress his discomfort with him. He'd been the first one to volunteer to take Adrian back to the RV park under the guise of testing out the snow in his new Land Rover. More like he'd be tired of listening to his wife and mother-in-law lecture Adrian. Thank God Emily was involved with super-secret Wedding Eve stuff and couldn't get in on the Gottlieb attack front. But now that they were actually at the RV park, Evan seemed to be having an attack of big brother-in-law guilt over leaving Adrian with Noah. The snow had already been coming down hard when Adrian and Noah hit Denver, and by the time they reached Greenwood Village, the streets had been slick with fresh snow on top of the slush of the past 2 days. He'd had Noah drop him off at his mother's so that Noah could get safely to the RV park, which was closer to the wedding venue, before the weather worsened. Also, he'd wanted to spare Noah the confrontation with his family. He knew his family. Tonight had been full of recriminations, but by tomorrow their public faces would be firmly on, Adrian's sins momentarily forgiven. "I'll be fine," Adrian told Evan, who was tapping his black leather gloves against his heated steering wheel. The heater in the Rover was set to Sahara, and Adrian missed the motorhome's drafty interior. And its owner. Mainly the owner. "Are you really going to bring this guy tomorrow?" "He rescued me," Adrian explained for the 26th time. "He's a great guy, way better than my first date. And this way Mom and Emily's seating chart isn't screwed up." "Yeah, because that's why you wanted me to bring you back here at 10 at night. Adrian, don't you think Mother and Rachel have a point? You do tend to be a bit impulsive." "Good night, Evan." Adrian reached for the door. "I'll see you tomorrow." Still in parental mode, Evan didn't drive away as Adrian climbed the steps to the RV. Adrian tapped at the door, the welcoming barks of the dogs lifting his tired shoulders. "You came back." Noah opened the door, smiling wider than Adrian had seen before. He wore a fluffy blue cardigan over his plaid shirt, and his reading glasses were perched on his nose. He looked every inch the professor, and Adrian was definitely hot for teacher. "Of course I came back. You have my dog. And my computer." Adrian gave Evan one last wave before shutting the door. He pulled Noah to him as soon as it shut. "That all?" Noah's grin hadn't drooped. "No, not all." Cupping Noah's face, he kissed him. Noah met him eagerly, opening for his lips and tongue. More than a greeting, it was a promise that what they shared wasn't simply convenience. Adrian tried to tell Noah with his kiss that he chose him. He'd stood up to his family. He'd turned down Trent. He'd spent all day choosing Noah, over and over, and now he wanted to curl inside him, climb into the beautiful space they made when they came together. Noah seemed to be on the same page, kissing him frantically while he worked the zipper on Adrian's jacket. Their glasses collided, making Adrian laugh. He plucked Noah's off his face and set both pairs on the counter before resuming his attack on Noah's mouth. They stumbled their way onto the couch, displacing indignant doggies. Adrian's jacket hit the floor along with Noah's cardigan. Adrian worked the buttons on Noah's shirt, determined to get his hands, and mouth, on Noah's glorious chest. He'd always had a thing for guys hairier than him, and he loved the thick fuzz coating Noah's pecs and stomach. He kissed his way down Noah's front, reveling in his little gasps and moans. He tweaked Noah's nipples before licking them. Noah moaned, but he didn't seem to go as nuts for nipple play as Adrian did, so he continued on south, letting his knees hit the carpet next to the couch. His body knew the destination even before his mind. "I want to suck you." It wasn't an offer he made very often. Oral wasn't his particular favorite, but at that moment he wanted to give Noah another first, wanted to be the first. He wanted to know Noah's scent, and his taste, and the sounds he made. Noah inhaled sharply but didn't say anything. Adrian traced the hair above Noah's belt. "It's okay to say no. We can do what we've been doing, or even nothing at all." "You'd be okay with going straight to bed and sleeping?" Noah sounded skeptical, but Adrian was serious. "Yeah, I didn't come back for sex, Noah. I came back for you. I want one more night with you, but I'd be happy as long as you let me hold you again." He knew he sounded beyond corny, but it was the truth. It was going to be hard enough letting Noah go. He could get sex elsewhere, but this connection he shared with Noah didn't come along every day. Sad truth of LA living was that it was far harder to find someone to snuggle with than to find a quick fuck. And it had only been 3 days, but he craved Noah's embrace even more than his cock.
Adrian.
Noah's voice was strained. Yeah? Adrian blew softly on Noah's belly, ruffling the trail of hair around his belly button.
I'm not sleepy.
Thank God.
Your mouth is 2 inches from my fly. I reckon I may never sleep again.
Noah's usually carefully modulated voice got a lot more southern when he was turned on, more slang creeping in. It was kind of adorable. And you'd like me to do something about that? Noah nodded sharply, eyes dark puddles of need. Carefully, Adrian unzipped Noah's fly and rained kisses over the briefs covering his bulge. He waited until Noah was panting before withdrawing his cock. For such a slim guy, his dick was surprisingly thick, with an oval-shaped head that Adrian couldn't wait to feel. Following the impulse, he traced the crown with his tongue.
Oh.
Noah was a pretty quiet guy in bed, so Adrian took that small sound as high praise. Adrian felt blessedly free of expectations. Noah being a virgin was strangely freeing. Other guys had liked to speed him up, grab his hair, try to haul him up and down their meat. More than one guy had complained that he liked teasing far more than the actual sucking off, which was totally true. Licking and teasing and rimming were far more fun than trying in vain to deep throat. But Noah wasn't demanding like those other guys. Noah was all soft moans and breathy sighs from the play of lips and tongue, and Adrian felt free to explore as much as he wanted.
That...
Noah's cock leaped against his tongue when Adrian discovered the sensitive spot on the underside of the head. He worked Noah's frenulum with a variety of little licks and sucking kisses.
Oh, Dre, the things you do.
Noah, Professor Taciturn, was reduced to babble by no more than the flicker of his tongue. This was some heady stuff. Yeah, that's it, baby, let go. He sucked, not sliding down the shaft, instead making out with the head of Noah's dick. He didn't have to try to cram all of Noah's dick in his mouth to get an appreciative gasp. This was the sort of oral sex he adored. He could show off his tongue dexterity without triggering his cranky gag reflex.
Do that swirly thing again, please.
Noah's eyes were scrunched shut and he bit on his fist between words. Adrian fucking loved that was about as bossy as Noah got in bed, a whimpered request he was only too happy to grant.
Close.
Noah reached down, but instead of pressing on Adrian's head like Adrian expected, he grabbed Adrian's hand, squeezed tight. Adrian's heart tripled in size in a single beat. His pulse sped up, muscles tensed like he was the one approaching orgasm. He wanted to make Noah come in his mouth, and considering that he finished most blowjobs with his hand, the urge was unexpected. But knowing that he could get Noah off with nothing more than his favorite kind of teasing and licking made his dick throb. Noah squeezed hard on Adrian's hand as Adrian sucked the head back into his mouth, added a little bob partway down the shaft. He tried to find a rhythm that would finish Noah.
Oh, that's... Dre, do the tongue thing again?
Will that get you off? Adrian asked between licks to Noah's frenulum. This?
Yes.
Tell me when. I want to swallow it.
You do? Oh, God.
Noah's whole body tensed, straining toward Adrian but not pushing. Adrian rewarded his restraint with frantic flicks of his tongue all along the underside of Noah's cock. The thick vein throbbed against his tongue. Tell me.
Now. Oh, God, now. Right now.
Adrian sucked him in as far as he could, swallowing hard as Noah unraveled. He tasted like salt and bleach, but also something far sweeter. Triumph galloped through his veins. His own body gave a hard shudder, like he too was spent. He wrapped his arms around Noah's waist, rested his head against Noah's warm belly. Noah's hands tangled in his hair.
I missed you while you were gone. I don't want to miss you.
Noah's voice was a soft slash of a knife to Adrian's soul. He knew exactly what Noah meant. He'd missed Noah while he was hanging out with his family, missed the quiet companionship they had together. It felt weird, longing for the smile of a man he'd met mere days ago, but even a few hours apart from Noah had him hungry for the reunion. "I don't want to miss you either." He nuzzled Noah's stomach. "This is everything I need." The church where Adrian's sister was getting married was a frigid 15-minute walk from the urban RV park. Noah's hands felt weirdly empty without Ulysses' leash to hold. He glanced over at Adrian. They were on a side road, walking in tire ruts to avoid the slushy sidewalk. In another life, Noah would be braver. He'd grab Adrian's hand, no matter who was looking, but today, all his courage was used up in anticipation of being Adrian's date. Standing next to Adrian and not freaking out might be all he could manage. PDA was beyond his limited coping skills. They arrived minutes before the ceremony was scheduled to begin. Noah stamped the snow off his feet in the vestibule. "Thank goodness they're doing a small ceremony and didn't need me to be in the wedding. No monkey suit for me." Adrian hung up their coats on the long metal coat rack. "I bet you'd hate a classic tux," Noah whispered. "You look good like this." Adrian's outfit was total hipster dress-up. Vintage maroon and black jacket, black tie, bow tie, slim-fitting dress pants, and chunky shoes. "So do you, Prof." Adrian had to be bluffing. Noah's faculty reception standard uniform of blue shirt, tie, and the same gray suit he'd owned since graduate school weren't anywhere near as snazzy as Adrian's outfit. Being back in his hipster clothes, all cleaned up, made Adrian seem even more out of Noah's league. Not that Noah even had a league, or at least he hadn't before. Everything's about to change. The dry crackle of energy that had often preceded a panic attack hit him with a fast, pointless thrum of his pulse. In a moment, for the first time, he'd be out. Giddy up. His chest joined in on the fun, tightening with each overcharged beat of his heart. When he'd impulsively agreed to attend the wedding, all he'd been thinking about had been getting more time with Adrian. He'd been so damn proud of Adrian standing up to Trent. He hadn't thought about what it would mean when... "Adie, you made it!" A very pregnant, small, dark-haired woman in a strapless wedding dress came barreling out of a little room off the vestibule. This had to be Emily. She threw herself into Adrian's arms with such force that Noah worried that she might do herself some harm. When Adrian had said she was pregnant, Noah had assumed the vague sort of pregnant, like the flat-waisted brides back home who married to a rumble of rumors. This? Noah was pretty sure Adrian was going to be an uncle before Christmas, and Noah wouldn't bet against today. She released Adrian, and when Noah got a good look at her face, his heart got all tangled up in his ribs. She glowed. The same sort of radiance Ruth had had on her wedding day, and the same sort of proud mother-to-be secret smile Ruth had worn for months with her pregnancies. And Emily shook her head at Adrian with the same sort of big sister indulgence Ruth often used. Noah missed Ruth so much he ached. You should call her. Tell her about... About what, precisely? The non-progress on his book, the fears about tenure, or how all of that had been shoved aside by the 6-foot force of nature currently beaming at his sister and patting her stomach. Tell Ruth about Adrian? Never. And now his heart hurt for an entirely different reason. "Why didn't you come by the house this morning?" Emily asked. "I wanted to see you before we left for the salon." Please lie. Noah tried to beam the request at Adrian's shoulder. Book deadline or no, they'd spent most of the morning in bed, tangled up in each other. "Oh, we had a lazy morning, played with the dogs." Adrian's grin put a lot of innuendo in lazy. He pulled Noah close, wrapped an arm around him. And okay, they were doing this PDA thing. Right now. "This is Noah, by the way, my date." "Noah, huh?" She offered him a well-manicured hand with a giant solitaire engagement ring. "I should ask you all sorts of questions since I've been hearing all morning about Adrian's mysterious rescuer, but I think I'll leave that to..." "Emily, we're about to start." An older, taller version of Emily emerged from the double doors to the sanctuary. "My mother," Emily finished lamely. "Good grief, Adrian, what are you wearing, and why are you late?" "Nice to see you too, Mom." Adrian bussed the woman's cheek, but she barely registered the gesture. "And you said to wear my nicest clothes. That would be this." "I love it." Emily patted his arm. Adrian, I would have happily sent you money for a real suit. And tell me you didn't walk in this weather. Evan offered to come get you. We'll ride with him to the reception, Adrian said smoothly. And the walk was fun, Mom. This is Noah. Adrian gave Noah a good squeeze. Noah felt stiffer than a 2,000-year-old mummy and about as welcome. Welcome, she said, but her tone was colder than the air outside the church. Clearly, not everyone in Adrian's family was enthusiastic about his rescuer, which was a bit understandable, as Noah wouldn't exactly be welcoming to a strange dude who gave his sister a ride and seemed ready to be an insta-boyfriend. Heck, he'd been skeptical enough over the guy she cautiously dated through the church youth group. Adrian, do go find a seat for you and your friend. I need to give your sister away, assuming your father can be troubled to make it at all. The church doors flew open, and a man with Adrian's nose and wide mouth rushed in with a much younger blonde woman in tow.
Baby, so sorry. Traffic is insane with this storm.
The man, who had to be Adrian's father, swept the bride up into a big hug. This is our signal to go find a pew before the drama really heats up here, Adrian whispered in Noah's ear. Come on, you don't need to see my mom light into him for being late. No, he certainly didn't need to see that. He had horrible memories of his dad ruining Ruth's wedding for his mother with a loud to-do over the bill, while the reception was still going on. But whatever the kerfluffle Adrian's divorced parents had, it must not have lasted long, because he and Adrian had barely found their way into a pew on the bride's side before the wedding march started. A young man in a gold tuxedo waited at the front of the chapel. He wiped sweat off his mahogany head with an embroidered handkerchief.
That's your ex?
Noah whispered. The guy was built like a professional athlete and as good-looking as a Hollywood movie lawyer. Shh, don't remind me, or him. Adrian's whisper was strained. Ancient history. Those are his parents standing with him. They've been friends with my mom for decades. I'm surprised Elaine's managing to stay upright from the excitement of joining the families. Noah narrowly avoided squealing as a small head popped up between their legs. Uncle Eddie! This was not, as Ruth would say to her kids, an inside voice. No, that was a whole church swiveling to look at them sort of voice. Shh! A couple sitting 4 rows ahead of them made frantic gestures, mouthing something to Adrian that Noah couldn't make out. The guy gave a stony-faced shrug. Noah recognized him as the Land Rover driver who had dropped Adrian off. 2 older boys sat together to the left of the mother. Quiet, Ben Sprout. Looks like you're stuck with us. Adrian pulled the small boy up and plunked him on his other side. This is Noah. Be nice to him. I don't think he knows a lot of little boys. I have a nephew, 2 actually, and a niece. And I miss them so much right now it hurts. Do they play Minion Rush? Ben asked. I'm not sure. I bet they do. Hey, here comes Aunt Em and Grandpa and Grandma. Hey! Ben managed to stand on the pew despite Adrian yanking on him. Grandma, Uncle Adrian brought a Noah. He likes little boys just like Uncle Adrian. Not even remotely an indoor voice. Chapter 12. Once Noah recovered the use of his lungs and Adrian shoved his phone into the kid's hand, the wedding was a lovely celebration of mingling cultures and traditions. A priest, a rabbi, and a minister all gave blessings. Adrian's sister did not go into labor in the middle of the ceremony, which Noah counted as a huge victory. And she and her groom danced their way back down the aisle to an overblown pop song that most of the chapel seemed to know. Emily blew kisses as she pranced with her adoring new husband. Adrian's jaw was hard enough to sharpen knives as they stood for the recessional. Without thinking, Noah touched his wrist. It was the smallest of gestures, but Adrian shifted his attention from the couple to Noah and smiled. He grabbed Noah's hand, squeezed tight. A current passed between them, and Noah understood on a visceral level why Adrian had tried so hard to be here, and why he'd needed a date. The couple's love for each other radiated with every word they spoke, every tender touch, every step, until the whole church was under their spell. Noah didn't care how mutual the breakup had been.
It had to be tough for Adrian to bear witness to such happiness for his ex. Noah's chest filled, lifted. If he was able to take even a small piece of Adrian's burden, it was worth the awkwardness of coming. But at the reception it was harder to see the upside. Noah endured stilted conversation in the Land Rover on the way to the hotel. The Land Rover owner was named Evan, and he was married to Adrian's sister, Rachel. They had 3 boys, 2 of whom shared their mother's dark hair and light eyes and easy smiles, and a third who was blonde like Evan with an equally suspicious glare for Noah. The 2 older boys claimed the back seat, which left the talkative Ben between Noah and Adrian. His constant stream of questions only made the awkward silences among the adults more pronounced. The church had held around 50 guests, which, while a lot to Noah, was manageable. The reception, however, seemed to triple in size. It was in a historic hotel, a huge brick and masonry affair with a formal ballroom filled with people happy to forget about the weather for a few hours. Most people seemed to know Adrian, and there was a constant stream of greetings and the sort of inane small talk Noah detested. Plus, there was this strange pause whenever Adrian introduced him. Whomever they were talking to would look from him to Adrian and back again, and depending on the gender, they'd either smile knowingly, the women, or shift around uncomfortably, the men. Noah felt a bit like an exhibit at the liberal zoo. "Come, meet my token gay relative/friend." Which might not have been entirely fair, but Noah felt scrutinized and exposed on a level he hadn't since graduate school and his job search. The reflected light from the huge chandelier in the center of the room might as well have been made of magnifying glasses. They ended up at a huge table with a mix of cousins and people Adrian had gone to high school with, and Noah felt his throat closing up around the chicken cordon bleu. So many conversations and names to keep track of.
"Adrian, did you see that Mitzi's here? She's over at Cassidy's table."
A pretty young woman with jet black hair dropped yet more names into the conversation.
"You should go say hi."
Please, no. As the dinner service had wound down, people were moving around again, but the last thing Noah wanted was more mingling.
"You mind if I go say a quick hello?"
Adrian touched the back of Noah's chair.
"I'll be back before dancing."
Dancing. Excellent. Noah's skull pounded.
"Oh, I just can't wait to see you 2 dance."
The same woman who had sent off Adrian to socialize turned to him.
"You guys are so cute,"
another chimed in.
"I just want to get a picture of you guys together."
Please don't. They were nice women, really, but their avid interest made his stomach turn sour. He wasn't ready to be on display like this. "If you'll excuse me." He had to get some air. Something to stop the panic attack that had been building for the past few hours. Despite the weather, the room was packed, and it took him way too long to wind his way to an exit. The hotel had lots of long corridors to pace while he waited for his pulse to calm down. He tried all the relaxation techniques he knew, deep breaths, counting backward from 100, doing some stretches to loosen his neck and back.
"What are you doing?"
a young voice asked.
"Are you going to throw up?"
another added. Noah had wandered into a service corridor off the ballroom, but Evan and Rachel's older 2 boys seemed to have gotten there first. They had a laptop balanced between them on the floor and 2 plates of food.
"Jacob thought he might,"
the kid next to Noah said, indicating the darker-haired boy on the laptop.
"He hates crowds."
"Me too," Noah said, crouching down to their level. "Can't stand them."
"Uncle Adrian's like Ben," Jacob said sadly. "Everyone loves him, and he loves all the lights and noise."
Noah peeked in the doorway to the ballroom. Sure enough, the youngest brother was leading a conga line of kids around the outer edges of the room. Adrian was in the center of a group of women around his age, hugging the bride while everyone laughed. Hey, not everyone has to like parties. Noah wished someone had told his younger self that. "What are you guys playing?"
"Jacob got a new game from his mom for his birthday,"
the dark-haired boy said.
"Archaeo Quest. It's not as cool as the game Uncle Adrian's making, but we get to dig for stuff." It's way too educational for you, Brayden. We're not even to the digging yet, and you keep wanting to give up. I sent that game to my nephews last year. I thought they'd like pretending to do research like me. Like you? You're an archaeologist? Jacob's eyes got wide. Like Indiana Jones? Not quite. But you could probably help us get to the next level, right? Brayden asked with big eyes that Noah couldn't refuse. Beats being in the reception. At least out here he only had to impress 2 tweens with his problem-solving abilities. This he could manage. Where is he? Panic rose in Adrian's throat as he searched the hallways of the reception place. He didn't think Noah would attempt walking back by himself, but he'd known Noah was getting uncomfortable, and he'd still let the girls pull him away. Bad boyfriend. Bad. Except he wasn't. Not really. He wanted to be Noah's boyfriend, more so with each passing hour, but tomorrow morning Noah would be heading back. Adrian would be researching exactly what body part he'd have to mortgage to get a flight back to L.A., and all this magic would be over. He heard childish laughter coming from a corridor. He rounded the corner to discover Noah wedged between his nephews, all 3 heads bent together over a laptop. No, there's a jewel that way. We need supplies more than another jewel. You always need more jewels. And that attitude is what gets you killed, Noah said patiently. Jacob's right. If you want to defeat this level, you need supplies. Adrian's internal motherboard officially overclocked with cute. Noah might not be able to tolerate the whole clan, but here he was, bonding with the boys. Adrian crept away, snagged 3 regular pieces of cake and a gluten-free one for himself. Carefully balancing the plates, he returned to the corridor. Is this where all the cool kids are hanging out now? Uncle Addie! Brayden leaped up and hugged his waist. Careful, I've got cake. He handed a plate to him. Man, Brayden was tall. In Adrian's head, he was still a toddler. But he'd be 9 in the spring. Jacob would be 11. He was from Evan's first marriage, but he lived mainly with Evan and Rachel. Adrian had watched both guys grow up in near-daily pictures on social media. But here in person, he was reminded of how much he missed by living on the West Coast. Cake! Jacob grabbed a slice, which left Adrian with his and Noah's. Noah watched him with quiet eyes. Adrian took advantage of the boys jostling over who had the bigger piece to slide in next to Noah. Brought you some, too. Thanks. Their hands touched as Noah took the cake. God, when Noah had touched him during the service, 1,000 public kisses from other guys wouldn't mean as much as that one tentative touch. I've got something else for you, too. Oh? Noah said warily. Yeah, it's in my pants. Adrian couldn't help teasing Noah a bit. Adrian. Pocket! Pants pocket. I lifted a Xanax from my mom's purse. Do you need one? He rubbed Noah's neck. You stole medicine from your mother because you thought I might need it? Noah sounded both outraged and impressed. I've borrowed one to Fly in the past. She won't care. I'm glad you're here, but I don't want you making yourself sick over it. I'm having a pretty good time now with my new friends here. Noah gestured at Jacob and Brayden. In there's a bit overwhelming. You can stay here then. You need anything else? Champagne, a drink? There's a full bar. I don't really drink, but you can if you want. Not like either of us has to drive. Yeah? Adrian lowered his voice a bit. You gonna make me bunk with these guys, or can I stay with you? I might need a drink to drown out Ben's snoring. Not to mention to push the memory of you from my mind. I'm going to head out early to get a good start ahead of the weather, but... Noah's voice was feather-soft, and his eyes flittered around the hallway, looking everywhere but at him. I want... Hey, Uncle Addie, can you show us what's new with the game? Is there Wi-Fi here? He accepted the laptop from Jacob. It was just as well. He wasn't sure he had words to express everything that was in his heart. Instead, he showed off the latest Space Villager developments. The noise from the ballroom shifted from happy toasts and people talking to dancing music. He should probably feel bad about missing his mom dancing with Darren and all the other scripted first dances, but he was exactly where he wanted to be, right here with Noah and the boys.
So you'll be able to race the rovers?
Braden asked as he took the laptop back from Adrian.
Yeah, we're releasing the racing module in time for Christmas. I'll get you guys the hookup.
Me too. Noah bumped his hip. Adrian's gut warmed. Noah loosening up was more potent than fine whiskey, each little touch fire in Adrian's veins. Careful, you'll get burned. Adrian told his voice of reason to kindly go fuck itself. This was his last night with Noah, and if he wanted to pretend this was real, he would. The opening riff of a familiar song wafted in from the ballroom.
Hey, it's our song!
He leaped up, held a hand out for Noah. We have a song? Noah looked at Adrian's hand cautiously.
Sure we do.
Adrian hauled him up.
This song was in your playlist the first day in the RV, and then it was in my playlist Thanksgiving, and I'm hereby declaring it our song.
Does that mean we have to dance? Noah's skin took on a green pallor as he eyed the double doors to the ballroom.
Yeah, but we can do it right here.
He took Noah in his arms.
Ew, tell me you guys aren't going to kiss.
Braden made a disgusted sound. Noah stiffened in his embrace, but Adrian just laughed and kissed Noah on the cheek.
Ew, you guys are as gross as when Mom and Dad do that kissy face stuff. I'm getting more cake. Jacob?
Fine, but I want to come back after. With that, the two boys darted into the ballroom, leaving Adrian and Noah alone in the dim corridor.
Dance with me.
Adrian started swaying. Adrian? Noah asked against his neck. What are we doing here?
Well, I am dancing. You are doing your best impression of the Rockies.
Noah loosened up a bit, let Adrian move him to the music. That's not entirely what I meant.
We're making memories,
Adrian said hoarsely.
Let's make some good ones. I'm going to think of you whenever I hear this song from now on. And I'm going to remember driving in the snow and Thanksgiving picnics and this. Dancing.
He had to trail off because he could no longer trust his voice. Last time I danced, I'm pretty sure it was my sister's wedding. It wasn't near as nice as this. Noah settled against Adrian's shoulder, let Adrian lead without tussling over it. So sweet.
Did you call her for Thanksgiving?
Adrian asked. Did you tell her about me? I texted. Noah's eyes seemed far away, and he felt lighter in Adrian's embrace, like he might be about to float away. It's so hard, Dre.
What is, baby?
He nuzzled Noah's temple, letting the music carry them both away. Keeping it all in, Noah said, shaking his head.
You don't have to, sweetheart, not with me.
I know, that's what I like about you. Love. It was there on the tip of Adrian's tongue, too, so he kissed Noah, put all the emotion neither of them could name into it. He held Noah close, trying to tell him that he could have a safe space with him as long as he needed. The kiss faded into a quiet embracing, dancing, but barely moving their feet. I wish. Noah sighed against Adrian's neck, hot air tickling the spot he'd nicked while shaving in Noah's tiny bathroom.
What?
Adrian would give him anything. Anything.
You can tell me.
I wish I could be you. Just for a day. You're so fearless. Like, take your outfit. He brushed a hand down Adrian's chest. Your family wants you in black tie, but you do it on your own terms. And then they still love you. You're the most popular guy in there.
I'm really not. The kids love me, sure, because I'm the crazy uncle and cousin who brings video game presents and builds Legos. But everyone else, they're just being extra nice because they feel sorry for me. They're all just waiting to see if I'm going to make a scene over Darren choosing Emily. And see, that's where you have a talent I don't. You're a pro at being on your own.
Yeah, alone as an art form. That's me. Noah sounded wistful.
Look at me. No, I couldn't even man up to attending my sister's wedding without a date.
I'm not the fearless one, Noah. That's you. Walking into a strange situation for some guy you barely know? You're amazing. He kissed Noah again, lips soft and gentle. He hated that he'd made Noah sad about his choice to be closeted and closed off from his family. But at the same time, a little spark danced in his chest. Hope. Even cracking Noah's closet door meant hope. There was a lot of life to be lived out in the sun, and Adrian couldn't regret giving Noah a glimpse of that world. The boys will be coming back soon for their game. Noah didn't move away from Adrian, and the song switched to a low, bluesy ballad. You ready to go? I don't need to stay for the bouquet toss or anything. He gave a bitter laugh. Wouldn't that be ironic? The dogs will be thrilled to see us, Noah hedged, but Adrian could see relief in his eyes. I want to stay with you tonight, Adrian said, keeping his voice firm. Noah reacted best with limited choices. I know you're leaving early, and you can just drop me off at Mom's, or I'll walk, but I want one more night. I want that, too. Noah studied his brown loafers. I, made a trip to the store while you were at your mom's. Got you some gluten-free waffles. You could have them in the morning. I could. Adrian smiled slowly. Judging by how pink the tops of Noah's ears were, he'd bought more than just baked goods. You buy anything else interesting? I thought it might be prudent to have certain items on hand. Noah retreated into professor speak. Adrian glanced around to make sure the boys weren't within earshot, then leaned in close. You want to fuck me, baby? That what you're getting at? Noah mumbled words only the maroon carpeting could hear. Adrian stroked his back. Whatever you want tonight, you've got it. I want to make love, Noah whispered. And I want you to do it to me. Oh, baby, haven't you figured it out? That's what we've been doing all along. We don't have to fuck to make love. You don't want to? Doubt clouded Noah's eyes. Of course I do. I'm dying to fuck you, but I'm a flexible guy, and it might be easier for you if you top. We've only got tonight. I have to leave tomorrow. I want to take this memory with me. I've thought it through, he said earnestly. If there was one thing Noah was guaranteed to do, it was think things through. Adrian already knew Noah planned meals weeks in advance with a color-coded schedule in the Crockpot cookbook. Judging by the amount of LL Bean clothes and hardcover books Noah owned, he purchased clothing and books with the same care. No one-click impulses for him. So if Noah said he was ready, Adrian would have to trust him. After all, he wanted one more memory, too. One more first, to share with Noah. Chapter 13. Noah wasn't one for second thoughts. No, he was one for fifth and sixth thoughts. When he'd taken the job at Landview, he'd covered pages and pages with pro and con lists, despite feeling in his soul like the job was his destiny. So it wasn't surprising that his heart seemed determined to thump its way out of his chest. He scrutinized himself in the sliver of mirror in his bathroom. Wet hair, bare chest, normal eyes. Funny, he didn't look on the verge of a panic attack. He looked fairly calm. Inside, though, he was a bit of a mess. They'd gotten a ride back to the campground with some random cousin of Adrian's. Man, his family was huge. The cousin had ribbed Adrian about why they wanted to leave early, which made Noah's muscles lock up tight. Was their sex life fair game to everyone? You're just not used to having a sex life to speak of. Well, that was part of it. Everything felt so new and fragile and private. He really needed to calm down, though, because after tomorrow he'd be back to a life apart from speculation and scrutiny. And why that failed to reassure him, he wasn't sure he wanted to examine. Because you like being a couple with Adrian, even a pretend one, even with the awkward jokes and all the eyes on you. And that was why he was here. That was why he was going to swallow his fears and second thoughts and go out there and make love with Adrian. Because this was his one chance to have a connection like this, and he was going to grab on with both hands, even if it terrified him. Should have jumped him at the door. That might have helped, but they'd had two cooped-up dogs in dire need of exercise. And Adrian had shooed Noah into the shower while he took the dogs out. Noah pulled on a pair of pajama bottoms. He supposed it was a bit ridiculous to put on pants, but walking out in only a towel was a level of bravado he wasn't quite up to. When he emerged, he discovered that Adrian had been busy. The lights were low in the bedroom, covers pulled back, and music softly coming from the stereo. He recognized his favorite mix right away. Our Song. And just like that, he was back at the reception, surrounded by the magical cocoon that had made him want to cling to Adrian like a life raft. Adrian had stripped down to his boxers. He looked up from fiddling with the stereo. "Dogs are fed and walked. Was your shower nice?" "You've been busy." Noah sidestepped the shower question because lukewarm, cramped, and doubt-riddled would be a major mood killer, and all those anxious thoughts were quickly retreating under the force of Adrian's warm gaze. "Yeah." Adrian crossed over to him, tugging him farther into the room. I want things to be perfect for you. You deserve a lot more than this, but I'm going to try my best to make this memory a good one." "Kiss me." Noah's throat was tight and his eyes stung. Adrian's sweetness was undoing him. Noah never thought of himself as a remotely romantic guy, but Adrian dripped romance, handed out cuddles and beautiful moments like breath mints. And somehow Noah found himself craving the one thing he'd told himself never to want. I want you. I want you to be mine for real. I'm going to remember this until my last day on Earth. They were grandiose, melodramatic thoughts, but Noah put them all into the kiss. Let his lips and tongue show Adrian how much he appreciated his efforts to make this special. Adrian broke away long enough to pull him down on the bed. "I love kissing you. I could kiss you for days." Adrian stroked his face. "I've loved everything we've done so far. I don't need this. If you change your mind, I won't." "Adrian, please don't ask too many questions. I want this. I want you. You don't need to check in with me." "You'll tell me if I go too fast or you need to stop?" Adrian looked down at him with soft eyes. "Yes." He pulled Adrian in for another kiss. "Please overwhelm me. Block out everything but you. I'm not changing my mind." They kissed for what felt like hours, Adrian's hands roaming all over him until Noah was drowning in sensation, drowning in Adrian. I could spend 1,000 years in this moment, and it wouldn't be enough. They lost their pants at some point, and Noah couldn't remember why he'd ever been embarrassed about this man seeing him. Being skin to skin with Adrian felt like the most natural thing in the world. Adrian held onto his hips and rocked into him, their erections dragging together. "I want you," Adrian whispered in his ear. "Want inside you. Want to light you up." Noah moaned his agreement. Adrian kissed his way down Noah's body, stopping at all sorts of spots Noah had never thought of as particularly kissable. His shoulders, the insides of his elbows, his sides, the crests of his hip bones. After last night, Noah had a pretty good idea where Adrian was headed, but he still gasped at the warm swipe of Adrian's tongue against his shaft. Adrian licked him all over, teasing but never sucking him in. Didn't matter. Noah's whole body still strained toward him. "Need?" "Yeah?" Adrian's breath tickled the base of Noah's erection before he sucked one of Noah's balls into his mouth, laving it with his tongue. "Ooh." Noah saw entire constellations when Adrian's nimble tongue dipped lower, rubbing against a definitely unkissable spot. Except that's exactly what Adrian was doing. Kissing and sucking and licking Noah's most private of spots. His breath came in rough gusts of air, abs contracting as Adrian made love to his tender hole. His body vibrated like it was caught in a July lightning storm. Snap, crackle. A hot sizzle raced through him as Adrian worked a lube-slicked finger inside. Inside him. "That good?" Adrian asked. Noah gasped, a weird humming noise coming from his chest that he hoped passed for a yes. Adrian withdrew his finger, and then he pushed it back inside him again, slippery and wider. Oh, man, that was 2 fingers in him, and Noah couldn't get a breath in.
Giant boulders of want rolled off him, accompanied by a landslide of need. This was every desire he'd had for 2 decades hitting all at once. Adrian kissed his knee, and somehow it was exactly what Noah needed, that little bit of grounding. Then Adrian's fingers curved, seeking that. Noah made a desperate sound in an unfamiliar octave. The lightning storm found a piece of kindling deep inside Noah, forest fire racing through his nerves. A hot burn chased by a pleasure he couldn't even begin to name. He felt a warning tingle, the kind that usually required a hand on his shaft. Stop. Adrian withdrew immediately. Hurts? I'm so... Noah hauled him down for a blistering kiss, rather than suffer through an apology. No pain. It was about to come. Wanted that with you. You were about to come? And I didn't even have a hand on your cock. Adrian's look could only be described as awe. Is that not normal? Oh, that's brilliant. I love it. You really are the perfect guy for me. Noah wanted that. Wanted Adrian's love. Wanted to be his perfect guy. A chasm cracked inside his chest, the solid rock of want breaking into bitter crumbs. Breaking away from their embrace, Adrian fumbled with a foil packet. Someday, I want to try that. Make you come just from riding my fingers. Someday. The one thing they didn't have. Wouldn't ever have. He wasn't really Adrian's perfect guy. Some of those morbid thoughts must have shown on his face, because Adrian's grin faded. What's wrong, baby? It's okay to change. Stop. Stop waiting for me to change my mind. Do you want to fuck me or not? Noah barked, far harsher than he'd intended. His throat burned, and from more than the never-used expletive. I'm sorry? Adrian didn't run from his anger like Noah half expected, but instead stretched out next to him, stroked Noah's hair. His voice was as soft as his hand. Can I tell you a secret? This is kind of a first for me, too. I've never been with a virgin before, and I'm just so fucking scared of screwing things up for you. I care about you. I could love you. The thought hit Noah, almost paralyzing in its intensity. He could fall in love with this too-nice man. Someone should. Someone should scoop him up, run away from the world and all its cruel realities. I care about you, too. Too much. I don't need things perfect. I just need you. It seemed he'd said the right thing, because Adrian growled, then kissed him with a fierceness that stole Noah's next breath. He gave it over to Adrian right along with his heart. Only you, Noah said when they came up for air. You're everything I need, and I really love it when you just take over. Take over? You saying I'm bossy? Adrian grinned down at him. I'm saying all the question asking isn't really you, Dre. You're always so careful to make sure I want things. But tonight, I want all of you. No more holding back. No worrying about offending me. I want all of you, too. Adrian's eyes were wide and liquid. He stroked his palms down Noah's chest. You're amazing. I meant it. You really are the perfect guy for me. Other guys complain about me being too take charge, and you're all asking for it. I might love you. I really might love you, too. It hung there, the truth linked between their eyes. People weren't supposed to feel like this about people they'd known less than a week. Noah had known people decades and never felt 1/100th of what Adrian made him feel. And the emotions that had loomed so scary a few minutes past, making him lash out, bellowed into something manageable, bearable, because he wasn't alone in this strange, raw place. Adrian was here, too. And nothing could ever be truly terrifying if he was along for the journey. Their lips met, and it was different now. One more invisible barrier pulled away. Adrian quickly ramped things up, mouth hot and hungry against Noah's. I want to get back to where you thought you might shoot. I want to hear you beg for it, Adrian whispered in his ear. He used his lips and his fingers to coax Noah back to that place where he felt dangerously soft and open, where he wasn't sure he could take any more. Please, please. Want you to need this as much as I do. Adrian's voice was low and husky as he worked Noah with masterful fingers. I do. Please, Dre, now. Noah begged, and there was strange freedom in his pleas.
He could totally give himself over to the sensations, knowing Adrian was the one ultimately in charge. He didn't have to worry about what would happen when. It wasn't unlike a roller coaster ride. He hadn't been on one in years and years, but he'd liked the strapped-in, helpless to resist what was coming feeling. Enjoying that sensation made him feel weird, so he hadn't ever sought it out again. Maybe he'd been missing out because making love with Adrian, once Adrian gave up his cautious concern, was like riding a smooth and sleek newfangled roller coaster, all fast sensation and light and none of the shaky wooden are-we-going-to-die feels he'd worried over. No, this was pure adrenaline, rich and heady, even as Adrian shifted, removing his fingers and moving between Noah's legs. Warning, sharp curve ahead. "I want you like this, face to face," Adrian said as he put on the condom. There was room for Noah to object to the position, but it wasn't a question. Adrian wanted, so Noah wanted. It was that simple for him. Hang on tight. He tilted his hips as Adrian pressed in, but the angle was awkward and it pinched. Adrian's forehead crinkled and he chewed fiercely on his lip. Noah could practically see the questions he was holding in. Holding in. That was exactly what Noah had done for years. Held everything in so tight that almost nothing was left. He grabbed his thighs, pulling them up and open. Adrian groaned, tracing a hand down Noah's front. "So beautiful, baby. Yeah, open up for me." Adrian pushed forward again, and this time Noah's body gave way, let Adrian ease in. It burned, but the burn took him to a place where he wanted to open more. Wanted to chase this feeling, see where it led. Adrian took over for his hands, hooking Noah's legs over his arms, bending him almost in half, and Noah welcomed it. He felt the instant Adrian slid all the way home, balls rubbing against his skin. "More," he groaned. Adrian complied, starting a series of slow strokes. Noah pushed forward to meet each thrust, letting go a little more each time, opening up more. He let go of everything he'd been denying himself. Everything he had tried so hard not to want. Let go of every doubt and restriction he'd placed on himself. Let himself have this. Have it all. Adrian's shoulders shook with the effort of going slow. Noah's legs gripped him tightly. Noah was lean but strong, especially in his legs from all that bike riding. So strong. Adrian's chest ached with an emotion deeper and more personal than pride, sweeter than admiration. Noah had built these high walls around himself, closing himself off from the world, off from himself even. And tonight he'd taken a wrecking ball to those barriers, and Adrian got to be along for the ride. It was pretty humbling. Noah opened far more than his body to Adrian with each thrust. His eyes were open, trusting lips parted to let out a groan, heart on display. Adrian had had a lot of sex. He'd even had some pretty loving sex with past boyfriends. But he wasn't sure he'd ever made love like this, creating something deep and meaningful out of the tangle of their bodies, crafting connection out of the random circumstances that had tossed them together. Trying to stem the rush to orgasm, Adrian had to slow his motions to little rocks of his hips. "More," Noah demanded, pushing up to meet Adrian's hips. "If I go faster, I'm going to come," Adrian warned with a shaky laugh. "Pretty sure that's the point, right?" Noah smiled up at him. He was bent in half, hard dick trapped between their bodies, and still he managed to smile. So amazing. "I want that, Dre. Want to see you let go." Adrian realized with a start that as much as he treasured Noah's surrender, that Noah needed that from him, too. Noah wanted to see him lose control. No, Noah needed to see it, and Adrian needed to give him that. "Don't hold back, Dre," Noah whispered. "Want you along for the ride." It took a bit of awkward maneuvering, but he got a hand between them, took hold of Noah's dick. I could come," Noah laughed, more of that North Carolina accent seeping into his sex-laden voice, and looked up at him, so much naked admiration in his gaze that Adrian's heart stuttered. His body trembled with the force of his emotions. Nothing had ever moved him like the surrender of this man, like the gift of his trust. Then Noah's head fell back, exposing the long column of his throat, the bob of his Adam's apple as he gave himself over to him, and Adrian's control was gone. His hips went hard, harder than he probably should with a virgin, but Noah met him thrust for thrust. He worked his angles, trying to find the perfect friction on Noah's gland. God, he was so responsive. If Adrian wasn't so damn frantic, he could probably get Noah to come from nothing more than stimulation of his spot. But Adrian's patience was shot, and he stroked Noah's cock with desperation, needing Noah to come first, but not sure if he was going to make it. "Lose it," Noah whispered. "Lose it in me." That was it. Done. Finished. Adrian wished for one blinding moment there was nothing more than skin between him, that he could empty himself into Noah. Noah, who wanted it. Noah, who was waiting for Adrian to shatter. "Come on," he jerked Noah roughly as the first spasms hit him. "Come with me." Those were the last words he formed, pure nonsense spewing from his mouth as he came hard. Wetness splashed against his fist. Oh, fuck yes. Another spasm arched through him. He came down slow, like a hang glider slowly drifting back to earth. Muscles still trembling, he took care of the necessary cleanup before rejoining Noah on the bed. The need to hold Noah was strong, and he scooped him into his arms as he flopped onto the mattress. "How am I going to let you go?" Noah whispered, a spear straight into Adrian's gut. Noah's eyes drifted shut before he even had the question out. "You don't have to." Adrian knew Noah's question had been rhetorical, a whispered musing on the way to sleep, but he lay awake for hours, holding Noah and trying to see a way past goodbye. Chapter 14. Not surprisingly, the dogs woke them up, tramping over the bed looking for breakfast and a walk. Adrian stretched, back muscles tight from broken dreams and troubled sleep. For the first time since knowing Noah, he wished for coffee. "Not yet," Adrian growled at Ulysses. "Not ready to be awake?" Noah asked. "That too, but I've been thinking. We should probably get these guys out." Noah was already standing, shoving his feet into his boots. Too soon, too soon. "You want to get the water on for tea and I'll take the dogs out?" "No." Rolling off the bed, Adrian blocked Noah's exit from the room. "No, you do not get to do that thing where you pretend everything is normal and fine and like we didn't both have a freaking transcendental experience last night." He knew they were guys. They weren't supposed to have such emotional sex. What the fuck ever. Adrian had been there, and it hadn't been just him. Noah had been right there with him, emotions splayed open. "What do you want me to say, Dre? I need to be on the road in an hour. You want me to say, I'm sad? I'm sad. I wish things could be different." "They can." Adrian seized the opening. "I've been thinking. My mom's already talked me into flying back out for Christmas. I might be an uncle again then, and you could drive up, spend the holiday with us. You're not going back east, right?" "My book's due on the 22nd. No, I'm not going back to my family." "So you'll turn in your book on the 22nd, drive up on the 23rd if the weather's decent, and we can have Christmas together. I know you're not crazy about big gatherings, but we can mainly hang out here. Maybe you can help me pick out some stuff for the kids." "I'm not much of a shopper." Noah smiled sadly. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he tied his shoelaces. "Please, I'm not ready for this to be over, and I don't think you are either." "I'm still going back to my job in January," Noah said. "And God willing, I make tenure in the spring. There's no rosy future here." "Give us this month, that's all. Let me be the best absentee boyfriend you'll ever have, and let us have Christmas together." At some point in the night, Adrian had decided to fight for Noah. And if he was honest, the decision had been made days ago. He wasn't letting Noah go easily. However, the battle for Noah's heart was going to be won a millimeter at a time, because he'd discovered that Noah didn't like fast things. He liked long, steeped tea, slow-cooked meals, handwritten research notes, and slow, earth-melting kisses. If Adrian wanted to liquefy the steel core at the center of Noah, he'd have to do it with patience, not speed. But Adrian was the champ of slow, years to master games, and this was one battle he was determined to win. Adrian made it sound so simple. Noah fiddled with the dog leash, turning it over in his hands. Even forgetting the epic bad-weather journey they'd had this trip, coming back at Christmas was a danger-riddled proposition. You said you were done with long-distance relationships, he reminded Adrian.
That was before I went and fell in love with you. Adrian spread his hands open.
Hell. Noah had been counting on an escape before either of them named the emotions that had blossomed between them. Knowing in his heart that he had fallen for Adrian was hard enough. Knowing Adrian felt the same way? His neck ached, muscles not up to the task of keeping his head upright this morning.
You're on the rebound,
Noah said, keeping his tone gentle.
Which is why I'm asking for this month.
Adrian had a quick answer for everything.
I'm not saying ditch your job and come to L.A. I'm saying let's get to know each other better. Let's see what we have before we throw it away. And if nothing else, maybe we can be friends.
Friends? Adrian was seriously going to want to be friends when Noah went back to his closeted existence.
It wouldn't be fair to you.
Not when I know I'm going to break both our hearts.
Think of me as your reward for getting the book done. This doesn't have to be heavy or serious. I send you little "how's the writing going" texts and funny pictures of my dog. You tell me what you ate for dinner. We get together and have outrageous Christmas sex.
Does it involve elf suits? Noah's throat hurt. Even the ridiculous stuff with Adrian had weight to it. Substance.
See, this is where you need a holiday boyfriend, someone to show you where the mistletoe goes and to tell you why peppermint lube is a very bad idea.
I think I could figure that one out. The dogs had given up on getting a walk and were curled up together in the middle of the bed. Noah wanted more of this, wanted to wake up Christmas morning with someone other than Ulysses in his bed, wanted to go shopping for Adrian's nephews. And damn him, he wanted those silly little texts Adrian mentioned. He maybe wanted that most of all.
My family's gift exchange is epic. I got Evan this year. Trust me, you want to see what I get him.
God help him, Noah did. He wanted to know what silliness Adrian had planned, wanted to talk about gifts for the nephews and be in on the joke with Evan's gift.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
Adrian sat next to him on the bed, wrapped his arms around him.
You don't have to be alone, Noah, not this month.
No, he'd have the whole rest of his life to be 100 times more lonely. When January hit, and he was back in Landview, no more holiday boyfriend, no more little break from the rules of his life. Adrian kissed his neck, and Noah had a feeling Adrian wasn't above getting them naked and then renewing his assault when Noah was all blissed out. More sex. More Adrian. More. It wasn't fair to Adrian, and a better man would have stood firm, wouldn't have leaned into the embrace, wouldn't have nodded.
If the weather holds, I'll come if the roads are okay.
He had to hold on to that last little bit of practicality.
You won't regret this.
Adrian tumbled him backward on the bed, dislodging the dogs. I already do. Adrian didn't understand. Noah was doing this for the regrets. So that when January came and he did the right thing, the responsible thing, the only thing, he would know exactly what he'd given up. And maybe the memories and the regrets would fill a little bit of the empty space where his heart was supposed to be. Same old campground, same old life. Noah pulled into the Sunny Ridge campground a little after dark. Despite heavy post-snow and post-holiday weekend traffic on I-70, he made decent time back. He headed straight back to his usual spot. He'd walk up and tell old Billy he was back. Wait, there was an ancient Winnebago parked in his spot, and an equally ancient Airstream in the space Adrian and Trent had used. Both looked like long-termers, not the passing-through tourist trade. Noah pulled around, parked in front of Billy's cabin.
What the heck, you gave away my space?
He said as soon as he walked into the store. He'd had a day, a weekend really. He didn't have the patience for niceties.
Oh, you're back?
Billy cracked a grin, showing off his missing incisors.
Didn't know if you'd be back around after I chased that fairy off. We gave him a ride somewhere?
The way Billy said ride made the hair on Noah's neck itch.
Not sure it's any business of yours. Simmer down, I know you ain't like that. That kid and his boyfriend were such city queers. Even the mountain lions wouldn't touch their meat.
He cackled again.
That kind is always more trouble than it's worth.
Noah swallowed hard. He wasn't good at this. Adrian would have a dozen retorts. All Noah had was choking shame. No, not shame. That was his default. But behind the usual shame was anger. Anger that made his throat and fists tight.
All I got are the front spaces. That's 20 more a night, but I'll cut you a deal, you being a long-time customer and all, and only do 10 extra.
Noah studied him for long moments, breath coming harder than if he'd biked across Landview with a week's worth of groceries. He'd been coming here for years, ever since Ulysses was a puppy, and Noah needed a dog-friendly place close to the dig sites. He'd come out when he needed solitude at dozens of breaks and holidays. And it wasn't like he didn't know Billy was a bigot. He kept the extreme right-wing radio on in the shop and made off-color jokes even as he took people's cash. When he got back to campus, Noah would have to endure more subtle but no less pointed gay jokes. It didn't matter what the federal court said. Rural Northwest Texas wasn't going to be rolling out the rainbow carpet anytime soon. He needed to hand Billy his debit card and get Ulysses some exercise and stop obsessing over this. His hand tightened around his wallet. What would Adrian do? Adrian might suffer a homophobe for a night if he didn't have a choice. But this was Adrian Billy was talking about. Adrian, who didn't compromise for his mother. Despite clearly loving his family a great deal, Adrian still insisted on being himself. Adrian wouldn't listen to Billy spew his hatred and then pay for a month at a higher rate. And this was Adrian they were talking about. Adrian would never let someone talk about you this way. Ever. Noah put his wallet back in his pocket.
Never mind. I think I'll be going elsewhere. Fine. You can have the space at the same rate. Not my fault you went chasing after Mr. Light in the Boots, but I'm not going to turn down your business. No, I'm turning down yours.
Noah's voice shook, and he had to walk quickly out of there. He hated conflict, but putting Billy in his place made his shoulders roll back, made his chin lift. Maybe when he got back to Landview, he wouldn't have a choice but to take homophobia. But right now, he could do this small thing. For Adrian, but also for him. You deserve better. He pulled up his campground app, and for the first time ever, he noticed the little rainbow icon near the pet-friendly one. His finger hovered. Being out was never, ever happening for him, but he could do this. He could be honest with himself. He clicked, then turned to Ulysses.
How do you feel about going a bit closer to Moab, boy?
2 hours later, Noah's phone buzzed. You make it back safe? Naked in bed yet? The text message was punctuated with a series of animations that Noah hadn't been aware his phone could interpret. Yes, I'm back in Utah, but what kind of question is that? He texted back. His nerves still jangled from his encounter with Billy. He was nowhere near sleep. He stretched in the dinette booth, jostling his notes. What? Too soon for sext? Noah wasn't sure he knew precisely what that was other than that it was banned at Landview. No lewd or lascivious text messages or electronic messages. Less than 12 hours into his long-distance whatever this was with Adrian, and Noah had a feeling he'd be spending all month grateful he'd given Adrian his non-college-based mail account. At least his phone was his own, not school issue. Slippery slope here. He stared at the phone. Texting made him feel old and clunky. Besides, what good was a holiday boyfriend if he couldn't hear his voice? He hit dial. Miss me or going to gripe at me for the sext joke? Adrian's voice was like a warm waffle, straight from the iron, ready to melt all of Noah's reserves.
I'm pretty sure I'm too old for whatever that is. And aren't you at your mom's house?
Out the window, he could see a few RV sites had strung up Christmas lights. Usually the sight would make his teeth hurt, but having Adrian to talk to made things seem cozy. You are definitely not too old for sext. It's one of the few perks of a long-distance boyfriend.
I can think of a few others.
Like this. This alone was a balm to Noah's companionship-starved soul. Ulysses shifted around on the couch in front of the dinette. The dog was wonderful, and he kept Noah sane, but he wasn't the same as Adrian's rich laugh. Pixel misses you guys already. There was a shuffling sound, like Adrian was stretching his long legs out. He's totally over Mom's place, and so not into the kennel I had to get him for the plane flight.
How much longer are you at your mom's? Tomorrow morning, I've got a 6 o'clock a.m. flight to L.A. I'm due back at work on Tuesday, but I'll probably do a little from home and on the plane.
Big deadline coming up?
Yeah, we want the rover racing module out with the beta testers for Christmas. Our Prezi to the backers. So from now until the 24th, my ass belongs to Christopher Exploration Industries.
More long weeks?
Yeah, I've already called and booked doggy daycare for Pixel 2 days a week, so he gets some time out of the house. He can come with me some too, but this next month is going to suck work-wise.
I hope the month doesn't suck too badly.
Bantering like this was easier with miles of road between them. Noah could stare off into space, wait for the right response to strike him. This is why you're the perfect distraction. Having Christmas to look forward to is my present.
I don't know. I might take the racing module,
Noah said lightly, but his skin heated. All day he'd been thinking about what Adrian could do for him. Guilt had dogged him because it seemed like Adrian was doing him a favor or feeling sorry for his lonely existence. He'd forgotten that he might have something to offer Adrian as well. Was it possible that Adrian needed him as much as he needed Adrian? Adrian worked with far more people, but maybe part of him was equally lonely. You can have the racing module. Check your email later, actually. I sent you full beta access. I upgraded your profile to a founder.
You can do that?
Founders were the $1,000-plus backers who got special perks and got to vote on things.
Hey, I didn't even give you my user ID.
Nope, I'm smart that way, Adrian laughed. And don't feel too guilty. I upgraded both of my nephews to explorers. I was busy while you were driving. Was it a bad drive?
No, not terrible.
Noah really didn't want to talk about this. You get your favorite spot back? Noah looked around the small space, but it held no answers.
Actually, Ulysses and I decided to try a new place, closer to Moab, so we can have some nice granola and organic groceries.
Noah, what happened?
Of course, Adrian saw straight through his joking. Even though they hadn't been around each other that much, Adrian seemed to see all of his little quirks, and not just notice them, but also understand them. Adrian knew Noah wasn't the type to try somewhere new on a whim. Heck, Noah was still plenty surprised at himself. Old Billy gave my favorite spot away, and all that were left were these spaces up front, and I got to thinking,
Noah, you're rambling. You never ramble. What really happened? More shuffling noises, like Adrian was sitting up now. Noah could picture him running a hand through his messy hair. Billy said something to you, didn't he? Something about me?
He's a bigot, Noah sighed. And I didn't do it for you. I did it for me because he doesn't deserve my money.
No, he doesn't. I'm proud of you, Adrian said quietly. The praise washed over him, making the hassle seem worth it. He hadn't had someone to make proud in a very long time. And unlike his temperamental father or reserved mother, Adrian was ridiculously easy to please. So, tell me all about the new place. They have a hot tub? I stayed with my dad and stepmother at this place outside of Bryce with a hot tub. And they were off. An hour lost to easy conversation about the best RV parks in the West, and Ulysses' efforts to be less antisocial and befriend the poodle of two elderly librarian ladies on their way to Arizona.
I better let you get some sleep, Noah said reluctantly. Don't you have to be up at 4?
3:15. Don't remind me, Adrian groaned. I'm not ready for vacation to be done. Totally not ready for all the shit waiting for me at the office. I've got 35 unanswered emails in the 2 hours we've been on the phone. And this is Sunday night.
Tell you what, you tackle half of those and I'll push through another half a chapter before sleep.
Oh, you kill me with the sexy, Noah. You really do, Adrian laughed.
Sorry, I'll try to up my game.
Noah kicked at the empty seat that should be holding the smiling man he already missed far more than he should. You do that, and yeah, I'll check my email. I never know when one might be something fun, like lightsabers for the whole office again. Noah reached for his abandoned laptop, clicked to the browser. He'd forgotten about the Space Villager web features Adrian had mentioned. The mini episodes were styled a bit like a reality show, with interviews with the various programmers, and each episode centered around a different dilemma. Noah's inner geek loved Space Villager's commitment to transparency and to producing bonus content like this for the crowdfunding backers.
On second thought, I think I'm going to get caught up on a few code review episodes before I sleep.
That will put you to sleep. Write first, and no making fun of my desk or my shirt collection. I wouldn't dream of it. No, but he'd dream of Adrian. Chapter 15. Hey, Adrian, I have some packages you need to open before we tape. Rex carried a stack of boxes into the big open cube Adrian shared with 4 other designers. Rex was not his favorite coworker. He had a tendency to mouth-breathe up in Adrian's space and pepper him with stupid questions with a camera in his face. In a sec, let me cue up the screenshots we're going to need. What he really wanted was the chance to glance at his phone. He subtly palmed it, opening the messaging screen. He'd introduced Noah to Skype last week, and now they both kept a window open all day, typing random thoughts and observations to each other. At the moment, they were discussing the worst sci-fi movies of all time. Assuming Adrian could get out of the office by 9, they had a 10 o'clock movie date. A number of times in the past week, they'd picked a cult sci-fi movie to fall asleep with, and turned on chat or the phone and hung out watching the movie together. Sometimes they even made the same snack. They were ridiculously cheesy, and Adrian loved it. Can you stream Paycheck? Noah asked in chat. Yes, Ben Affleck is hot. Rest of the movie is a total mess, though. Adrian typed a quick reply. I look forward to hearing you eviscerate the production. Want another hour of work sprint? Only Noah could make eviscerate and work sound vaguely sexy. They had started doing a thing where they raced to see who could get the most done in an hour before they chatted more. Can't. About to tape a code review. Rex is here to make my life hell for the next hour or so. Want to take bets how many takes he's going to make me do just to zoom in on the error with the rover's wheels? Adrian, you have to see this! Rex had the box open, and Mina had left her cube to come investigate too. Pixel poked his head out of the knitted Death Star dog bed that Mina had made him. Come here, baby. Someone sent Daddy fan mail. Mina's voice had her usual East Indian lilt to it as she held a hand out to the dog. You want to be on camera, right? You know, that's the only reason Rob lets me have him at the office. The backers love him. Adrian scooped up Pixel. Let's roll tape. Rex pointed his infernal camera at Adrian. Show us what's in the box. Adrian peered into the already open box, then burst out laughing. It's a case of Mocha Max energy drinks. The exact same brand he'd bought in Green River with Noah. His grin felt wide enough to span the miles between them. Oh, there's cookies too, Mina said. Gluten-free chocolate chip. Someone really does know you? Adrian plucked up the packing slip. Let's see, we'll be thanking Alex Rogan. Oh, Noah was good, using the name of the main character in Last Starfighter. And he thinks I'm the romantic one. And he included a gift message. Rex leaned over his shoulder. Enjoy a snack on me. P.S. The rock slide you showed on episode 19 wasn't geologically possible. Oh man, one of those, Mina groaned, then looked over at Adrian. Why are you smiling so hard, Adrian? Adrian shook his head, not wanting to tease him on tape. Cut for a second, Rex. Mina held up a hand. What? This is great footage. Rex groaned but lowered the camera. You do have a shit-eating grin, Adrian. Tell me you're not back together with that idiot who abandoned you. Of course. His whole office knew the truth of his Thanksgiving escapades because he couldn't lie for shit, and also the steady stream of Trent presents had dried up. But he hadn't mentioned Noah yet. That felt too private, too special to bring out into the open right now. I'm not back with Trent. Adrian, you're with someone new, aren't you? Mina leaned in, meeting his gaze with shrewd eyes. Another long-distance guy. What's wrong with that? Adrian stroked Pixel's back. He was wearing the red coat Noah had bought him. Mina shook her head. One of these days, you're going to figure out why you always have out-of-town boyfriends. Rex snorted. Maybe he just can't pull the locals. That would be you, Adrian said lightly. Maybe it's just the way things work out for me. Coincidence. No, Mina shook her head sadly. When are you going to realize you're worth more, Adrian? Noah had said something similar once upon a time, but Mina's words cut deeper, a fresher wound. Hell,
This was not the sort of buzzkill his day needed. He grabbed a drink, even though it wasn't chilled like he preferred. "Let's do this thing, get it out of the way." He gave both his coworkers a stony look he hoped would stop further ribbing. 3 hours later, Adrian let himself into the apartment he seldom saw. His phone buzzed as he set Pixel's travel bag down and let him out. Noah. His stomach didn't leap as much as it had earlier, and a tendril of guilt niggled at his neck. He'd kind of blown Noah off the past few hours to work. What were they really doing here? Maybe the holiday boyfriend thing was just a way to ensure they were both bloody by the end of the month. He hit talk. "Hey." "We still on for the movie?" Noah sounded tentative. "I blew through 4 chapters today. Can't believe I did that much. I blame you." "Yeah?" Adrian's tired muscles perked up, like a fuzzy drawing coming into full resolution. This was why he put up with distance. The happy buzz that shot through him at the sound of Noah's voice. The warm sensation at knowing he was helping Noah, even in some small way. "The sprints help. Did you get a lot done? Get your episode filmed?" "Yeah, you'll want to watch this one." He smiled. It wasn't Noah's fault he'd been in a funk the past few hours. "Funny thing, we got a strange package today from this cranky guy who wanted to complain about how we're handling the rocks." "That's so." He could hear Noah's smile in his warm tone. "Maybe you have a secret admirer." "I must be a pretty lucky guy. This secret admirer knows my allergies and everything." "Maybe he felt bad that you can never eat all the stuff that comes into the office," Noah said. There was a clanking sound, like a spoon hitting a pot. "Are you eating just now, too?" Adrian asked as he pulled out a gluten-free TV dinner to nuke. "Yeah, drove into Moab for groceries yesterday. I'm trying a new slow cooker recipe tonight. I got some gluten-free baking mix. I wanted to see if I could do my chicken and dumplings recipe gluten-free." And just like that, Adrian's frustration with the status quo melted away. Noah was planning on them being in the same state again. He was even testing recipes. "How'd it turn out?" "I'm going to need a few more tries before Christmas," Noah chuckled. "But it's edible. Shall we take our food and start the movie?" "Yes, Alex, we shall. Will your next package be from Corbin Dallas?" "I don't know. What makes you think you're worth more treats?" Noah laughed lightly. Phone Noah was way more flirty than in-person Noah, and Adrian liked this teasing side of him. "Because I've been very, very good lately." Adrian dropped his voice to a husky whisper. "And if you can stay awake for the movie, I'll be good again." He'd talked Noah into phone sex twice so far, which mainly consisted of Adrian narrating and Noah making choked whimpers, which was sexy as fuck. Sure, he'd rather cuddle up with Noah's body right now, watch the movie tangled together, have a long, slow rub-off together before sleep. But this was worth something too. Noah cared about Adrian's day, listened to his stories, created little shared rituals together. And he didn't know why Mina and Rex had to act like there was something lacking in him that he was willing to put up with this separation. And he had no doubt the reunion sex would be more than worth it. The holiday with Noah would be better than the holiday without him, and Adrian had to trust in that. "Show me more," Noah said into the computer with a laugh. 3 weeks ago, he hadn't even known that his laptop had a camera, let alone a microphone. Right now, Adrian was taking him on a tour of his small apartment. Noah reclined on his bed, content to go along with Adrian's latest idea of fun. "So that's the kitchen." "Pristine. You ever even use that stove?" Noah said, fighting off vertigo from the bouncing image. It was worth a little dizziness to hear Adrian laugh. "I think I heated up some noodles a couple of months ago." Adrian bent, the image jumping again, and Pixel appeared on screen. "Woof, woof." Ulysses shoved his way onto Noah's bed, pushing his head next to Noah. "Hey, I think they recognize each other," Adrian laughed. "Pixel is not looking forward to flying again, but it'll be cool to see if they recognize each other." "You decided to bring him?" Noah asked. Adrian had been going back and forth about whether to board Pixel or bring him along. "Yeah, I decided he's kind of my security blanket. When the rest of the family gets insane, I can always retreat with him, you know? Excuse me, dog needs a walk." It's like a socially acceptable need for a smoke. I hear that. I've used Ulysses as an excuse more than a couple of times. Doggy's superpowers unite! Adrian made Pixel wave at the camera, and Noah had to laugh. Relative repellent, activate! Maybe the weather will hold and we can take them to a dog park together. It still felt weird, making plans for the holiday. Yeah, there's a couple of indoor play places for dogs, too. I know Ulysses isn't the most fond of running with a pack, but he might find the obstacle courses fun. Adrian had no such problem making plans and speculating about things they could do. He'd already brainstormed weeks' worth of activities to try to cram into the couple of days they'd have together. This is Pixel's toy box and bed. Adrian panned to a corner of the living room to show off a cat house and a big bucket of toys. Nice, Noah said, and meant it. He stretched his legs out in front of him on his bed, muscles warm and languid from the pleasure of talking with Adrian. He'd spent so many years repressing any sexual urges and telling himself that since he wasn't desperate for sex, that he was fine alone. But what he hadn't realized was how starved he was for companionship. Sure, the occasional round of phone sex was nice, but what Noah really craved were these silly little conversations. He'd discovered a bottomless hunger for affection, sending Adrian surprise packages, coming up with goofy messages to prop in front of Ulysses, dissecting movies together late at night when he could practically feel Adrian curled against him. He had no clue how he was going to give this up and go back to his monastic diet of faculty meetings and lonely dinners with Ulysses and no Skype open next to him. And, Adrian walked down the hall, this is my bathroom. This is what I really wanted to show you. You wanted to show me your bathroom? Noah couldn't keep the surprise out of his voice. Yep, see right over there? Adrian swiveled so that Noah was looking at a large walk-in shower. That's why I picked this place. Tiny living room and kitchen, but this bathroom is totally worthy of a shower porno. Shower is huge and has 2 heads. 2, huh? I keep daydreaming about having you in here. Your motorhome is nice and all, but your bathroom is never, ever going to see any action. True. That was true for so much of Noah's life. He didn't even register the lack of shower sex as a thing until Adrian mentioned it. But think about the fun we could have in here. Me, you, some soap, condoms. Can those work in the shower? Noah's imagination caught up to Adrian's, but his practical side won out. Oh yeah, I've even got lube that works well in water. But, Adrian trailed off. What? I got tested the other day. Just felt like a good idea, you know. It had been over 6 months since I'd been with anyone prior to you, but I figured you might like knowing I was clean at Christmas. Adrian put heavy emphasis on the last few words. Yet another clue that Adrian was taking this holiday fling far more seriously than he should. Noah needed to put a stop to this, needed to rein in both of them, needed a way to stem the heat licking its way up his back. Yes, he liked knowing Adrian had gotten tested. More than liked the idea of Adrian inside him, nothing but skin. The thought of Adrian shooting deep inside him made his pants tight. But behind the arousal, his pulse clattered and his foot twitched. I'm going to hurt him. I'm good with condoms, Noah said, fumbling because he wasn't sure how else to tell Adrian to slow down. Oh, okay. Adrian's voice was small, and Noah slapped his pillow out of view of his camera. He was trying to keep Adrian from getting hurt, not inflict new pain. On Adrian's end, the camera blurred as he moved, and then they were in a bedroom, looking at a huge computer setup opposite the edge of a bed. So this is where a lot of the magic happens. His voice was forced, too cheerful. Dre, I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Noah needed his happy Adrian back. It's fine, don't worry about it. Adrian made a dismissive gesture. Did I show you this yet? He picked up a small figurine on his desk. It's Rover swag. No one has seen these yet, but we're giving them away in February. What's happening in February? Noah seized the topic change, settling back down against the pillows. Adrian always got mellow when he talked work. There's a big PAX conference in LA on President's Day weekend. We'll be debuting several new features, talking out the big release, and for the first time, I'll be one of the demonstrators. That's awesome. It means Chris must really believe in you. I guess. Actually, I was thinking, you're off that weekend, right? Campus holiday? Yes. Noah said slowly, dread coalescing in his stomach. It's the weekend after the tenure committee meeting, and... That's what I thought. What I was thinking was you could come for PAX, and if your meeting goes well, we'll celebrate, and if it goes terrible, I'll take your mind off it. And you can see my shower in person. Adrian kept his voice light, but Noah picked up on a nervous undercurrent. Damn. If it goes badly, I'm not going to be fit for human companionship. Noah tried to meet Adrian's casual tone and failed miserably. And that's why you need something to look forward to. And I was doing some Googling the other night. You know, there are other jobs for archaeologists out there. Some sound really fascinating. If you don't make tenure, it might not be the end of the world. Dear God, Noah wasn't so dense that he couldn't hear the hope in Adrian's voice. He wouldn't go so far as to say that Adrian was hoping Noah failed on the tenure quest, but he had a feeling Adrian wouldn't be shedding any tears on his behalf if it fell through. The past few weeks, Adrian had done more speculating about the future, little hints here and there about wanting to keep things going after December. And Noah was a total coward and hadn't put him off yet. Because you wanted to. He liked what they had too much to crush Adrian's spirit and end it now, and that made him the worst kind of bastard. He liked finding gluten-free recipes for the slow cooker and imagining sharing them with Adrian. He loved telling Adrian how many pages he'd edited and having Adrian shower him with emoticons. Digging through his movie collection, trying to find obscure ones for Adrian to tear apart, made him happy. And he'd never been more productive. Another few days and he'd have the book ready to send in, almost a full week early. He never could have predicted that a month ago, and he owed so much of it to Adrian. 6 pages of acknowledgments, and you can't thank the one person who really matters. Adrian was the last person he thought about each night, and the first thing Noah did when he woke up was to check his phone. Another weekend together? Impossible. He was in way too deep as it was. There wouldn't be a spring for them. Heck, there shouldn't even be a Christmas for them. Noah knew this, but it still stung like he'd slid down the face of church rock. Adrian. Noah's voice quavered. Heck, he wasn't going to be able to say it. I'm not sure I can think that far ahead, he finished lamely. Yeah, I get it, Adrian said stiffly. I know you need to focus on the book and all right now. Thank you. Noah grabbed onto the ropes, stopping his slide into the dark place that was the future without Adrian. Focus on the book, not the pain. I'm almost done, did I tell you? I write the conclusion tomorrow, then a bit more proofing, and it's off, and I can email the chair that it's done. That's wonderful. I get it, Noah, I do. I'm going crazy with this rover stuff. Rob keeps coming up with more tweaks we need to do. I know what you mean about not being able to think of the future. I'm having a hard time thinking beyond next week when this goes live. Noah's throat was tight. Adrian was making excuses, and he shouldn't let him. They were both clinging to Christmas as a reward for making it through December's deadlines, but Noah knew this wasn't the healthiest. It was like when he'd put on 15 pounds while writing his dissertation, having a blueberry muffin with every chapter he finished. He'd learned the fallacy of such rewards, and while 100 times sweeter, Adrian was no less problematic. Noah's coping skills needed some serious work. Noah was putting the finishing touches on packing for Denver when his phone buzzed. Weather's still terrible, he said without looking at the screen. But I'm heading out no matter what tomorrow morning. Glad to hear it. Landview's been too quiet without you. His chair, quite possibly the last person Noah ever wanted to use his boyfriend voice with, boomed a greeting. Uh-huh. Happy holidays, sir. I've told you for 5 years now you can call me Chuck when students aren't around. Big of him, really. And none of this PC business. You've been away too long. Merry Christmas. Christ our Lord is born. You should come with Marilyn and me to our church's Christmas Eve services. We've got a real donkey this year. Tempting, sir, but I thought you were my mother when I picked up my phone. Adrian could forgive him the lie, right? Not Adrian you should be worrying about. He needed to worry about himself and how easily the lie slipped from his lips. Noah never lied. But the last month was proving him possible of even the lowest transgressions. I'm due at her house tomorrow. I'll be back at Landview next week, though. Good. I saw your email about your book heading out to the publisher. I glanced at the file. Looks good, Walters. Well done.
Noah's stomach churned. Why didn't the chair's praise feel nicer? He'd spent the past year worrying about pleasing Dean Morrison, but now all he felt was ill, hands cold and clammy, bile rising in his throat.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the tenure committee says. I hope they agree with your assessment.
Oh, you know that's just a formality.
What?
No, he most certainly did not know that. He'd been sweating for months, thinking there was a very good chance he was on his way out, and it was a formality? And why wasn't he literally dancing up and down right now?
Really?
He said weakly.
Of course. Stop by my office when you get back. I've been praying about your return. We're going to do good works this next term. I can feel it.
That makes one of us. He said the appropriate things to bring the conversation to a close, then sat there studying his phone. He should be thrilled. He should be calling Adrian, telling him that the chair loved his book, that his goal was finally in reach. He should want to tell someone, right? But his news was going to break Adrian's heart. Heck, it was breaking his own. He didn't want to tell anyone. What he wanted to do was curl into a ball, pray for good roads tomorrow, and forget that success tasted an awful lot like loss. Chapter 16. Adrian's mother had scoffed when he'd mentioned maybe getting a rental car for his trip.
Really, darling, Evan can give you a ride to your friend, or you can borrow my car if you need to drive so badly. I doubt I'll go out much.
I can have the Mercedes while I'm in town? Growing up, no one was allowed to touch his mother's car, and now she'd upgraded to a luxury SUV. And yeah, he was still bitter about getting the car that Rachel and Emily had driven into the ground. First world problems and all that, but some young part of him had leaped at the chance to have his mom's sweet ride and save some cash. And that had been a huge mistake, because here he was getting dropped off at the RV park like some 15-year-old. And he was going to smell like Chanel all darn evening from being cooped up with her and her heater cranked to blast. All because his mother had forgotten a holiday party a colleague was throwing. She drummed a well-manicured finger against the steering wheel as he collected the dog and his backpack. He hadn't even gotten to drive over here. He supposed he should feel good she didn't make him ride in the back seat with Pixel.
"Took your friend long enough to get here," she said, glancing at her silver watch.
"Traffic was terrible. He's lucky he missed yesterday's snow." Adrian was impatient too, but he wasn't going to show that to his mother.
"And you could have left the dog at the condo."
She shook her head, a fresh wave of perfume heading his direction.
"No, I couldn't have. Sheba thinks he's a squirrel and is just waiting to hunt him for dinner."
Sheba was his mother's ill-behaved, long-haired cat.
"Oh, Adrian."
His mother gave a long, suffering sigh.
"We'll see you both for Christmas Eve supper tomorrow, right?"
"Right." He gave her a kiss on the cheek.
"See you later." "Adrian, be safe," she called as he walked away.
Yep, totally still 15. He was lucky she hadn't left condoms on his bed when he was packing stuff up that afternoon.
"Always am."
He blew her a kiss. It wasn't physical risk she should be worried about. Adrian was more worried about his heart. In the past month, he'd fallen deeper into love with Noah, which was dangerous, foolhardy stuff. Especially when Noah had been dodging his hints about making plans for the spring. Mina and Rex kept giving him knowing looks at work, and Mina was all on about how he was bending over backward for someone who didn't deserve. Noah opened the door, and Adrian forgot everything other than how much he'd missed this man. "You're here," they said at the same moment. They stood there, eating each other up with their eyes for long moments. The door banged shut behind them. Pixel and Ulysses barked a happy greeting to each other, and they still stayed suspended in a weird, emotional haze. "I missed—" They spoke in unison again, and broke off laughing, which broke the spell holding them in place. He pulled Noah to him, intending only a hug, but Noah latched onto his lips, kissing him with a desperation that stole all Adrian's air. His hands tangled in Noah's hair, dragging him closer. Noah sucked on Adrian's lips and tongue, a month of longing coming across in his every motion.
Adrian totally dug this more aggressive Noah, and he met him kiss for kiss, frantic caress for frantic caress. "Need?" Noah whispered in his ear. "Yeah." Adrian was on board with whatever Noah needed. He could have anything at all. Noah's hands were sure on Adrian's fly. No hesitation there as he drew out Adrian's cock. And he dropped to his knees before Adrian registered his intent. This was new. For all they'd done at Thanksgiving, they hadn't done this, but Noah seemed determined to make up for lost time now. "I've been thinking about this for weeks," he said, looking up at Adrian. "It's been driving me nuts that I don't know what you taste like." Adrian made a vague noise of agreement before his head clunked back against a cabinet. His jeans fell around his knees, and hell if he cared. Noah didn't play around, didn't mimic what Adrian always did with lots of licking and teasing. No, he simply went for it, gulping Adrian's cock down like he was starving for it. And holy hell, that was the biggest fucking turn-on ever. "Slow down, I don't want to come," Adrian panted. He hadn't shot in under 20 seconds since he was a horny teenager, but Noah had him perilously close to the edge. Noah responded with a long, slow suck that seemed to take part of Adrian's spine with it. He looked down at Noah, stroked his hollowed cheeks. "You're so fucking sexy," Adrian murmured. "And you love this, don't you?" Noah broke away for a second, nuzzling Adrian's balls. "Didn't think I would, but I kept fantasizing. Sucked on my own fingers the other night. Wasn't the same. I like how you taste." He sounded slightly amazed at the revelation. "No objection here." Adrian grinned down at him. "Whatever feels good to you, and you don't have—" Whatever he'd been about to offer was lost in a rush of pleasure as Noah sucked him in again. Noah worked his tongue in tandem with the blissful suction like a pro. Damn. Adrian wasn't going to last with this sort of assault. Noah's hands on his hips. Noah's hot, wet, eager mouth. Noah's beard bristling on his thighs. "Gonna—" Buzz, buzz. His phone buzzed against his knee. "Fuck it." He kicked his pants across the room. Buzz, buzz. "You want?" Noah broke away, face flushed, lips swollen. "Yeah, I want." Fuck the phone. He pulled Noah back toward him, the sort of rough handling he hated when it happened to him, but Noah groaned lustily and lapped at Adrian's slit before swallowing him down again. "Right there, baby, not gonna last." He gave Noah the briefest of warnings before his thighs clenched, balls lifting, eyes slamming shut with the force of his orgasm. He felt Noah swallowing around him, and that was enough to coax out a few more spasms. He collapsed to the ground, dragging Noah with him into a heap. Buzz, buzz. His phone went nuts again, but he ignored it, pulling Noah into his lap. "Hi." He smiled dopily at Noah. "That was some greeting." "Sorry, didn't mean to jump you." "Don't apologize." Adrian stole a kiss. He kind of liked making out after a guy went down on him, liked the reminder of what had just been given to him. But he went slow in case Noah was squicked out by it. Noah met him eagerly enough, though, and his hard dick pressed insistently into Adrian's stomach. And what would you like?" Adrian asked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jesus Christ, couldn't his phone give him 20 minutes? If there was a problem with the rover racer launch, he did not want to hear it. But Noah, ever the conscientious dude, was dragging Adrian's pants over. "You've got missed calls from your mom, Rachel, and 3 from Emily," Noah announced, handing the phone over. "Think you ought to check in?" Fuck. This was worse than work, because he couldn't ignore his family, even though he really wanted to push Noah down on the carpet and give him a greeting worthy of that amazing hello he'd given Adrian. "Just call them." Noah smiled indulgently. "I've waited a month, I can wait another 10 minutes. Pixel climbed up on Adrian's shoulder, and Ulysses nudged his knee. Fine, mood officially fucking broken. Buzz. He didn't have to even dial before his phone was ringing again. Darren. Oh hell, the baby. Cold dread filled Adrian as he answered. "Is Emily okay?" he asked, guilt flooding him. What if he'd been getting blown and ignoring something terrible? "She's fine." Darren's strung-out tone belied his words. "So good, man. Your sister is a rock star." His voice broke, and there was a rustling sound. "Don't go crying again, Big D." His sister came on the line. She sounded tired and slightly high. "Addie?" "Yeah, sweetie?" He pulled up his pants. "Addie, the baby's here. It was all so fast. We almost had a car birth." "Oh, thank God. And he's healthy? Everything went okay?" It's a girl, Addie. You have a niece." True to her personality, Emily had gone for the big drama of not learning the sex of the baby until delivery. "Oh, wow." His first niece. A warm glow spread down his neck, into his chest. "And I really need you to come meet her." "I will." He grabbed for his shoes. "Tonight, or you need to sleep?" "Tonight. We've got a surprise for you." "For me?" There was a sniffling sound. "Addie, we named her Noelle Adrian. And you better come meet her so I can stop weeping, okay?" "Okay," Adrian said dumbly. "You named her after me?" "You're the reason Dee and I ever got together, Addie. We owe you everything." More sniffling. "Say you'll come." "I'm on my way," he promised, throat thick. "I'm so sorry," he said to Noah as he hung up. "But I need—" "Already on it." Noah was rushing around, getting stuff ready for the road. "You're an uncle again, and they named her after you? Of course you've got to go." No pouting, no complaining. Their evening was upended, but Noah damn near whistled as he brought in the bump-outs and got the seats in position for the road. He really was the perfect guy for him. Finding parking for a motorhome was never easy, but the hospital was particularly tricky. Noah ended up having to settle for the roof of a parking garage, taking up multiple spots and hoping he didn't get ticketed. They had a long, cold walk to the hospital, but Adrian practically ran all the way to the maternity ward, leaving Noah struggling to keep up. He'd offered to stay in the RV, but Adrian had looked at him with big eyes. "You don't want to meet my namesake?" he'd asked. "My namesake! What were they thinking?" "They were thinking they love you a lot." Noah's nose itched, and he had to scrub at the bridge of it. And so he found himself trailing behind as Adrian pushed into a crowded room full of people Noah vaguely recognized from the wedding. But Adrian had eyes only for the tired-looking Emily holding court on a large hospital bed, cradling a teeny-tiny pink bundle. Noah's chest felt tight. He remembered the middle-of-the-night dash to the hospital when Ruth had his first nephew. He'd been home on spring break, hoping he'd get lucky to catch the arrival of the baby, and on his final day home, he had. Watching Adrian kiss his sister, Noah had to clench his fists around the tide of emotions. His hand bumped against his phone. No one was paying him a bit of attention, so he took his phone out, dashed off a quick text. "Thinking of you and the kids. Have a good Christmas Eve tomorrow. Kiss the kids for me." She deserved so much more, but even that effort had his hand shaking. Why did family have to be so complicated? "You want to hold her, Addie?" Emily asked, and a chair was shoved forward and a half-dozen camera phones readied to capture the moment, Noah's included. Adrian sat in the chair, and Darren transferred the tiny bundle from Emily to Adrian as if he had $1 million piece of crystal in his big hands. The room must have been exceptionally dusty because Noah's nose started itching again, eyes suspiciously moist. A tiny fist poked out of the blanket, grabbed onto the finger Adrian held out, and something sharp poked Noah, right in the gut. Adrian's whole face filled with wonder. "She's beautiful," he said on a huff of air. "She looks like you did," Adrian's mother said. "Look at that little mouth. She looks more like Adrian than Emily." The whole room laughed, but something inside Noah hurt. "Hey now," Darren said, hovering over Adrian. "She's got my hair at least." Everyone laughed at that, as the baby's thick head of black curly hair was way more than what sprouted from her father's bald dome. "She's got your nose," Adrian offered, stroking the tiny head. The baby made a small cooing noise, and the room let out a collective "Aw." "I think she likes you, Uncle Addie," Emily said. "Of course she does." Adrian's mother dabbed at her eyes with an embroidered handkerchief. "Adrian's always been good with kids." Adrian didn't even look up from the baby, just continued to make funny faces at her. She was his whole world in that instant. Noah could see everything clearly. The life Adrian wanted. The life he deserved. The life his family wanted for him. Adrian's family might give him a hard time, but there was so much love in the room. Noah felt almost smothered by all the feelings. This was a group that loved intensely. "You like kids?" Emily asked, and it took Noah a second to realize she was talking to him. He had no idea how to answer the 50-ton boulder of a question. "He was great with the boys," Rachel said from her perch in the window seat. "They can't wait to see you tomorrow night." "That's great." Noah was having a hard time forming a thought, let alone words. "You know, Addie, I loved being pregnant. Loved. If you ever wanted—" Emily trailed off, yawning. "Em, you're still high on the good drugs." Adrian tucked the baby back in beside Emily. He kissed her head, but not before Noah saw the flash of longing on his face. Noah knew that feeling. His insides had twisted up into a Gordian knot of once when he'd held his nephew. But unlike Adrian, he'd had to bury those feelings, shove them beneath the limestone layers of his heart. Adrian had a sister who was practically offering to have a baby for him, an extended family who would welcome whatever non-traditional family Adrian wanted to show up with. Noah had nothing. Nothing at all to offer Adrian. "Do you want to turn?" Emily asked, looking right at Noah. He shook his head. He might shatter into 100 shards of quartz if he held that precious bundle, and the last thing he needed was to give Adrian's romantic soul any more fodder for an impossible future. "Leave the poor guy alone," Evan said, wrapping an arm around Rachel. "You ladies are trying to give everyone baby fever." "What's the matter, Evan? Can't handle a fourth?" Adrian teased as he crossed the room back over to Noah. "No," Evan looked sternly at his wife. "No more babies here. We'll just all enjoy this one." Rachel coughed, something that sounded a lot like, "We'll see." "Better get you out of here before baby dust gets on you," Evan laughed, herding Rachel out of the window seat. "And Emily needs her rest." Neither Adrian's mother nor Darren's parents looked in any hurry to leave the room, but Rachel murmured her assent. She stopped in front of him and Adrian. "Poor Noah, have we completely scared you off?" "Yes, so much yes." He shook his head. "Congrats on the new addition," he said, more to the room at large. He could still force some politeness out, even though he sounded a bit like a wooden news anchor reading cue cards. "You guys want to get some food?" Rachel asked. "Should we leave the boys with your friends so long?" Evan said, saving Noah the trouble of coming up with an excuse. He was nice enough, but Noah could tell he got a bit tired of being the family's de facto older brother. And he really didn't seem to know what to do with Adrian's irrepressible energy. "They're probably dying to see pictures of the baby," Adrian said. "We'll see you at Christmas Eve supper." "With any luck, Emily's going to get released late in the day tomorrow. We'll make her a place on the couch so she can rest, but the whole family can be together. Won't it be wonderful?" Rachel hugged Adrian so hard that Noah missed his muffled reply. Wonderful. Family. Together. The words pounded in Noah's head as they made their way, much slower now, back to the parking garage. "Wasn't she amazing?" Adrian asked, his breath white puffs in the crisp night air. Noah didn't know if he meant the baby or his sister, but he nodded anyway. "Yes." "Do you—" Adrian trailed off, but Noah's back muscles tightened. He knew what was coming. "Think the dogs are going to need a quick walk?" Noah's voice had an unsteady quaver to it. Crap. "Yeah, probably," Adrian said distractedly. "Noah, you ever think about kids?" The softness in his voice hit Noah like a fist to his solar plexus. "No." Noah kept his voice firm this time. "Never?" Adrian's voice had a plaintive tone. Dear God, Adrian was killing him syllable by syllable. "I'm a closeted gay man at one of the most conservative universities in the whole U.S., in one of the country's reddest counties." "But maybe you won't always be." Ah, there it was, the hope he'd heard in Adrian's voice on the phone. Noah stopped by a beat-up Bronco near the level 3C sign. He planted his feet, unable to go another step with this charade. He'd fallen hopelessly in love with the man whose heart he was about to break, and he'd been telling himself it was harmless to keep things going through the holidays. Call it friendship. Call it a fling. Call it a holiday boyfriend. Whatever it was, it had cut Noah to the bone, eviscerated every last lonely inch of his soul, made him greedy and unforgivably cruel to someone who deserved so much more. He needed to stop pretending. Now. Tonight. "I got the book turned in," he said. "I know, you texted me, remember?" Adrian's forehead crinkled. "My department chair's already taken a look at it. He says the tenure committee meeting's only a formality at this point." "Oh." With that little word, all the light fled from Adrian's face. "Congrats, I guess you're relieved?" Relieved? He was so many things, but relieved was absolutely not one of them. "I've worked since I was 18 for this." "Yes, but are you sure you still want this job?" Adrian asked. "You don't have to accept it, or accept it but take another job somewhere else as fast as you can. You look like a guy being carted off to the hospice ward, not someone who just got amazing professional news. You have options." Oh, Adrian, so full of hope and good ideas. Noah raked his lips hard with his teeth, pulling at the chapped skin. He tasted the metallic tang of blood, but didn't care. "It's everything I've ever wanted. I'll be able to—" "Bullshit!" Adrian kicked a tire. "It's everything you'll let yourself want, but you want more. I know it, and you could have it." "How?" He leaned against a concrete pylon, eyes squished shut. "There's nothing that says you can't have your tenure and something more. Someone more. And sure, maybe it would be long distance and kinda down low, but you wouldn't be locking yourself away for the next 40 years. It would be lying, and it would kill me to have a secret like that. Being afraid of discovery every day, I decided a long time ago I wasn't ever going to live like that." "And nothing's changed? Nothing?" Adrian paced in front of him, face a mask of pain. Noah quickly shut his eyes again. "You deserve more." "You're damn right I do." Well now, he hadn't expected Adrian to be quite so emphatic. Adrian didn't wait for Noah to reply before charging ahead. "We both do, and you are choosing to not let yourself have any of it. Maybe you've studied rocks so long you're turning into one. Noah, how can you not feel?" "I feel." His voice was a bare croak, but it seemed to echo across the cavernous space. "Prove it." "I love you." There. It was out. The awful emotion threatening to choke off the rest of his air. Not feel? He felt everything. "I love you too." Of course he did. Adrian was the one who had been brave enough to name it, the one who ended every phone call with, "Love you." Adrian was brave enough to fight for it, right here in this freezing parking garage. "I've known you a month. I love you, and what am I supposed to do with that? Rearrange my whole life? How do I reconcile loving you with what I've always chosen?" Noah was bleeding out on the pavement, a river of feelings, not stone at all, despite his best efforts. "You start by choosing something different. If you love me, don't do this. Don't push me away." Adrian grabbed Noah's hand. Noah swallowed hard. He hadn't quite realized until that instant that he was shoving Adrian away. All he knew was that Adrian deserved his truth, that he couldn't keep pretending there would be a spring, or anything else, for them. This was an argument. A fight. Look at him, instigating a breakup scene in a public place with raised voices and angry words. His head swam. "You're trying to make me be the one to say the words, aren't you?" Adrian shook his head, disgust rolling off him in waves. He dropped Noah's hand. "Congratulations, it worked." Chapter 17. Adrian's skin felt as damp and chilly as the stupid parking garage. The winter wind whipped through the darkened space, but the wind howling through his soul felt twice as lonely. Another gust made Noah clutch at his coat. Adrian didn't care if the wind carried him away, took them both to a distant land where this was not happening. "You want me to end things? Want me to walk away?" Adrian dug at his hair. "Fine. This is me grabbing my dog and going." He headed to the stairwell at a fast clip. "Adrian," Noah called. Like an idiot, he spun around, heart lodged somewhere up around his sinuses. "Yeah?" "You don't have keys to the RV." Noah caught up with him. I'll walk you back." "Big of you." Adrian took the stairs 2 at a time, not looking to see if Noah was behind him. At the landing, he swiveled around, unable to keep his questions back any longer. Why are you doing this? Why tonight? I wanted my holiday boyfriend. The chair called yesterday. I get that, but why tell me now? We could have had Christmas at least. Damn it, he was not going to cry. Lie to me, please lie to me. He knew the impulse wasn't a reasonable one. He wasn't some little kid trying to save an awkward family holiday. Clinging to the pleasant little fantasy of a holiday with Noah wasn't going to help anything. But he'd thought Noah at least shared that fantasy. Noah wasn't cruel. He wasn't fickle. He'd raced across town to the hospital. Bingo. You were going to wait to tell me about your tenure, weren't you? I couldn't keep it back any longer. You're right. You deserve better. Noah's mouth was as shifty as his eyes. He was a pitiful liar, and Adrian cut him off. Bullshit. You're scared. More than usual. Tonight scared the ever-living fuck out of you. Enough for you to ruin my Christmas. Our Christmas. The one we waited all month for. What, are babies that scary? No, Noah said softly. Adrian made the mistake of catching Noah's eyes right at that moment, and he saw all the pain, all the longing Noah was stomping down. Oh, Noah. He went to him then, arms out to hold him, but Noah stepped around him, taking the stairs to the roof at a fast clip. Adrian caught up with him at the RV. That's it, isn't it? You saw something you wanted tonight, didn't you? You're the one. No, not me. Adrian wasn't going to let him turn this around, not when they were so close to uncovering Noah's truth. Not what I want, but you, what you want. You saw something you need, and now you're running from it because you refuse to even let yourself have desires outside your carefully scripted little life. You're telling yourself that this is all about me and how we want different things. We do. Noah unlocked the RV. Shall I drop you back at your mom's place? No, you shall not. Adrian scooped up Pixel. We want the same things. That's what you're so scared of. You want a family, and maybe even my big wacky one. You love me, but you won't try to make things work? Noah shook his head. There's nothing to work out. I'm taking tenure. I'm staying at Landview. It was cruel of me to lead you on. This holiday fling idea, it's hurting both of us. You're afraid. You're afraid to sit there tomorrow and play video games with the boys and snuggle that baby and eat my grandmother's eggnog cheesecake. You're afraid you might like it enough to want to change this tightly held vision you have for yourself. You're afraid of wanting to come back. Yes. Noah nodded, which Adrian hadn't expected. Noah collapsed on the couch next to Ulysses before continuing. I'm a coward, but I'm one who knows my limits. These aren't mine. I can't do this. I can't lie. I can't pretend. I was a fool to think I could. Someday... Adrian's voice broke. Someday, you're going to look back and you're going to see what you could have had, and I'm not going to wait around. He had to force himself to say that part, because truth was he would wait. But Noah was right that he deserved more. Maybe Noah had been scared by a glimpse into a possible future, but Adrian had never been surer about what he wanted. And he was going to go out and get it, preferably with Noah. But he wasn't going to mortgage his whole future on the chance of Noah unbolting his closet door. For the first time in his life, Adrian was going to put himself first. I love you, Noah, I really do, but I deserve all of you. I thought about us the whole plane ride out here. He shook his head. I had this stupid plan. I was going to talk you into continuing in secret with stolen weekends here and there. I'm good at distance. I've done it before, and I'd do way worse for you. But I can't do it. Not if you're not willing to meet me part way. I can't. Noah's face was buried in Ulysses' neck. Adrian wanted nothing more than to wrap his arms around him. I'm sorry for ruining your holiday. Fuck that. I wanted our pretend holiday together, but at least I'm man enough to admit I want the real deal. I fell in love. You fell in love. We don't have to pretend. We could be adults and work out a future together, but you can't let yourself see that future. Don't be sorry about ruining my Christmas. Be sorry about ruining your life. He grabbed his backpack and his dog and let the door slam behind him before tears could ruin his speech. He walked away slowly, willing the universe to whisper his name one more time, this time for real. But Noah didn't call him back, and he found his way to the stairs on autopilot. The evening air had an icy bite to it, angry gusts blowing through the parking garage as Adrian dug out his phone. 0 bars. Gee, this was familiar. Alone, cold, with a shivering dog, and not a damn clue what to do next. God, how could one of the best months of his life contain so much suck? He made his way back through the garage, walking blindly through the levels, absent-mindedly stroking Pixel, his mind a dull roar.
Adrian?
It took a second for him to register the sound of his mother's voice. Her heels clacked noisily along the pavement as she quickly covered the distance between the two of them. Fuck. That was her car right behind him.
What are you doing?
Taking my dog for a walk, Mother.
Did you and Noah have a fight?
She came closer, touched his arm.
Did he leave you here?
The moment of complete humiliation he'd tried so hard to avoid a month ago had arrived. And surprisingly, it didn't hurt as much as he'd feared. Didn't even cut into the raw pain of the fight with Noah. He'd been so messed up over not wanting to disappoint the family that he didn't really have a plan for how to handle it when he disappointed himself. Don't take this badly, but I don't really want to talk right now, and I really can't handle a lecture.
Lecture?
His mother clicked to unlock her car, then gestured regally for Adrian to get in.
I don't lecture. I merely point out that your choices are really not up for discussion.
He surprised himself by standing taller, voice firmer than usual when dealing with her. He loved her, but they were years overdue some boundaries. Hanging out with Noah had shown him how unbelievably lucky he was to have his family and their support. But now was one of those times when the support felt like an ace bandage, slowly cutting off circulation to his bruised heart. He leaned in and kissed her cheek.
I love you, and I'm going to show up for Christmas Eve dinner tomorrow, but tonight, I need to be alone. What? Are you getting a hotel? How will you get there?
His mother's voice rose dramatically, a nervous trait they both shared, but she was the queen of using her tone to make Adrian second-guess himself.
Let me take you back to my place. You can have the guest room all to yourself. Cousin Bernice doesn't arrive until tomorrow, and we'll just tell her that your arrangements didn't work out. Wallow in your heartache if you must, but be reasonable.
I must. Mother, I don't do reasonable.
I know.
She smiled sadly and touched his cheek.
What you really mean is you want the freedom to go get inebriated and make questionable body art decisions.
He laughed, a bitter, hacking sound. You know me well.
Yes, I do. Will you at least let me give you a ride to the hotel by my house? They're pet-friendly. Uncle Merv and Aunt Char stayed there with the poodles last year.
He wanted to dig his heels in and insist on finding his own way to his own goddamned pity party, but an unreasonable fear of asking her for any sort of help was what had started this whole mess.
No lectures, not even a hint of one, I mean it. You mean I can't ply you with eggnog and tell you about the nice clerk in our office, the one who would never abandon someone?
His mother cracked a rare joke, and he had to join in laughing. No, you can't.
Darling, my baby just had a baby tonight. I'm missing the Spunovich's holiday gathering where I'd hoped to corner a handsome ad exec I've had my eye on under the mistletoe, and the number of guests for tomorrow's dinner is fluctuating hourly. I'm an over-emotional mess right now, but I think I can manage a quiet drive.
It doesn't have to be complete silence, he offered as he got into the car. You can tell me how long you knew about Noelle's middle name. He waited until they were pulling up at the hotel, a nice mindless discussion about the baby behind them, to ask the question that had been bugging him for 20 minutes. You have an ad exec you're interested in?
Don't sound so shocked. You know I date.
Why didn't you ever remarry, like Dad did? Oh, he was going to regret asking this, but like their two dramatic voices and arched eyebrows, He and his mother shared a tendency to go for the unavailable, or at least out-of-town men.
"Oh, Adrian."
His mother sounded weary, but not in the usual, "Oh, Adrian, what have you done now" way.
"I don't know. Dozens of reasons, really. I like being on my own too much, I guess. Yeah. Honestly, sometimes it's easier not to try, you know? You can't fail if you don't really try, and I didn't want to fail again."
His mother rubbed the bridge of her nose, where her reading glasses usually perched when she wasn't being vain about a social event. Her eyes looked away, as though she instantly regretted the rare candor.
"I get it."
And man, did he ever. Misery swamped all his senses. Misery he'd thought he could avoid by sticking to long-distance guys and casual friendships. How wrong he'd been. He'd been afraid of fully committing to someone, thinking on a deep level that because his parents' marriage had fallen apart that he'd be doomed too. He'd ripped on Noah for hiding away, but in truth, he'd done it too. He'd hidden behind relationships that never really required all of him, didn't ask more of him than he was willing to give.
"Not everyone lives their lives as fearlessly as you. Remember that,"
his mother said quietly as he got out of the car.
"Yeah."
His throat tightened. He wasn't brave like she thought. Not where it really counted. He'd glimpsed something real and precious with Noah, a chance they could have had a family, a shared life together. And for the first time, he'd been willing to push past all his fears and insecurities and go grab it. But now it was lost, and he was left with absolute confirmation that love did indeed hurt. Giving everything and having it rejected sucked way more than holding back. Only question now was whether he'd be brave enough to go after the future he deserved, or go back to almost living. When Noah was younger, he used to shut out his parents' arguments by climbing in bed, pulling the covers over his head. Sometimes Ruth would make them a blanket tent, and they'd huddle together, blocking out the scary adult world. Now he was an adult man, and he had no business languishing in his bed like some heartbroken Victorian maiden. He'd driven back to Landview in something of a fugue state Christmas Eve, doing the 7-hour drive in 5.5, stopping only for gas. He'd had the notion that he needed to be home before he fully collapsed, and he'd pulled into the mobile home and RV park he hadn't seen in 6 months, found his space, and crawled into bed. He hadn't left other than to let Ulysses out. So, languishing it was. His phone buzzed insistently Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, but he'd shut the stupid thing off without looking at it. Didn't matter who it was, he couldn't deal. Part of why he'd raced home was to get away from the temptation of doing something stupid, like showing up at Adrian's Christmas, begging forgiveness. But that would be the height of foolishness, seeking another hit of the drug of Adrian's companionship, knowing he was only delaying the inevitable pain. Ulysses growled at him, nudging his limp carcass with his nose before giving up. He returned a few minutes later to drop an empty food bowl on Noah's face.
"Oh, crap, did I forget breakfast?"
He made his way to the kitchen on unsteady feet. He found some kibble for Ulysses, gave him a generous portion. When was the last time he'd eaten something himself? Yesterday? He opened the fridge, but he was out of almost everything, and nothing that was left looked good. A package of gluten-free waffles mocked him in the freezer. What he wanted was something greasy and heavy, something he could take back to his bed nest. He couldn't even watch any of his usual movies, too many memories of Adrian. So he'd been streaming bad documentaries that didn't come close to filling the silence in his heart. He pulled his phone off the charger, powered it up. He could call for pizza. Buzz. His phone vibrated as he unlocked it.
"Noah? Noah, is that you?"
Ruth's voice echoed in the room. Oh, crap. He'd accidentally answered the call. Reluctantly, he put the phone to his ear. Ignoring his phone was one thing. Actively hanging up on his sister was more than he could do.
"It's me. Is everything okay?"
he asked. She'd sounded almost panicked.
"I've been trying to reach you for days. You didn't call on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. The kids wanted to thank you for the gifts you mailed. You didn't even text. Did you get my messages?"
"No,"
he admitted.
"My phone's been off."
He couldn't lie and call it broken, even if that might spare her feelings.
What's going on with you?
Her voice was gentler now. Nothing. He sounded exactly like a 15-year-old who didn't want to confess his inner turmoil to his big sister.
I miss you. We only got a text at Thanksgiving and Christmas Eve. Ditto Halloween. I can't even think of the last time we spoke on the phone. Really talked? I'm worried about you.
I'm worried about me, too. He couldn't speak, could only suck a ragged breath in. Her concern wrapped around him, a blanket fort of love that made him perilously close to losing his composure completely.
Talk to me.
The words rose up his throat, the ones he'd spent 18 years keeping away from her. What was the point? He'd already messed up his life beyond all recognition. And he'd shoved her so far away, what did it really matter if he pushed her the rest of the way out of his life? I'm gay. Bile rose up in his throat. If he had any food in his stomach, he'd be retching. His hand shook on the phone. Chapter 18. Muffled sobbing greeted his announcement. Noah nearly dropped the phone, almost spared himself the pain of listening, but forced himself to stay still for her recriminations. Maybe it would help him to face some anger, remind him why he'd been so very foolish with Adrian, why celibacy was the right choice for him. Yes, he almost welcomed her disappointment. I'm sorry, he said. I shouldn't have sprung that on you. Please don't cry.
Oh, Noah.
She took a noisy, sinus-clearing breath.
I'm not crying because I'm sad. I wasn't sure if you'd ever feel like you could tell me.
You knew? His world tilted. The neat, orderly blocks he'd assigned his family jumbled up like a mess of Legos.
I suspected, ever since you were a kid, really. Girls just weren't your thing. And you were so quiet. And then you stayed away more and more.
Why didn't you say anything? Outside his window, the Texas sun beat down, completely contrary to the storm raging in his brain.
I didn't want to offend you if I was wrong, and for a long time I wasn't sure if you knew.
I knew, he said quietly. It's why I couldn't marry Sarah.
I had a feeling,
she said, no censure in her voice.
You did a brave thing, letting her go like that, not trying to force yourself to live a lie.
I live one every day, he said, not meaning to reveal so much. His words seemed to be tumbling out through the holes in his defenses.
But you're telling me, and that's a start. And if you're telling me...
She drifted off, and he could almost hear her smile.
You must have met someone. You wouldn't be telling me otherwise, and I'm so...
No. Slapping his counter for emphasis, he stopped her before she could express happiness. A boulder landed on his chest, pain radiating everywhere. Why couldn't she be mad? This would be so much easier if she would just yell at him. The way you always yell at yourself?
No?
Ruth sounded sad. Why are you so okay with this? He exploded, voice raised enough to startle Ulysses away from his food. Shouldn't you be lecturing me about my soul? We went to the same church together. You still go to church every week, right? And you vote...
Noah.
Ruth's voice was sharper now, big sister tone back.
How does how I vote explain why you kept this from me for years? Because you assumed I'd be too judgmental to handle the truth about my own brother? And yes, I go to church, but we've got a new minister now, a more progressive one. Times are changing, even in the church.
Not everywhere. Outside his window, the leafless trees danced in the wind. Through their branches he could make out the campus chapel's steeple, up the hill from his RV park.
You mean Landview? I wondered for years why you went there. It's part of why I never mentioned your sexuality. I felt like you'd thrown up this giant do not enter sign. But you say you knew about yourself and you went there anyway? Why do that to yourself?
Do you know how few tenure-track jobs there are? He trotted out his standard argument, one that was feeling more worn and tattered each time he used it.
This is about Dad, isn't it? And how he always said that a real man found a job and stuck to it? You don't have to impress him anymore. He's gone. You don't have to impress any of us, really. We miss you, and we love you, and we'd love you even unemployed.
Unemployed. The word alone made him want to hurl. The disgrace. And yes, Ruth was right. A lot of it was wrapped up in their father and his values. But Noah wasn't sure how to untangle himself from those judgments. Even now, years of thinking that being gay was a sin weighed heavily on him. He'd heard that message growing up, then at college, and now at Landview. Over and over, until the condemnation seemed to come from deep within his own soul. He'd worked hard the past few years to find a view of the Creator that allowed for unconditional love for everyone, but it wasn't easy to make such radical changes to his belief structure. "Mom would care," he said stubbornly. "She'll be heartbroken when you tell her."
When I tell her? Oh no, you're not putting this one on me. You barely talk to her, and if this is a reason why, she deserves to hear it right from you. I think she might surprise you. She likes the new minister a lot. Her thinking has softened in recent years.
Maybe. Noah sank down onto the couch. He hadn't exactly planned on coming out to Ruth, ever. His mother next? He wasn't sure when he'd be ready for that.
Have you really been staying away because you thought we'd reject you? You're breaking my heart here.
Ruth's voice wavered. No, not just because of that. Oh, heck, now his own voice was wobbling. He picked at a fraying seam on his pajama pants. It's just hard. You and Tom are so happy, and you've got the kids now, and the fabulous in-laws, all those nieces and nephews. Everyone's so happy, and I'm alone. Always alone.
You deserve to be happy, too. I don't care what the church growing up said, or what Landview says. Being alone is making you miserable. Jealousy is keeping you away from your own family? That's toxic. You need to do something about that.
This was more the big sister he'd been expecting, full of proclamations. I don't know what else to do. That was a lie. He knew exactly what his choices were, had known for days, but still he resisted the coming tornado to his life. I'll be tenured after this spring. Am I supposed to ask someone to live with me in the closet?
Adrian, you lied. There is someone.
Her voice perked up considerably. Hell, Ruth should have been the archaeologist. She was that good at unearthing his secrets. There was someone, sort of. There's not now. His voice quavered again, tears filling his eyes. He wished he could tell Adrian about this, tell him that he'd come out to Ruth and the world hadn't ended. Adrian would be proud of him.
Tell me,
Ruth said, voice soft as the cotton blankets she favored. To his surprise, he found himself doing just that, telling her all about Adrian, giving her the G-rated version, right up until their fight in Denver. So we fought.
That's not a fight, Ruth interrupted. Tom and I fight all the time. A fight is a disagreement.
She spoke slowly, like Noah was missing some basic relationship intelligence, which maybe he was. You fight? I thought you hate conflict.
No, you hate conflict. I hate emotionally abusive men. That's different than arguing. Normal relationships have disagreements all the time. You try raising 3 kids with 0 conflict, it can't be done. She laughed. But anyway, my point is, you didn't have a fight with Adrian. You shoved him away before you could really fight. You were so scared over imagined fights in your head that you pushed him out of your life. Just like you did with me.
I did? He clunked a foot against the base of his sofa. He thought of all the times he'd imagined Ruth's anger, his mother's condemnation, Tom's censuring looks. The way coming out had always twisted his guts up. I did, didn't I?
And now you're doing it with Adrian. You didn't want to have to face the inevitable argument over your job or coming out, so you did it for him, cutting off any possibility of compromise, making his choices for him.
He deserves more than some guy in the closet. You should see him with his niece and nephews. His voice got warm at the memory of Adrian holding the baby. He deserves someone who would live openly with him, have a family.
Maybe you deserve that too, she said. I'm not going to lie and say it would be easy. It wouldn't. Not for you, not for us, but we'd work to welcome him. We'd welcome you. So if that's what's holding you back...
I don't know anymore. Another lie. Fear. Fear was holding him back. And with each passing moment, that fear seemed more stupid and pointless. Something to move beyond, not something to hide behind. He leaned back against the couch. I don't want to lose him.
Then don't.
She said it in the same tone she'd said,
Then get your PhD and teach.
All those years ago when he'd told her he couldn't think of a career he wanted other than archaeology. He'd been scared then too. Scared to admit to his decidedly blue-collar family that he wanted a life in academia. But Ruth had cut through all his 16-year-old fears, helped him research schools, and told him, you can always teach. And so he had. Right now, however, he needed a plan. An answer. Ulysses yawned next to him, paw rolling over a tiny ball. One of Pixel's toys. Noah's chest caught. Maybe he did know. He didn't want to know, but he knew what had to be done. He didn't need Ruth's advice. The answer was right in front of him, waiting for him to shove aside this stupid mantle of fear and act. The Roberts Humanities Hall was eerily empty. The students would be on break for another week and a half, and most of the faculty had taken the week between Christmas and New Year's off. But not Chuck Morrison. No one knew exactly where to find the dean. He took the stairs to the third floor slowly, allowing ample time for alien abduction or solar flare or any other deliverance from his errand. He'd biked over, and he'd taken the long way around campus, looking over the sandy brick buildings and empty courtyards. 5 years ago, he'd honestly thought he'd found the right place for himself. Commitment to teaching excellence, dedicated students, and ample research funding. It wasn't only a job to him. This was his home. Except maybe it wasn't. After Noah's father died, his mother had painted the house brown. It had been blue with white trim for 20 years, but brown with a caramel trim had greeted Noah on his first trip back. His mother had rearranged the furniture, too. No more overstuffed recliner in the living room. Instead, a demure pair of floral wingback chairs flanked the fireplace decorated by a new mantel painting. Each change had felt like an unwelcome reminder about the ugly truth of his parents' marriage. Being home had ended up leaving him so unsettled that on his next visit he'd stayed with Ruth on the pretext of helping her rip carpeting out of her upstairs bedrooms. This home, his campus home, had him feeling similarly out of place in his first ride back. His familiar haunts felt off, changed in his 6 months away. It's you. He didn't bother locking up his bike. No one ever did on campus, but a grim chill chased him up the steps and into the building. He'd done these stairs dozens of times a day for years, but everything from the polished wood banister to the solemn portrait of the school's first dean seemed to have taken on a foreboding cast in his absence. The departmental assistants had the week off, but the lights were still on in the dean's suite, and he could spot Dean Morrison's balding head through his glass door. You can do this. Remember how good it felt after Ruth? After talking to Ruth, he'd felt like he'd chugged one of Adrian's favorite energy drinks. He'd showered, trimmed his beard, eaten a full meal. And that night he'd slept better than he had in months. Scaling a mountain couldn't have given him a greater sense of triumph. If only he had someone to share it with. The ache of missing Adrian was still insistent, but he wasn't paralyzed by pain anymore. To the contrary, his blood surged with purpose. He made list after list, rehearsed and rejected speeches in his mirror. He'd been building toward this moment for days, but that didn't stop his pulse from leaping as he knocked on the dean's door. "Walters!" Dean Morrison came out from behind his desk, clapping Noah on the back. "Didn't expect you around here quite yet. Couldn't stay away." Something like that. Noah forced himself to offer a smile. "Great timing on your part. I finished your book. Well done, my boy, well done. Probably the best book to come out of the department since my and DeLong's biblical archaeology text. We're on our 4th printing now. I predict good things for your book, too." He returned to his cushy leather desk chair and motioned for Noah to take one of the upholstered visitors' chairs. Dean Morrison never could resist a chance to plug himself, or to remind Noah that he didn't share the same area of interest as most of the department. Oh, he'd done his time with school trips to Israel digs, but it wasn't his passion the way it was for Morrison. One more way that Noah didn't quite fit in. Thanks. Noah fisted his hands, then clenched them, repeating the motion a few times, trying to keep his blood flowing to the right places. I was wondering about the tenure. Oh, don't you worry another day about that. Like I said on the phone, it's formality. The dean leaned forward, took a candy out of the giant glass bowl on his desk. Candy? No, thanks. Thing is, there's something I think the tenure committee might need to know. Oh? The older man licked his papery lips around the last of the candy. I'm gay. It was easier to get the words out this time. He'd told Ruth, he'd told his mother last night, a tear-filled conversation on both their parts. The world hadn't ended. Like Ruth, his mother was mainly sad that he'd stayed away. And while she expressed reservations, the conversation had gone far better than he'd hoped. Walters, the dean said sternly, looking at him over the top of his wire-rimmed glasses. Why are you telling me about your personal life? Could it be possible that this too might go better than he'd thought? Unless you need a recommendation for spiritual counseling, our pastor would be happy. I'm not looking for spiritual guidance. Well, why burden me with this? The dean set his glasses on the desk. I like you, always have. Your personal struggle is of no concern to the department, as long as you are still managing to lead a good Christian life. There are programs to help you, and choosing celibacy instead of giving in to your demons is a noble choice. So close. So close. He could nod his agreement, and this might be the end of it. The dean would know, and this wouldn't go any further. But he couldn't do it. What if I'm not? Not celibate. I mean, not closeted. What if I need a different path? You want permission to live as a sinner? To live contrary to God's natural laws? The dean shook his head. His expression was stonier than the Roman bust on his bookshelf. You know as well as I do that the school has a morality clause, and for good reason. Noah opened his mouth to speak, but the dean held up a hand. No, I can't possibly condone you being openly deviant. I don't want to live a lie. Walters, a biblically truthful life is not a lie. A lie would be you setting an example for our students contrary to good Christian teachings. Next, you'll be telling me we need one of those gay clubs the liberal colleges all have. Actually, a number of religious colleges have gay-straight alliances now. Your people may have managed to hoodwink the judiciary and get gay marriage, but there is no deceiving God. Landview Christian University will never have a celebration of deviancy. Our moral code is everything. You asking to subvert that makes me question your place here. Me too. Swallowing hard, Noah nodded. I love my students. I love teaching. Then as I see it, you have 3 choices. The dean held up 3 bony fingers. 1, you can agree to get some spiritual guidance and to refrain from acting upon or discussing your urges, and we won't speak of this again. You're a good man, a godly man. And the other options? Noah's whole body shook. The praise made him nauseated. Well, if you insist on proclaiming this identity, you leave me no choice but to report you to the disciplinary committee. There won't be a need to convene the tenure committee. Noah squeezed his eyes shut, drawing in a shuddery breath. But I could still finish out the academic year, right? Classes are already scheduled. You think the university won't be willing to make an example of you? You want this to be public knowledge? Anything more than you confessing your problem to me right here? You're going to have to deal with immediate consequences. The disciplinary committee will have to act swiftly in the best interests of our students. I'm not a predator. I know you're not, Walters. The dean gentled his tone. and that's why I suggest option 3. You resign, immediately, no public humiliation. I'm not going to lie, I want you to pick the first option. We can pray together right now over it. I've known other men who have overcome. I don't want to overcome it. Noah's voice was surer than he would have thought. Then it's your choice. Lawyer up and face the disciplinary committee, or quietly resign. I need a moment to think. Noah dug his hands through his hair. You are the one who brought this to me. The dean clicked his pen against his desk blotter. All Noah needed was the Jeopardy theme song to make the nightmare complete. Slowly he raised his head. Didn't matter how jumbled his thoughts were. He'd known from the moment he entered the building what the only real choice was. Chapter 19. New Year's Eve was a crappy day to have to work. All day, Adrian had to hear about everyone else's plans and fend off questions about his own. No one seemed to be doing actual work, despite next week's scheduled rollout of new features for the beta users, and an upcoming funding launch of several new colony types. With any luck, the game would pass the 60 million funding mark in the new year. Already, he had trips to Germany and Austin booked to celebrate with the development teams there. His career was totally taking off. And he'd never been more miserable. What good was finally getting the mining bots to cooperate if he couldn't show the renderings to Noah? In under a month, he'd become more than a little addicted to sharing his day with Noah. He was the best listener Adrian had ever met, and he'd always made it seem as if Adrian's work was meaningful and important. Even the trivial stuff, like arguing about filming another code review webisode for Rex for Space Villager's YouTube channel, or answering user questions in the forums. And Noah was excellent at brainstorming solutions, mainly because he'd let Adrian ramble until he talked himself into the right fix for the problem. God, he missed Noah. He glanced at his phone. He'd thought maybe today there'd be a message, but it had been radio silence from Noah since their parting. And whose fault was that? Adrian had very deliberately not messaged him on Christmas, or any other time. He'd been that boyfriend before, the one who chased after the reluctant partner and tried to make things work. And he wasn't going to be this time. He knew what he wanted, and he wasn't going to settle for less than that. If there were any moves to be made, it would have to be Noah. What harm would a "let's be friends" text be? He put his phone on silent and stuck it in his messenger bag next to Pixel's bed under his desk. Temptation removed. He couldn't be friends with Noah. Unlike most of his relationships, where the sex and the friendship were fairly separate things, with Noah, the friendship was the bedrock of the relationship. The sex was an awesome bonus. Asking to still be friends with Noah would be like heading to a 10-course dinner intent on not eating a bite, having everything he'd ever wanted in a partner hovering just out of reach. How about you come over tonight? Mina spun around on her exercise ball office chair. Dale talked me into making chicken korma and my mother's carrot halva recipe. It'll be us and a couple of other people from our apartment complex. Might be good for you to get out. I don't need to get out, but thanks for the invite. He struggled for a polite way to decline. He loved Mina and particularly loved her cooking, but her impromptu dinner parties were always filled with couples. Happy people starting their lives together like her and Dale, not bitter singles like him. Our new neighbor, Ravi, will be there. I'm talking to him about applying for one of our openings. He's a graphic designer. You guys would get along great. Her smile was too wide, eyes too innocent. Crap, only thing worse than being surrounded by couples was being set up. I'm not ready to meet someone. Which is why you should come out with me. Josiah rolled his stool over from his cube. Bunch of us are headed to West Ho tonight. It'll be epic. When was the last time you went clubbing? It's not really my scene. Geeks Gone Wild was hardly the sort of epic Adrian wanted for his evening. Adrian, Mina said patiently, maybe it's time to change your scene. Come have dinner with us, then hit the parties with Josiah. You're encouraging me to get drunk with Jose's buddies and have a one-night stand with some random club dude? What else is New Year's good for? Josiah said. Adrian can hold a torch like no one else, Mina said to Josiah, as though he wasn't right there. How about you tackle the next batch of forum questions? Surely there's a dude in Quebec ripe for you to pine over, Josiah said to Adrian, but Mina was the one who laughed. No more long-distance boyfriends. No more pining. Be fearless.
You take the forum questions, and I'll think about going out.
No, you will go out, Josiah said, even as he clicked to the forums on his monitor. And I want korma too.
Fine. Maybe I'll tell you all about Ravi, since other people are being picky, Mina said, moving closer to Josiah. I'm getting coffee. Adrian stood up and headed for the espresso machine. This day seriously could not end soon enough. Why was the rest of the world so obsessed with having someone to kiss at midnight? What he really wanted was someone to wake up with. Someone to... Pixel rushed by him, barking. Crap. He was usually so well behaved at the office. Adrian abandoned the coffee station and headed to the front, where he heard raised voices. I'm sorry, we don't accept visitors. Rex's voice had reached a new condescending low. If you leave your name... Yep. Pixel charged right into the reception area, Adrian fast behind him. He pulled up short at the sight that greeted him. Noah. Noah stood in front of the receptionist, Becky, but as usual it was Rex running the front office show. Noah had a good 4 inches of height over Rex, but Rex was bristly as a porcupine and equally puffed up. He whirled on Adrian. Adrian, can't you do something about your animal? People are going to think we're unprofessional. This is a place of business. Noah. Adrian ignored Rex's bluster. What are you doing here? And now you've got unannounced guests. Rex threw up his hands and mercifully walked away. Fine, let the kingdom fall to ruin. Sorry, Adrian gestured at Rex's back. He's a bit... dramatic? I was going to go with power-hungry crazy pot, but yeah, dramatic. He's got a huge investment in the game, though, so there's no getting rid of him. He asked to be the office manager. Adrian spoke too fast, sharing pointless details even as his brain reeled. Well, I'm grateful to him for the web TV episodes idea. A nervous smile teased Noah's lips. You're here, Adrian said, touching Noah's sleeve. Really here. Why are you here? I'm not precisely sure. Noah tapped his fingers against his lips. Taking a chance? Hey, Adrian! Josiah came barreling into the reception area. He was built like a Great Dane puppy, all big feet and knobby limbs and little coordination and truly awful timing. My friend has the best idea. Let's get a couple of rooms in West Ho for after we go out. Oh. Noah's face sagged. His hooded eyes flicked from Adrian to Josiah and back again. You have plans for tonight? Oops, didn't mean to barge in. Josiah held up his hands. Joes, this is Noah. Noah, this is my colleague, Josiah. You're Noah. Josiah totally fumbled the reluctant handshake Noah offered him. That I am. Noah's eyes were full of questions for Adrian. You're why Adrian's been cranky all week. Josiah shook his head. I really hope you know how to grovel. Wait, there's going to be groveling? Mina peered at Josiah's elbow. Seemed like Rex hadn't wasted time spreading Adrian's gossip. No, there's not, Adrian said firmly. Noah was looking distinctly green around the edges. He knew how much Noah hated group scenes. Noah risking a public scene at his office made his chest all warm. Yes, there is. I came to apologize. Noah's eyes locked on Adrian. Please give me that chance. We can talk in the conference room. He grabbed Noah's arm and hauled him toward the teleconferencing room off the reception area. Mina and Josiah and even Becky trailed along. Alone, Adrian added. Darn, Josiah said with a smirk. I guess we should go find some work. Better be a good apology, Mina said as she followed Josiah back to the cube farm. Adrian flipped on the lights in the room and closed the door. Holy cow, you guys didn't skimp when you made teleconferencing a stretch goal, did you? Noah motioned at the multiple screens, the oak table, and the padded movie theater-style seating. Robert doesn't do anything by half measures. Adrian didn't have spare attention for the room's collection of high-tech gadgetry. Why are you here? Noah didn't have a good answer for Adrian, or at least not one he could articulate. He'd driven 20 hours in 2 days, and still had no clue what he was doing, only that he wanted to reach Adrian by New Year's. You weren't answering your phone. Noah had definitely not planned on the whole public apology thing, but he'd realized somewhere in New Mexico that he didn't have Adrian's apartment number. Then he'd planned to call Adrian, ask him to dinner,
But Adrian hadn't answered his phone, and Noah had done the very un-Noah-like thing and flat-out panicked. For the first time, he'd known jealousy. What if Adrian had plans with someone else? And as it turned out, he'd been right to be suspicious. Adrian's tall, goofy but cute friend sounded only too eager to make plans. He looked like he laughed a lot. He probably had a lot fewer issues. And he wasn't getting Adrian. I didn't want to spend New Year's alone, Noah added when Adrian stayed silent. The meeting room was strangely dim, so many reflective surfaces but weird track lighting that gave everything an almost sepia cast. It made Noah yearn for sunshine reflecting off piles of white snow, back when things between them had been so much simpler. Kind of far for a booty call, Adrian gave a shallow smile. You drive? Me and Ulysses, yeah, left before dawn yesterday. Left. Heck, his voice was none too steady. Hey, Adrian rubbed Noah's shoulder. I'm giving you a hard time, but I am happy to see you. Really, I'm not about to send you away. You can tell me whatever. He steered Noah into one of the cushy chairs. You look exhausted. Do you need a water or tea? I just need you. Noah grabbed Adrian's wrist, held tight. My life's kind of a wreck right now, but all I could think of was getting to you. A wreck? Adrian didn't pull away, but his voice was wary. I thought you had everything you wanted. I didn't have you, Noah said simply. Turns out nothing else mattered without you. I came out to my family. You did what? Adrian sank into a crouch in front of Noah. You told your family? It wasn't half as scary as I'd built it up to be, he admitted. I should have told them years ago. Should have trusted my sister more, and I'm grateful to you for giving me the push to do it. I feel like I can breathe. For the first time ever, the secret isn't controlling me. That's wonderful. Adrian stroked his face. I told work, too. That didn't go quite so well as my family. You told Landview? You didn't wait to make tenure first? Adrian peered into his eyes. I was done lying to myself, done lying to my family, done lying to my job. I realized I wasn't doing my students any favors hiding my real self away. I'm so proud of you. Adrian kissed him soundly on the mouth. How badly did they take it? They gave me a choice of spiritual counseling, the disciplinary committee, or resigning. Spiritual counseling like a Pray the Gay Away program? Adrian made a face. Yes, exactly. But I realized something else. God, the God I believe in, he wouldn't want me to be alone. I can't subscribe to a reality where God wants me to be miserable simply because of the sexuality I was born with. So I said no to the counseling, and this was the part he'd dreaded telling. He hadn't told anyone yet. I'll help you fight the disciplinary committee, baby. You can... I resigned. Noah tried to straighten his shoulders and failed, sagging even more forward into Adrian's embrace. As of day before yesterday, I'm unemployed. You didn't want to fight it? Adrian's face was confused. You can't just let them chase you off. Yes, I can. Noah sighed. I'm not like you, Dre. I know. I could have gotten a lawyer and done a press release and reached out to the ACLU and HRC and brought a whole media circus to Landview to show what an idiotic policy they have. You're not really the circus type. Adrian's eyes were understanding, and his voice was soft. I likely still would have lost. They're a private university. I willingly signed the morality clause. I would have just been delaying the inevitable. And I knew you'd want me to fight. But I kept thinking about all the cameras and the questions and... Bile rose in his throat. He dug his calves into the chrome base of the chair. It's okay. Adrian kissed him again, gentler this time. I get it. You don't have to fight them for me. It just sucks that they get to win, and you lose. No, I don't. Noah had been far into Arizona before he had that realization. I win. I win the right to be who I am, to fight for you. And yes, I'm sad about my job, and I'm especially sad about the students, but you were right. Living under Landview's thumb was slowly killing me. It was, Adrian agreed. But it's okay to be sad, too. I know how much tenure meant to you. While missing Adrian had been a sharp, acute, limb-ripped-off sort of pain, the loss of his job was a dull, nagging ache that he was trying to make peace with. Noah took a shaky breath. I'm working on being okay with it. I'm going to take some time, and I'm sorry it took me so long to figure my stuff out and I ruined your holiday.
Hey, I'll take a late present.
Adrian rubbed Noah's hands.
And I was maybe putting too much pressure on you to make big changes. I don't think I really appreciated how hard all this was for you. I said some harsh stuff, and I'm sorry.
I needed to hear it. I needed to make the changes. I needed to stop punishing myself for being gay. He realized as he said it how true that was. He'd spent years unconsciously beating himself up over it. It had taken Adrian charging into his life to make him see the prison walls he'd built around himself.
I love you, Adrian said. I love you for deciding to love yourself. Life's too short to hate yourself.
I get that now, but I have no clue what comes next. He felt lightheaded thinking about the future. He'd driven here, powered on by the smoke from his smoldering life, unwilling to think about anything more than getting to Adrian.
How about you don't have to think about that yet?
Adrian kissed him again, his lips a soft, steady pressure linking Noah to the present.
You're here. It's New Year's Eve. Come home with me. We can go eat korma at Mina's if you feel up to a group thing. Then I have big plans for midnight.
Big plans, huh? I've never had someone to kiss at midnight.
Tonight you do.
Adrian kissed him fiercely.
And if I have my way, it'll be a very naked kiss.
I like the sound of that. Noah tried to shove all his worries about the future aside. For the first time ever, he had a New Year's date, and he was going to enjoy that. He could freak out tomorrow. Chapter 20. You sure it's okay that we're bringing the dogs? Noah asked as they walked up to the swank apartment complex. He wasn't sure if his shaggy black dog fit with Adrian's hipster life. Okay, really, he wasn't sure if he fit with Adrian's Santa Monica life.
Mina and Dale love Pixel. They've got 2 Pomeranians Pixel adores. It's a tiny back patio, but the dogs will still have fun.
That remained to be seen. Fluffy floor mops looking to play chase were exactly the sort of dogs Ulysses liked to grumble at. The door to a townhouse on the end of a row of apartments stood open, the sounds of indie pop streaming out into the evening air along with the heavenly scents of cinnamon and ginger and meat. Noah wasn't able to confess to Adrian that he'd actually never had Indian food. Ethnic restaurants were not exactly staples in Landview, and his own cooking reflected his family's very pedestrian tastes. Luckily, it wasn't a huge crowd, maybe 6 or 7 couples spread out over an open floor-plan living area and small patio, but Noah still felt his breath speed up as Adrian greeted a red-haired man with a British accent.
Mina's in the kitchen, he said, clapping Adrian on the back. I've got beers in the cooler, and she's got a couple of bottles of wine open on the counter. Help yourself.
2 white dogs came running up, yapping until Adrian set Pixel's neon plaid carrying bag down. Ulysses gave each of them a sniff, his expression somewhere between skeptical and, snack time, thank you for the 2 fuzzy treats. We don't eat our new friends, Noah hissed at him, making no move to unleash him. Adrian grabbed a beer from a cooler, offered one to Noah, but he shook his head.
Mina drinks tea. I can ask.
I'm fine. No way did Noah want to add another burden on the hostess. She was bustling around her kitchen and had what seemed to be a half-dozen dishes in progress. He dug in the cooler himself, coming up with a can of some sort of herb-sweetened soda. Adrian steered Noah to a weird round piece of furniture that was bigger than a chair but smaller than most love seats. Ulysses promptly curled up underneath, wedging his big body into the small space so that only his tail showed.
Not a people person, huh?
Josiah said from his seat on the sectional couch. What? No, I'm fine. Noah fumbled his soda, making some drip onto his pants.
I mean the dog.
Josiah laughed, then returned to chatting up a handsome Indian man with high cheekbones and a poof of black hair that rivaled Adrian's for ridiculous hipster-style status. Cheeks flaming, Noah perched on the edge of the not-a-chair, but Adrian hauled him back against him, wrapping an arm around him. Noah startled, but no one around them seemed to notice or care that Adrian was publicly cuddling him. Noah shut his eyes, blocked out his nervous thoughts, and inhaled the familiar scent of Adrian. Absorbed the feel of his warm chest against Noah's back. I've missed you, he whispered. Me too. I'm making up for a lot of dateless evenings right now. Is this a test? Noah voiced the question that had been bugging him since Adrian first proposed the party. What? Like you have to get along with my friends and like curry to come back with me? Adrian laughed. No, you're coming home with me regardless of whether you hide away like Ulysses there, but... But? Noah's muscles tightened back up. I've been doing a lot of thinking this week about why I always want a boyfriend for social things like this or my sister's wedding, yet I always end up with out-of-town boyfriends. What did you decide? If there was a more awkward place for this hushed conversation, Noah wasn't sure where. He was crammed into a weird-shaped chair, legs jutting straight out in front of him, conversations happening all around them. Dogs snoring softly, like he wouldn't mind going bowling for Pomeranians later. All while Noah tried to keep a neutral face and not look like Adrian could destroy him with a single word. I'm still working through stuff. Adrian took a big breath, and Noah found himself holding his own. But I did decide that I'm not going to be afraid to ask for what I want in a relationship. Whether it's a date to Mina's or attendance at family gatherings or living in the same time zone. Some of Adrian's antsiness made sense now. You told me not to worry about stuff tonight, but the distance thing is a deal breaker for you? Something like that, Adrian sighed. But when I'm holding you like this, I feel stupid even obsessing over it. I've got everything I ever wanted right here. I want you to have the sort of relationship you want. He leaned back so he could see Adrian's face. You deserve it, and it's what I want too, a real relationship. No more pretend holiday boyfriends. You're the real deal for me, Adrian. He stretched, brushing his lips across Adrian's. A kiss. In public. And he didn't die on the spot of a panic attack. Adrian unlocked his apartment, pleasantly buzzed on Dogfish Head Ale and high on waiting hours to be alone with Noah. He and Mina both lived close to work, and they'd walked home from Mina's to get Ulysses some exercise. Poor Ulysses had looked even more eager to leave the party than Noah. We're cutting it close to midnight, he said as he flipped on the lights. Not my fault, Noah laughed, tone light and teasing, not impatient. You're the one who dragged me into that game. Yeah, but who would have predicted you'd be so good at Cards Against Humanity? Adrian nuzzled into him. They'd stayed long after the food was eaten, playing the game and talking. Joe's had left for the clubs after striking out with Mina's friend. You had an okay time, right? Yes, I like your friends. Noah surprised him with a soft kiss. The kiss earlier at Mina's had totally blown Adrian away. Watching Noah expand his comfort zone made his chest lift like a hot air balloon, powered by a burner spreading good feelings throughout his body. Noah had it all wrong if he thought Adrian was the brave one. Noah had tackled so many challenges in the week they'd been apart that Adrian's brain spun. Have I told you yet how happy I am that you came? Adrian had been such a mess of emotions, he wasn't sure if he'd managed to convey adequately the joy that had surged through him when he'd seen Noah standing there in the reception area. How about you show me? Noah leaned into Adrian. He hadn't drunk, but he was acting all nice and loose and relaxed, and Adrian loved it. Loved him. You have no idea how often I've fantasized about showing you my bedroom. He grabbed Noah's hand, pulled him down the short hall to his bedroom. I've seen it, remember? Noah laughed. You gave me the full tour, more than once. Chat sex doesn't count. You weren't here for me to do this. He pushed Noah backward onto the bed. He landed on Adrian's fluffy striped comforter with a plop and a big grin. Thinking they were playing a new game, both dogs came rushing in, jumped up next to Noah. Out! 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 Adrian pointed to the door and shooed the dogs through it, then shut it. It's weird how well they get along, Noah said, stretching out on the bed. His blue button-down shirt rode up, exposing a stretch of fuzzy belly. You saw Ulysses with the other dogs tonight. He's not usually one for companionship. Maybe he just needed to find the right guy. Adrian kissed Noah's stomach before lying down face-to-face with him. Maybe. Noah pulled him in for a kiss. The kiss was slow and sweet, and everything Adrian had been missing. He'd missed the way Noah kissed, totally present in the moment and hungry for more. Like he'd been starving for Adrian's lips, yet with an underlying tenderness that completely undid Adrian. like he was content to let Adrian lead, never demanding more than Adrian was willing to give. And Adrian wanted to give him everything. "I love you," he said, looking down at Noah. "I love you too," Noah said, eyes warm. "I might love you even more naked." "Look at you, Mr. Impatient," Adrian laughed as he tugged off his clothes, and Noah did the same. He liked this more sexually free side of Noah. Pushing Noah back down, he straddled his hips and claimed his lips again. He luxuriated in the rub of Noah's dick against his own for a few thrusts before breaking the kiss. "I want to ride you." "Oh." Noah's eyes went wide. "Oh, you mean, but I thought you didn't like to receive." "You're cute." Adrian gave him a quick kiss. "And as much as I like fucking you, I want to feel you and me too." He scrambled in his nightstand for supplies, checking the expiration date on his condoms. "We don't need those." Noah plucked them from his hand and set them back in the drawer. "You sure? I don't mind waiting." "We've both waited enough, don't you think? I want to be with you, Adrian. I want a chance to prove that I'm the one for you." "You are, and you don't have to give up condoms to prove a point." He remembered Noah's reluctance on the phone. "I'm not. I have no idea what I'm doing with my life, but I know I want to wake up with you tomorrow and all the tomorrows after that. And ever since you mentioned ditching the condoms, the idea aroused me." A pink flush spread up his neck to disappear in his beard. His voice dropped to a low whisper. "We can try it the other way around later, right?" "Absolutely." God, the image of Noah getting off thinking about Adrian coming inside him was almost enough to make Adrian come on the spot. He loved Noah's combination of reticence and curiosity. His too formal language hid a major sexy beast waiting to be let out to play, and Adrian was just the guy to uncage it. He worked a hand between them, jacking their cocks together while they made out some more. Other lovers had always pushed to take over as soon as Adrian hinted he was willing to get fucked, but not Noah. He kissed like he'd be perfectly content to keep lip-locked into the new year. And that freed Adrian to do more of what he liked. Squirting some lube on his palm, he slicked up their cocks. Noah stroked Adrian's hip, hands skating around to drift down his ass. "Do you need—" "Actually, I don't really like fingers inside. I like starting very slowly, working it in little by little. You up for that?" With other guys, Adrian would have felt he needed to do things a certain way. But with Noah, he felt comfortable admitting his true preferences. Adrian's whole life, people had gotten on him for being too picky. Picky eater, picky about his clothes, picky about how he liked his sex. But Noah never made him feel bad about liking what he liked. Noah wouldn't call him picky. Noah asked what he needed and genuinely cared about the answer. "Oh, God, yes." Noah's head fell back. And Noah totally got on board with his plans. Had to love that. "Might kill me, but I'm willing to take that chance." Adrian's eyes burned. "You truly are everything I need, you know that?" "I want to be." Noah stretched up to kiss him. Adrian reached behind them, prepped himself quickly while their tongues tangled. Breathing hard, he gripped Noah's cock, then slowly sank down, keeping his eyes locked on Noah's. Noah was pretty darn good at delayed gratification. Heck, he could write a textbook on self-denial. However, Adrian was putting every last bit of his patience to the test. He rocked back and forth on Noah, a blissful pressure on the tip of his erection before Adrian retreated, only to return a moment longer, going lower with each pass. Adrian's eyes were squinched shut, and his breath came in low hisses. The hand gripping Noah's cock was firm, but the one braced against his chest shook. Noah had never seen, never imagined, a sight this sexy. Adrian, straining to let him in, freed parts of Noah he'd never known he had. The part that wanted to claim Adrian, the part that wanted to praise and coddle him for his efforts, the part that wanted to rejoice in triumph that Adrian was giving him this gift. "So good," he whispered, stroking Adrian's hips. "You're so perfect." "Honey, I was just thinking the same thing," Adrian panted. "Maybe we're perfect together." "Think so." Adrian slid down a little more, a tight clench that made Noah groan. His body screamed at him to thrust, but he held back, let Adrian drive. He'd already learned that when Adrian drove, blissful things happened. And he didn't have to think, which was a nice bonus. All he had to do was lie back, Try not to move, and feel. Ooh, Adrian moaned low, his balls brushing Noah's belly. I'm gonna go faster now, okay? Do it. Don't come yet, Adrian ordered as his hips sped up. Wait for me. Always. Adrian built a rhythm of swift glides that had Noah moaning every bit as much as him. Gently, he tried rocking in tandem with Adrian. Oh, God, please, that. The slap of their bodies filled the room along with their collective moans. Adrian tensed. Touch me. Noah gripped Adrian's shaft, stroking him with fast, tight strokes the way he knew Adrian liked. With his free hand, he flicked Adrian's nipple ring. Almost gonna need, Adrian mumbled as he rode faster. Noah's thighs burned with the tension of holding back. Love you. Adrian whimpered, taking Noah deep, holding there, hips making small circles as creamy fluid coated Noah's hand. He stroked him through it before his own hips took over, pistoning up into Adrian, orgasm washing over him like the roar of a flash flood in a slot canyon. Too much sensation for the tiny space in his brain, overloading his body with sound and light and pleasure. Adrian collapsed on his chest, face sweaty and breath coming in ragged pants. They lay like that for a long time, Noah running his hands idly down Adrian's back. He loved the aftermath of sex, loved knowing he'd turned Adrian from granite into putty. Adrian craned his neck, reaching for the alarm on his nightstand. Darn, it's after midnight. I'm pretty sure we were kissing at midnight, Noah said. Or something, Adrian laughed. How about we ring in the new year in my shower? You've been dying to show that off, haven't you? Noah teased. And someone should probably make sure the dogs haven't destroyed your living room. Someone, huh? Adrian poked him. I'm officially boneless and brain dead. As long as no one's puking or fighting, I'm not worrying about anything until next year. What, no New Year's resolutions? Noah rubbed his foot against Adrian's. His own resolution not to worry was wavering, happy feelings being chased away by worries about what the coming year might hold for him. Yes, make love to Noah as often as possible. Adrian kissed Noah's shoulders. And you're not allowed to put anything more strenuous than that on your own list, okay? Not tonight. Not tonight. Noah struggled to keep his voice as light as Adrian's. For right now, for this one perfect New Year's Eve, being here had to be enough. Chapter 21. Adrian had a plan. It was such a good plan that he'd run it by both Mina and Emily while Noah walked the dogs. However, what he lacked was timing, or more precisely, opportunity. One did not simply spring grand ideas on Noah. He knew that by now. He needed the right moment. All that, however, went out the window when he found Noah perusing job listings on his phone. What's that? Adrian asked as he set Noah's tea next to him on the nightstand. The room smelled like pancakes and sex. Fitting because they hadn't really left the room other than to prepare food and take care of the dogs. It was the perfect, lazy New Year's Day. This? Noah held up his phone. I'm just taking a quick look at job listings on the Chronicle. Like professor job openings, you mean? Yes. Noah's eyes slid away from Adrian's. There's zero chance of finding something for winter term, even adjunct, but places are already taking applications for the fall. Find any openings around here? Adrian tried to keep his voice casual. Noah groaned. There's one full-time opening in the whole country so far, and it's in West Virginia. Handful of adjunct positions in other places, but nothing West Coast, unfortunately. Noah? Adrian sat next to him on the bed, sticking his coffee cup on the other nightstand. Do you want to stay close by me? I don't want to presume here. I said I want to make this work, and I meant it. Noah patted Adrian's hand, which didn't really reassure him at all. I know your job is based here. I'm going to do my best to try to find something close. And I've got savings to make it the next few months while I hunt. But in the fall you could be gone? Adrian pushed. Noah said nothing, but his expression looked like he was sitting on a chisel. What if there was a way for you to stay close to me, but it didn't involve teaching? Noah's face shifted from pained to sour. The options for a liberal arts PhD aren't exactly numerous. God, I don't like thinking about this. He rubbed his temples. Sorry, I shouldn't have opened my phone. I didn't mean to unload all my work angst on you. Adrian moved to sit behind Noah and rubbed his shoulders. That's what I'm here for. I want you to tell me your worries. You don't have to pretend to be happy when you're not. I don't like feeling like my whole life is unraveling. Noah leaned into Adrian's touch. Other than you, of course. It feels like you're the only thing I know for sure, though, and that makes me all agitated. Sorry, I'm not much fun. Stop apologizing. Adrian leaned in and bit his neck. I know you're stressed, and that's why I've had an idea. Oh? Noah groaned the word as Adrian worked a knot of muscle with his thumb. Come work for Space Villager. Be our staff geoarchaeologist. We could use one. Really? Noah sounded less than convinced. Sure, you keep telling me what we're getting wrong with the rocks and the conditions of artifacts and how cultures would evolve on certain planets. We're doing our best with the lore, but I think you could help. Giving you advice is a far cry from getting paid for something. I doubt your founder is going to want to spring for another employee just because some of your rock slides aren't realistic. And that's where you're wrong. Our whole game is about being as realistic as possible, right down to the bolts used to hold structures together, how they interact with weather and weapons. We're all about realism. And as for adding employees, that's what stretch goals are for. Rob's all for out-of-the-box stretch goals. Staff archaeologist would definitely qualify as out there, but if you put it to the donors, I doubt they'd be interested. Wrong. They all worship at the cult of Rob and Space Villager. He got the backers to fund an actual lawyer to mediate in-game disputes. That funded in less than 36 hours. The motion to add a movie-quality score funded in less than a day. We're the #1 crowdfunded project for a reason. Our fans are crazy pants, which keeps me employed and could get you employed too. So what? You tell Rob, hey, I need a job for my unemployed boyfriend, and he makes it happen? Noah's voice held even more tension than his muscles. I don't want you asking for charity for me. Actually, I mentioned the staff archaeologist idea in passing in December. Adrian wasn't sure if that would make things better or worse. Even then, Adrian had been in way too deep for Noah. He thought it was interesting. As for the boyfriend part, the whole place is a mess of nepotism. We don't even list job openings. It's all who has a friend of a cousin twice removed. Rob has half his family on payroll. Noah made the sitting on a sharp instrument face again. I'd feel like I was mooching, taking advantage of you. I can't let you just get me a job. I need to earn one. Noah. Adrian kissed his neck right below the ear. I want to help you. You helped me, remember? You drove me hundreds of miles. You took me in when you could have sent me packing. Can't I help you a little? Adrian's hands were firm and his lips were soft, but it wasn't Adrian's voice in Noah's ear. Instead, he kept hearing his dad. A real man earns his keep. Man doesn't need his wife to work. A man can take care of his family. A real man gets a job and keeps it, son. You remember that. There's pride in working for the same employer your whole life. A real man doesn't take charity or handouts. His dad had been a 1950s throwback, trapped in the 80s and 90s, unhappy with a changing economy and workforce. And Noah got that his dad was a relic. He really did. But it didn't diminish the volume of his voice. I'm a professor, he said weakly, unable to articulate all the noise in his head. I'm not going to fit in with the gamer culture. So you can be our professor, Adrian said. And in case you haven't figured it out, we're pretty casual. I bring my freaking dog to work. Rex goes around in slippers. Josiah works weird hours. There's nothing to fit in, too. Why don't you come to work with me tomorrow? You can meet everyone, and I'll talk to Rob. That's kind of what I mean. I'm used to structure. I think we can handle you working 9 to 5 and wearing tweed or whatever. What's really holding you back? I don't want to be kept. It was funny. He had no issues letting Adrian run the show in bed, letting Adrian into his body and his heart. They'd made love early that morning, and welcoming Adrian inside without a condom was, well, profound. Sounded hokey, but that was exactly what it was. Profound and beautiful, and he rejoiced in giving Adrian control. He trusted Adrian to take care of him, but extending that outside of the sacred space of bed felt wrong. Oh, baby, Adrian leaned in, giving Noah an awkward kiss. You think it makes you less of a man to take help finding a job? You think being a professor is the only way to prove your worth? When you put it like that, it sounds silly, and actually, my being a professor made my dad really unhappy. I feel like I fought a lot to get to this point. Feels like admitting failure to give up on academia, which I know is stupid because I'm the one walking away. I'm the one who decided not to fight Landview. Hey now, you are not a failure, and no one is saying you have to give up teaching forever. What if you try this for a while? Rob will probably ask you for a year's consulting contract. That's what he did with the lawyer who's setting up the gamer dispute program. But if you hate it, you can always start job hunting again. And I'll support you no matter what. Giving us a month worked out pretty well in the end, Noah said. I'm glad I gave us that extra time. So give us more time. You won't know unless you try. I guess it would be better to work this spring rather than sit around and job hunt. Noah could do this. He could give them a real shot. He could test out a new career path. But I'm keeping my RV. I'll find a better RV park for me and Ulysses, but I don't want to become totally dependent on you. You won't. Adrian kissed him again. And that's reasonable. And I want you to have professional satisfaction. I really do. If you hate the job, I'm still going to love you, okay? I love you too. It was getting easier to say the words he already meant with his whole heart. And it would get easier to forge this new path, too. He'd push aside the voices of his past because he'd already chosen his future. He'd chosen Adrian. Adrian covered him with kisses. That was a yes, right? That was a yes. Circumstances had thrown them together, but right here, right now, they got to choose each other. And Noah was going to believe in that. Believe in them. Chapter 22. 11 months later. It feels weird to not have to worry about the dogs. Adrian sped up to keep up with Noah's resolute strides across the Charleston airport. He loved how brave Noah was being, while his own chest threatened to rattle apart with nerves. Adrian had scripted entire space battles with less logistics and drama than this Thanksgiving trip to meet Noah's family. I already texted the dog sitter. Twice. Noah laughed. Ulysses had a cushy new dog bed in the corner of Adrian's living room, and Noah had a good section of Adrian's closet. They needed more room, and a backyard for the dogs. Noah's RV park was only a few miles from both Adrian and work. They used Adrian's car for grocery trips, and it hadn't escaped Adrian's notice that lately they were only buying supplies for Adrian's apartment. It had been since a late summer road trip that they'd spent a night in the motorhome. Adrian wasn't going to complicate this trip, but he had big plans for Christmas. He was going to ask Noah to look at condos together when all this holiday travel was behind them. Shiny new house keys would match the shiny ring Adrian wanted to give Noah. The time wasn't right yet, but soon. They had come so far in the past year. Adrian could afford to be patient because he knew Noah wasn't going anywhere. He had a year full of shared dinners and brown bag lunches and walks around the Santa Monica dog parks to look back on. And sure, it hadn't all been perfect. Noah missed teaching, and they could both get a little cranky under deadlines at work. They escaped the city whenever they could. He couldn't give Noah back field work, but he could try to give him the solitude he craved. Somehow, they made it work. Noah handled putting dinner in the crock pot before they left for work. Adrian handled getting the tea kettle on while he did the dishes. Noah had more flexible hours, so he handled vet trips and errands, while Adrian paid the dog walker, since Ulysses got him and Pixel kicked out of doggy daycare. It was all good, this crazy shared life of theirs. And that shared life meant a big meet-the-family trip. Adrian knew he was possibly even more nervous than Noah. He wanted these people to like him. Heck, he'd settled for just not offending any of them. They followed the stream of people to baggage claim. Noah stopped to check the list of baggage carousels to see which one was theirs. When he looked, Adrian caught sight of a group of dark-haired people. Thanks to Skype and social media, Adrian knew those faces. He poked Noah. Hard. Noah, look. They came. They all came. Noah's voice shook. Ruth and her husband Tom stood with their 3 kids, a bored-near teenager and the 2 younger kids jumping up and down. And Noah's mother. And Noah's mother's friend, an older gentleman who had been showing up in lots of family photos ever since the spring. Uncle Noah! The younger kids broke loose of their parents and barreled straight into Noah's middle. He dropped into a crouch, hugging them tight. Noah's sinuses burned. Adrian must have sensed how close he was to tears because he put a hand on his shoulder, patted him gently. Noah had tried hard these past few weeks to put a positive spin on things for Adrian, to try to suppress his nerves. He'd needed to believe that things would go okay, and if they didn't, well, he'd survive that too. But this show of support was totally outside his biggest hopes for the visit. He looked up, and Ruth and his mother were right there behind the kids. They had all come. For me. "You came," he said, voice thick. "We rented a car." "Now, what kind of greeting would that be?" Tom said, voice booming. "Can't have you all flying half across the country with no one to greet you." Noah had been most worried about Tom. If anything, his family was even more conservative and religious than Noah's growing up. And Tom wasn't one for social media. He didn't do Skype with Ruth and the kids. They had a couple of awkward phone conversations, but otherwise Noah had been left to speculate about this moment.
"You're here. You're really here."
His mother was next to hug him.
"Now let me get a look at you. I've got a nice roast in the crock pot back at the house, and an upside-down cake in my other slow cooker."
Adrian made a sound that might have been a swallowed-back laugh.
"See, Noah, you could use a second one. If you get the bigger one you've been eyeing, you can use your current one for desserts." "You still use the one I sent you to graduate school with?"
his mother asked, eyes misty. She couldn't cry. If she cried, Noah would cry for sure. The crock-pot was supposed to have been a wedding present for him and Sarah. He was sure of it, but his mother hadn't said anything, had just presented it wrapped in graduation paper. They'd logged a lot of miles together, him and that crock-pot. "Almost every day," he said. Sure, he coveted the stainless steel digital timer model Adrian had shown him, but there was something about his old ceramic friend with the faded blue geese on the crock.
"Good, I can show you this slow cooker blog I've been following."
"You follow a blog?"
"Mom has an iPad now,"
Ruth said, leaning in to squeeze him.
"She has more apps than Thomas Jr." "Not really," his nephew piped up. "I've been telling all my friends about you, Uncle Noah."
"Oh?" Noah tried not to freak, telling people about his gay uncle.
"Dude, my uncle works for Space Villager. Everyone wants to meet you. You're like a celebrity."
Thomas Jr. cut off his younger brother and slapped Noah on the back. It was getting a bit crowded up in his space.
"Should we get the luggage?"
Adrian asked. Noah knew he was trying to herd people off of him. He knew even before Noah when Noah needed his space. Right when he'd reach his limit of LA and Santa Monica, Adrian would have everything all packed for a weekend camping trip. And thanks to Adrian, Noah had a corner cube, way out of the way of the espresso machine and the snack fridge and the noisy designing team pen. He was under an air conditioning vent, but he'd take wearing sweaters in July over interruptions. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you," Noah said as the family finally released him. "Everyone, this is Adrian, my boyfriend." He did it without a pause, without a stutter, without looking around to see who might be listening. He had a whole year of practice now. Last week he'd held Adrian's hand walking in Joslyn Park with the dogs, and held hope he'd keep getting bolder. In fact, he wouldn't mind a little more permanent title for Adrian. Christmas was coming, and with that even more family craziness. No way was Noah suddenly brave enough to give Adrian his real present in front of Adrian's whole family. But they'd have New Year's back home, and he'd ring in the new year the same way he had the year before, by taking a leap of faith. Entering his mother's house also required faith. Faith that things weren't going to be weird. Faith that he wouldn't feel so much like an outsider as before. So much was changed about the house. New planters out front, 2 big rockers on the front porch. Mr. Stevens, the retired band director, joining them for dinner. That was certainly new. Her cooking was good as ever, and she even had gluten-free cornbread for Adrian. Her kitchen smelled like rosemary and beef with a hint of sweet pineapple, the sorts of scents he associated closely with the happy times in his otherwise turbulent childhood. The chaos that used to bother him, Ruth's kids bickering over a video game in the living room, Tom and Mr. Stevens discussing the Panthers' playoff chances, Ruth and his mother bustling around the kitchen, felt more manageable. Home. He felt home in a way he hadn't in over 15 years. He glanced over at Adrian, who was playing with his mother's Sheltie. Maybe Noah felt more at home because he already had a home. Adrian had given him this peace, had enabled him to do the hard work on himself to get to this place where he could be himself and not cower. "What?" Adrian looked up. "Nothing," Noah said softly. "Just thinking how lucky I am." "Me too." Their eyes held, and it was exactly the sort of intimate moment, the little island of calm, he'd always craved. The guest room was Ruth's old room, redone in lavender with a large magnolia painting on the wall. His old room was now the workout and painting room. More new stuff. His mother taking art classes at the senior center and logging miles on a fancy new exercise bike. It was just as well that she'd changed everything. As much as Adrian probably would have gotten a kick out of his rock collection and Star Trek posters, Noah doubted he could have handled sleeping in there. Baby steps. This was strange enough, Adrian hefting their suitcases onto the low chest at the foot of the bed, his mother hovering in the doorway.
Well, good night.
She drummed her index finger against her lips in exactly the same cadence he did when nervous.
Ruth and the kids are coming over in the morning to watch the parade and start cooking. I know you're on West Coast time, so we'll try to be quiet.
We'll be up. He stooped to kiss her cheek.
I got some nice breakfast teas.
Thanks. She lingered, mouth moving like she might have more to say, but she just licked her lips.
Good night, Mrs. Walters,
Adrian called from inside the room.
Laura, dear, you can call me Laura.
His mother gave a weak laugh.
Noah?
Yes? A few more bolts shook loose of the rusty airplane, ribs aching from the rattle of his heart. Here it came, some rule or request or condition of his being here.
I'm so happy you came. You'll be back, right? I've missed you terribly. I want you to feel welcome here, really welcome. You seem happy, and I've waited so long to be able to say that.
I am, he said, throat thicker than his best hiking socks. And yes, I'll be back.
Good.
She walked away, steps slower than his last visit, a little hitch in her step he'd never noticed before. Are you really happy? Adrian asked as Noah shut the door, and locked it, bless Ruth and her teenage insistence on privacy. Yes, I really am. And he was. He had an interesting job that kept him on his toes, coworkers who made him laugh and who never judged him. He looked forward to going into work every day. And not surprisingly, work without the anxiety over his secrets being discovered was far more enjoyable, even if he did miss having students from time to time. Also freed from the prison he'd made for himself, his faith had returned. The torturous relationship he'd had with God during the past decade had mellowed, and he'd found a progressive church in Santa Monica that did a lot of potlucks and hiking trips. Adrian tagged along to some of the events, and life was indeed good. Not that life could be bad as long as he had Adrian. He watched Adrian change into new pajamas. They'd both gotten so used to going without that a trip to the store had been needed. He didn't feel arousal at the sight of Adrian's smooth flesh as much as pride. This was his man, his home, his future. He quickly tugged on his own pajamas. You check on the dogs? He asked.
Yes, worrywart, Adrian laughed. And I know you did too. Your mom's dog is nice enough, but it made me miss ours more.
I know what you mean. Being here is easier than I expected, but it makes me miss our own place. Appreciate it more.
Our place?
Adrian raised an eyebrow. Yes, ours. Both places are kind of ours now. A wide smile spread across Adrian's face.
I feel that way too. Wasn't sure if you did.
Of course I do. He did what he'd been dying to do for hours and wrapped his arms around Adrian. Adrian, being Adrian, upped the ante, kissing him long and slow. Alone like this, wrapped in Adrian's embrace, he felt whole, in a way he never had before. He was gradually reforming a relationship with his family of birth, but Adrian was his family of now, his family of choice, his family of the future. Adrian, he whispered, not sure why since they were alone, but this request seemed to demand hushed tones. Yeah, baby? Adrian cuddled him closer, stroking Noah's head. You know how you said to tell you when I have a new dream? Something I want more than I wanted tenure?
Of course, whatever it is, even if it is tenure somewhere new, or fieldwork, whatever it is, I support.
I want to be a father. His voice was barely audible as he voiced the dream he'd given up on so long ago. The dream that holidays and togetherness always seemed to threaten to resurrect. And now, he was finally ready to embrace it. Adrian's eyes went wide, but his smile didn't droop.
Yes, I love that dream. I gotta tell you, though, I might not look like it, but I'm a pretty old-fashioned guy. I think we need to get married first.
Do we? He laughed, because it didn't matter how he looked. Adrian was exactly that type of old-fashioned guy. Yes, we do, and now I've totally tipped my hand for New Year's and ruined that surprise. Wait, you had plans for New Year's? I had plans for New Year's. Scary good ones that I was working up the courage for. Really? Adrian's grin threatened to cleave the narrow room in two. What if we both ask at exactly the same time, and we both say yes, and then there's nothing scary about it? What, right now? I'm not sure I can wait all the way until New Year's. Besides, this is kind of how we roll, right? Unexpectedly awesome Thanksgiving surprises? I guess it is. So how are we doing this? On 3? Yes. Adrian held him tighter. 1, 2, 3. Will you marry me? Yes. And then they were kissing, and it was several long moments before they came up for air. You know, Adrian said, nipping his ear, unless you have your heart set on some big fancy thing, we could totally still have a very special New Year's. I most definitely do not have my heart set on a big wedding, just on you. As it turned out, he wasn't making a leap of faith on New Year's. He was past that point. He was all in with Adrian, and it was trust and commitment spurring him on. He didn't have to have faith when he had solid, irrefutable proof that they were right and good together, and that they could make a life, a home, and a family together. This is Sean Kristen. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Status Update by Annabeth Albert. This program was produced by Dion Audio Services. Executive producer, Suzanne Mitchell. Text copyright 2015 by Annabeth Albert. Production copyright 2016 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.